in your face. I know who you were. You're Raymond Reddington.
Who's he talking about? Me? I don't know that name.
Received brake call for Medic 10 Engine 10, Medic 10 Engine 10 for a stroke, ESC 1009, 2134 Karen Drive, cross streets of Shirley and Vestal, for golf EMS 1 and 2057.
Images help us understand the behavior of supernovae. Betelgeuse has recently attracted a lot of attention due to its sudden fades and increases in brightness. This variability has led to speculation of its imminent explosion, sparking widespread interest. The appearance of a dust cloud around the star, observed in telescopes and captured on images, was initially taken as a precursor to a supernova. However, later, it began to be considered as a natural phenomenon in the life cycle of red supergiants. So why did scientists initially hypothesize the possibility that this star would be the next observed supernova? This red supergiant occupies a prominent place in the constellation of Orion, perched on its shoulder, and is visible to the observer, even to the naked eye. Let's take a look at the life cycle of Betelgeuse, an intriguing journey that will show the evolution of the star from its birth to its current state as a massive, pulsating giant nearing the end of its life. Betelgeuse began its existence as a massive star burning hydrogen in its core, like many others. However, because of its large mass, it evolved rapidly, entering successive phases of nuclear fusion. The significant mass of the star distinguished its evolutionary path from the evolution of smaller stars, such as our Sun. While the Sun is currently a stable main-sequence star slowly converting hydrogen into helium, Betelgeuse, due to its much larger mass, more quickly depleted its hydrogen reserves and evolved into a red supergiant. The key difference between Betelgeuse and our Sun is their masses. Betelgeuse, which has about 15 to 20 times the mass of the Sun, experiences higher pressure and temperature in its core, which accelerates nuclear fusion. Intense fusion causes Betelgeuse to burn its fuel rapidly, resulting in an unstable structure and significant brightness fluctuations. In contrast, the Sun's lower mass allows it to remain stable for billions of years, with a much longer and more stable hydrogen burning phase. As Betelgeuse aged, it entered successive phases of nuclear fusion, gradually burning off elements heavier than hydrogen. Internal pressure caused the star to begin to swell, transforming it from a main-sequence star into a red supergiant. This stage is characterized by Betelgeuse's enormous size and variability in brightness. The star expands and contracts as it undergoes complex nuclear processes. Recent observations have suggested that Betelgeuse may be on the verge of a supernova. The star's dimming in 2019, followed by an unexpected increase in brightness, has led scientists to speculate that it may be approaching the final stage of its life. These changes in brightness are thought to be related to internal processes, possibly signaling the beginning of core collapse. The star's pulsations, with cycles of 185, 230, 420, and 2200 days, were analyzed to understand its internal dynamics. The longest cycle, 2200 days, is particularly intriguing because it may represent Betelgeuse's fundamental pulsation mode, indicating its advanced stage of evolution. These observations, along with recent telescopic findings, suggest that Betelgeuse may be entering a phase of carbon combustion that precedes a supernova explosion. But what are the complex nuclear processes that dictate when a star's life must come to an end?
Sorry, we had a little technical glitch.
At the center of a massive star like Betelgeuse, nuclear fusion turns hydrogen into helium, releasing enormous energy. As the star ages, heavier and heavier elements fuse to form bulb-like layers.
And then we'll break for lunch.
Eventually, the core is filled with iron, which cannot release energy during the fusion process, leading to gravitational collapse. As the core collapses, a runaway reaction is triggered. In this process, the iron core collapses under enormous gravitational forces, reaching temperatures of billions of degrees. This leads to the rebound effect, where the core inflates and then explodes, creating a shockwave that rips the star apart. A supernova explosion releases an enormous amount of energy, briefly eclipsing an entire galaxy. The mechanics of this process involve a complex interplay between nuclear collapse, gravitational forces, and intense heating. The shock wave generated by the collapse of the core propagates outward, ejecting the outer layers of the star into space. Ancient astronomers have recorded these bright phenomena for thousands of years, sometimes describing them as guest stars or new stars. The earliest recorded supernova observation dates back to 185 AD when Chinese astronomers observed guest stars, as they called them, that were visible for 8 months. Although rare, astronomers continue to study them to this day, especially when they lead to unusual phenomena such as gamma-ray bursts. Gamma-ray bursts, or GRBs, are intense bursts of gamma rays, usually associated with the collapse of massive stars or the merger of neutron stars.
20 files renamed.
These bursts are some of the most energetic events in the universe, capable of releasing more energy in just a few seconds than the sun will emit in its entire 10 billion year lifetime. The discovery of the boat GRB, also referred to as the brightest of all time, in October 2022, was a milestone in GRB observations. Stunning astronomers with its unprecedented brightness and startling impact on Earth. The boat GRB, officially designated GRB 221009, was detected on October 9, 2022, and originated from a galaxy about 2.4 billion light years away from Earth. The event was unusual not only in its brightness, but also in its duration. It lasted about 7 minutes, much longer than a typical gamma-ray burst. The burst was so powerful that it affected the Earth's ionosphere, temporarily disrupting radio communications and altering the ionization of the atmosphere. The relationship between supernovae and gamma-ray bursts is complex and fascinating. In some cases, the collapse of the core of a massive star can trigger a GRB, especially if the star is rapidly rotating and has a strong magnetic field. Such long GRBs often last more than 2 seconds, often followed by a supernova explosion. BOAT was notable not only for its brightness but also for providing insight into the formation of heavy elements. In April of this year, scientists studied this burst in detail, initially hoping that it might provide clues about the origin of elements heavier than iron, which are usually formed in supernova explosions or neutron star mergers. However, further analysis showed that GRBs do not produce these elements, leaving scientists even more puzzled and emphasizing the mysterious nature of such cosmic phenomena. To find out exactly what caused the flare, scientists used a variety of observational tools, including the James Webb Space Telescope. The exceptional brightness of the flare initially obscured its surroundings, making it difficult to observe the accompanying supernova or other objects in the host galaxy. It took several months before the brightness diminished enough to make detailed observations possible. As a result, a relatively undetectable supernova remnant was detected, which was surprising given the power of the gamma-ray burst. The boat GRB also provided insight into the characteristics of gamma ray bursts. The exceptional brightness, long duration of this event indicated that the GRB was very focused, with narrow jets pointing directly toward Earth. This narrow directivity likely contributed to the observed intense brightness, as gamma ray bursts tend to be directional phenomena. The narrow burst jets were probably the result of a rapidly rotating star with a strong magnetic field that produced a powerful wind focused forward.
And everything looks good.
While both GRB has provided insight into gamma ray bursts and supernovae, scientists continue to find answers to the mysteries of Betelgeuse. Recent research suggests that Betelgeuse's cycles of dimness and brightness are part of its natural behavior as a variable star. It turns out that, unlike our Sun, Betelgeuse is an extremely explosive and low-density plasma cloud that changes shape frequently. Created by scientists, simulation illustrates the behavior of Betelgeuse in time. Periods of brightness and dimness occur about every 400 days, and the longer cycle is about 2,000 days. Recent studies have tried to explain the Great Dimming phenomena that occurred in 2020, and observations from various telescopes over the past 15 years have provided much insight. Observations at various frequencies, including microwaves, infrared, have allowed scientists to penetrate the layers of Betelgeuse and detect silicon monoxide, indicating the presence of a large dust cloud. This discovery disproved initial speculation that Betelgeuse was about to explode. Instead, it appears that internal activity within the star has caused the material to separate, forming a large gas cloud. The formation of a cold region beneath this cloud caused particles to condense, creating a dark cloud that obscured Betelgeuse from view from Earth. Further study of Betelgeuse's behavior revealed that the star experienced two shock waves, one in 2018 and another 1 year later. These waves disrupted the surface, creating hot and cold spots, which was confirmed by Hubble Space Telescope ultraviolet imaging observations. The shock waves and their aftermath disproved the initial assumption that Betelgeuse was close to a supernova. They instead showed that this behavior of the star is part of its natural life cycle. Betelgeuse's behavior is also characterized by its high rotation rate. Unlike typical red supergiants, which rotate slowly, Betelgeuse rotates at about 3 miles per second, which initially led researchers to think that it might have been a binary star that collided. However, recent research suggests that this rotational speed may be influenced by fast-moving convective cells inside the star, contradicting initial assumptions about its rotational behavior. Despite the unusual behavior, this research suggests that Betelgeuse is unlikely to become a supernova in our lifetime. The current state of the star is more like a variable red supergiant nearing the end of its life, but by no means approaching a supernova explosion. So finally we come to the very question that concerns all of us. How would such an explosion affect our home planet? The potential impact of a nearby supernova on Earth is a subject of speculation and concern. While a supernova is not expected to pose an immediate threat to our home, the explosion of a star within a few light years could affect Earth's atmosphere and potentially impact life. For example, the flare of the very same boat GRB was so intense that it significantly affected the Earth's ionosphere, altering atmospheric conditions and disrupting radio communications. The flash released a tremendous amount of energy that interacted with the Earth's atmosphere, causing a sudden increase in ionization. This increased ionization affected the ozone layer and triggered chemical reactions that scientists are still trying to understand. The GRB also disrupted radio signals, especially those used for communication and navigation. The energy released in the explosion was so great that it even blinded several satellites. demonstrating the enormous power of these cosmic phenomena.
The actual
However, the burst itself was observed from a galaxy a whopping 2.4 billion light-years away.
So for a given size set of optics,
This event only emphasizes the need for further study of gamma-ray bursts to understand their impact on us, our planet, and the universe as a
system
whole.
to send more energy.
In addition, supernova studies also contribute to our understanding of dark matter, dark energy, and the overall structure of the universe. Type 1a supernovae, which occur in binary star systems, are crucial for measuring cosmic distances and studying the expansion of the universe. These standard candles have helped astronomers detect the accelerating expansion of the universe, which in turn has provided the background for understanding dark energy. Supernovae are a key focus of future astronomy. Their explosive nature and transformative impact continues to fascinate scientists and inspire discovery. Well, while some people are frozen in anticipation of the Betelgeuse explosion on live internet feeds, we look forward to discoveries from missions such as the Vera Rubin Observatory and the European Space Agency's Euclid telescope, which will contribute to advancing our understanding of supernovae. As we look deeper into space, these stellar explosions will undoubtedly shape our understanding of the universe and our place in it. Surely you've heard by now that black holes can be so massive that they can outshine entire galaxies. But some of them are quite mobile, so much so that they roam the Milky Way like cosmic ghosts, undetectable. Of course, you may be confused or even mesmerized by the fact that the nearest black hole to Earth is not as far away as you think. And when these cosmic giants collide, they generate frequencies as unique as fingerprints. Frequencies that may hold the key to unlocking the deepest mysteries of the universe. But did you know that these waves interact in a far more complex way than we ever imagined? Get ready for an extraordinary journey as we begin to delve into the mysteries of black holes, the truly enigmatic titans of the universe.
Stream complete. Process 21.
Black
Quarantine
holes
0.
are weavers of riddles and paradoxes. Although we're familiar with small black holes, the remnants of dying stars and supermassive ones
Naming
lurking in the
complete.
hearts of galaxies,
24
there is an
files renamed.
enigmatic class that eludes our telescopic gaze.
Album art complete.
Intermediate mass black
Fund 0
holes.
local artworks.
The Hubble Space Telescope, our eye in the sky, recently focused its attention on Messier 4, the ball cluster closest to Earth. What he discovered was nothing short of groundbreaking. A black hole with a mass about 800 times the mass of our Sun. This celestial object is somewhere between 6,000 and 7,200 light-years away from us. Why is this so important, you ask? Well, for years, astronomers
New
have
files
struggled
sorted.
with a gap in the black hole
24 placed in
genealogical
Reddit
tree.
folders.
We've had evidence of both small black holes, a few times the mass of our Sun, and supermassive black holes
Quarantine
with
0
masses in
empty
the
music
millions
folders.
or billions of solar masses. But black holes of intermediate mass turned out to be a missing link. Mysterious relatives about which everyone has heard, but no one has met. An equally interesting question is how these black holes of intermediate mass form. One theory suggests that they could be the nuclei of dwarf galaxies that lost their outer stars when they merged into larger galaxies. Another theory states that they could have formed from the collision and merger of smaller
LVC
black
JSON
holes.
generation complete with multi-row
Identifying
groups.
these elusive black holes is no easy task. It requires a symphony of scientific instruments, from X-ray observatories to precise calculations based on the motion of surrounding stars. The Hubble Space Telescope, with its unprecedented resolution, has played an important role in this discovery. The presence of a black hole affects its cosmic environment. By studying the gravitational choreography of stars orbiting this massive object, Scientists have been able to estimate its mass. It's like understanding the character of an invisible puppeteer by watching the puppets dance. The discovery of intermediate mass black holes could rewrite the cosmic narrative. They may be key players in the formation of galaxies, and may even hold clues to the mysterious dark matter that makes up most of the universe. In a cosmic world where distances are often incomprehensible, the term neighbor takes on new meaning. While our closest celestial neighbor, the Moon, is only 238,855 miles away, our nearest neighboring black hole, Gaia BH1, is thousands of light years away from Earth. But what does that proximity mean in the context of black holes? And why is this proximity important? In 2020, the European Southern Observatory, ESO, made headlines when it announced the discovery of a black hole in the HR 6819 system, located just 1,000 light years away. This would make it the closest known black hole to Earth. However, this claim was later disproved. Subsequent research by Abigail Frost of the University of Leuven in Belgium found that HR 6819 does not contain a black hole at all. Instead, it's a double star system in which one star absorbs the mass of the other, a process known as stellar vampirism. This revelation was more than just a correction. It opened up new possibilities for studying stellar evolution and interactions. After the ejection of HR 6819, the title of the closest black hole to Earth went to Gaia BH1. This black hole was discovered by the Gaia Space Observatory, a mission of the European Space Agency, ESA. The main task of Gaia is to map the Milky Way in unprecedented detail. And it was thanks to this painstaking work that Gaia BH1 was discovered. As the closest known black hole to Earth, Gaia BH1 offers a unique opportunity for scientific observations and research. Its relative proximity allows for more detailed measurements, and may help answer fundamental questions about the properties of black holes, such as mass, rotation, and behavior near their event horizons. The study of black holes like Gaia BH1 relies on several observational instruments, from X-ray observatories to radio telescopes. Each instrument represents a piece of the puzzle. The closer a black hole is, the more accurately these instruments will be able to measure its properties, offering a more complete picture of these mysterious objects. Beyond its scientific significance, the idea of a nearby black hole captivates the public imagination. It makes the cosmic more personal and provides a tangible focus for education and outreach. The story of Gaia BH1 can serve as a gateway for people to astronomy and astrophysics, enriching our collective understanding of the universe. In the cosmic theater, black holes often play the role of mysterious villains lurking in the centers of galaxies or double star systems. But what happens when a black hole is left to roam the universe alone, unconnected to any galaxy or star? What causes these black holes to become rogue? And how do astronomers even manage to find such elusive objects? Let's dive into the mysterious world of rogue black holes. The scientific community was ecstatic when astronomers announced the first ever unambiguous discovery of a wandering black hole. Located 5,000 light years away from Earth, this black hole weighs 7.1 times the mass of our Sun and moves at a staggering speed of about 28 miles per second. The key to this revolutionary discovery lies in a phenomena predicted by Einstein's general theory of relativity, known as gravitational lensing.
In 1949,
when a massive object, such as a black hole, passes in front of a background star, its intense gravitational field deflects the light of that star. This creates a brief brightening phenomenon, which is how this wandering black hole was discovered. As we know, the birth of a wandering black hole is nothing short of a dramatic event. When a massive star exhausts its nuclear fuel, its core collapses, leading to a supernova explosion. The energy released can be so enormous that it ejects the newborn black hole from its stellar cradle, sending it on an endless journey through space. And this is how our newly discovered wandering black hole likely began its cosmic odyssey. What is even more intriguing is the speed at which this wandering black hole is traveling. Its speed is about 28 miles per second, which is a very large value relative to the nearest stars. This speed is likely the result of the very impact of a dying massive star, sending it on a lonely journey. The discovery of this lone black hole is just the tip of the iceberg. In upcoming missions, such as the European Space Agency's Gaia telescope and NASA's Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, astronomers expect to find even more such space travelers. These future discoveries will not only increase the number of known rogue black holes, but also refine our theories about their properties and frequencies. Each galaxy is like a cosmic dance floor, where stars, gas, and dust swirl in a complex choreography. At the center of this dance is a supermassive black hole that sets the rhythm and tempo of the entire galaxy. Research published in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society shows that galaxies and their central black holes grow together, regardless of their location in the universe. Astronomers have long been puzzled over the relationship between the mass of a galaxy and its central black hole. The two seem to be aware of each other, even though the black hole is much smaller than the galaxy in which it resides. This relationship implies a deep cosmic connection, a kind of cosmic codependency where the growth of one affects the other. One of the most intriguing questions in astronomy is, which came first, the galaxy or its central black hole? The answer remains elusive. What is clear, however, is that a close connection was established very quickly on a cosmic scale, paving the way for a complex interplay of growth and evolution. Let's dive into the young, gas-rich galaxies, the cradle of giant black holes. These galaxies are like cosmic nurseries, teeming with the raw materials needed for star formation and black hole growth. Studies show that such galaxies, known as blue nuggets, have exceptionally high star formation rates. They are fed by nearby gas streams, which not only accelerate star formation, but also contribute to the rapid growth of their central black holes. When black holes are fed, they become active. The gas around them heats up and emits powerful waves of radiation. This heated gas is less likely to hit the black hole, creating a feedback loop that stabilizes the size of the black hole. As the galaxy grows, it can push more gas toward the center, allowing the black hole to feed and grow ahead. The relationship between galaxies and their black holes adjusts itself. If a black hole is too large for its galaxy, it grows slower, and if it's too small, it catches up due to the abundance of gas and dust in the galaxy. So some galaxies defy the norm. These blue nuggets, despite their small size, have exceptionally large central black holes. As these galaxies age, their star formation stops and they turn into red nuggets, still retaining their huge black holes. As we move further into the black hole abyss, it becomes apparent that young, gas-rich galaxies serve as the birthplace of various black hole phenomena, whether they're luminous black holes or intermediate mass, wandering black holes hurtling through space, or the nearest black holes to Earth. Their origins can often be traced back to these bright young galaxies. Understanding the cradle of these cosmic giants helps us unlock the mysteries that black holes hold. Now, let's look at something really rare. There is a situation where black holes collide. In doing so, they create a cosmic symphony of gravitational waves around them that vibrate in the very fabric of space-time. These waves, first detected by the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, in 2015 opened a new frontier in astronomy. However, recent research shows that these waves interact in complex ways as they propagate, thereby testing our understanding of gravity and the general theory of relativity. Traditionally, scientists have used linear models to describe these waves. However, a new study has revealed nonlinear effects that reveal a more complex picture. It's akin to the difference between a calm pond and a rough sea. In a calm pond or linear pond, the flow of a stone creates an isolated ripple. In a stormy sea or nonlinear, however, multiple forces interact to create complex wave patterns. When black holes collide, they emit unique frequencies or
Process 24, quarantine 0.
These sounds are like individual notes in our cosmic symphony, each telling us something about the properties of colliding black holes.
24
they offer a
files
new way
renamed.
to test the limits of the general theory of relativity, and may even provide clues to the nature of dark matter.
Album art complete.
Recent discoveries have shown that
Zero
pairs of
logo
black
artworks.
holes and dwarf galaxies are on a collision course. These dwarf galaxies attract gas that feeds their black holes, causing them to grow even before they merge. This process is a microcosm of the larger universe, where galaxies and their central black holes grow in tandem.
633.
These colliding dwarf galaxies offer a glimpse into the early universe, which was filled with similar small galaxies. Most of these eventually merged to form larger galaxies, like our Milky Way. Understanding these processes helps us
24
piece together
placed
the
in
cosmic
folders.
mystery of galaxy and black hole formation.
She possibly took a bunch of pills.
As we travel deeper into the abyss of black
Quarantine
holes,
0 empty
we
music
discover
folders.
that each type, from luminous black holes of intermediate mass to wandering black holes hurtling through space, plays a unique role in this great cosmic symphony. The next generation of gravitational wave detectors will likely deepen our understanding of these cosmic phenomena. And, of course, each discovery, from the frequencies they generate to the nature of gravity itself, undoubtedly adds a new level to our understanding of the universe. As our telescopic eyes
JSON
become
generation
sharper
complete
and
with multi-row
computational
groups.
models become more sophisticated, who knows what other cosmic mysteries these giants of the cosmos will reveal. There's an interesting mystery in our world, generated by the equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity. It's the theoretical analog of the black hole familiar to many. We call it a white hole. Imagine a region of space where, unlike an all-consuming black hole, nothing can penetrate. Instead, this cosmic anomaly defies our expectations by ejecting matter and energy, glowing
Linux voice
violently
control
on the
restarted.
dark canvas of space. In a universe governed by the concept of an arrow of time, where events flow from past to future, a white hole is a tantalizing paradox. It's like watching a space movie in reverse, where the rules of gravity and time seem to be rewritten. But are these celestial wonders just mathematical curiosities? Do they hold the key to understanding the deeper truths of our universe? Let us delve into the mysteries of white holes, exploring their theoretical underpinnings, their enigmatic characteristics, and their potential role in the great history of the universe.
They use the gross
In the early 20th century, Albert Einstein revolutionized our understanding of the universe by creating the general theory of relativity. This groundbreaking theory proposed a radical idea. Gravity is not a force pulling objects together, but rather a curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy. Imagine space-time as a fabric stretched like a cosmic trampoline. When an object of mass, such as a star or planet, lands on this fabric, it causes a dip. This curvature directs the motion of other objects, which move along curved trajectories in space-time. This is gravity, as Einstein envisioned it. Einstein's theory led to the prediction of black holes, regions in space where the gravitational pull is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape. These cosmic giants form when massive stars collapse under their gravity, distorting space-time to the extreme. Introducing Carl Schwarzschild, a brilliant physicist who, while fighting in World War I, found an interesting solution to Einstein's equations. Schwarzschild's solution described space-time around a spherical, non-rotating mass, such as a star. Schwarzschild's work laid the foundation for understanding black holes, but it also hinted at something even more mysterious. If a black hole is a region from which nothing can escape, could its polar opposite exist, a region where nothing can enter, but only leave? This led to the birth of the concept of a white hole. Just as a black hole is the end point of gravitational collapse, white hole can be thought of as a reverse black hole, a cosmic fountain ejecting matter and energy. However, unlike black holes, which have already been observed, white holes remain a theoretical concept, a tantalizing possibility in the vast cosmic mystery.
Out,
so we don't have
In the field of astrophysics, the path from mathematical abstraction to physical reality is often long and difficult. White holes are no exception. These theoretical entities arise from the complex equations of the general theory of relativity, the same mathematical structure that predicts the existence of black holes. The math of white holes is robust, but it's like a jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces. We understand on a theoretical basis. The real challenge is to relate these mathematical models to observable phenomena. Imagine a universe in which, instead of collapsing inward, a region of space-time does the opposite. It explosively ejects matter and energy. This is the essence of a white hole, a mirror image of a black hole, in which the flow of time and matter is reversed. But can these mathematical abstractions exist in our physical reality? The debate among scientists is ongoing and multifaceted. Some theorists suggest that white holes may be remnants of the early universe, exotic structures woven into the fabric of space-time itself. Others suggest they may represent the other end of a black hole, a kind of cosmic exit door from which matter and energy reappear after being swallowed up by the black hole. The novel idea of quantum gravity suggests that as a black hole evaporates over many epochs, losing mass, it may reach a point at which it can no longer sustain itself as a black hole. At that point, it may turn into a white hole, releasing the trapped contents back into the universe. However, there are serious problems with the physical existence of white holes. The laws of thermodynamics, especially the concept of entropy, presents a serious obstacle. Entropy, a measure of disorder, tends to increase in the universe. White holes, by their nature, decrease entropy, which contradicts this fundamental principle. Moreover, the stability of white holes is a controversial issue. Some theories suggest that if they did form, they'd be extremely unstable and would probably collapse almost instantaneously into black holes. In outer space, white holes represent one of the most enigmatic and paradoxical concepts. These mirror images of black holes have characteristics that challenge our traditional understanding of physics. Let us understand in more detail what is the concept of a white hole in theoretical physics.
I'd like to look at that.
At the heart of a white hole is its event horizon, a boundary not of inescapability, as it is in black holes, but of impenetrability. This event horizon marks the point where matter and energy are ejected, creating a spectacle of cosmic proportions. Unlike a black hole, which goes over everything, a white hole is the source of the expulsion, the cosmic fountain from which matter and energy arise. One of the most intriguing aspects of white holes is the concept of time reversal. In the universe, time usually flows in one direction, from the past to the future. However, white holes seem to reverse this flow. It's like watching a space movie played backwards, where the usual rules of time and space are reversed. Deepening into the nature of white holes, we face a realm of paradoxes and problems. One of the most important is the connection with the previously mentioned entropy. According to the second principle of thermodynamics, entropy, or the measure of disorder, should always increase in a closed system. However, white holes seem to ignore this law, decreasing entropy and ejecting matter in an ordered state. This apparent violation of thermodynamic laws presents a serious problem for our understanding of physical processes in the universe. How can such an object as a white hole exist if it contradicts such a fundamental principle? Another paradox lies in the concept of the arrow of time. Where the universe moves inexorably forward in time, white holes suggest a scenario in which time can flow backward, at least from a certain point of view. This concept breaks not only our understanding of time, but also the very nature of causality in the universe.
I know that there's great
Let us
organizations
summarize
out
the
there that are
characteristics
trying to
of white
help
holes,
also.
their event
So I
horizons,
think the
the
coordination
expulsion of
efforts
matter,
and,
and the concept of time
last year I know that there was
present
some
a
quotes and some other
fascinating
things that one of the
paradoxical
vendors was
picture
trying to
for
get and
theories
get, and it was
wrong
really
and looking to
frustrating, but
solve
everybody
these
works
problems.
together.
White holes
You know,
remain
at the
in
end
the
of the
realm
day,
of
I know that it's going
theoretical
to be
physics.
deeply appreciated out in the community, so thank you.
As we delve deeper into the mysteries of the cosmos, the concept of white holes invites us to rethink our understanding of the universe. These theoretical objects are not just surprising anomalies. They may have profound cosmological implications. Consider the Big Bang, the colossal explosion that marked the beginning of our universe. Some theorists suggest that this pivotal moment in cosmic history was not just a random explosion, but that the event may have been a white hole of unimaginable magnitude, an eruption of matter and energy that gave birth to the cosmos. This view offers a radical new interpretation of the origin of our universe, suggesting that white holes may play a role in cosmic genesis. Imagine a white hole not just as a theoretical construct, but as the very source of the creation of our universe. In this scenario, the Big Bang could be envisioned as a white hole of unfathomable scale, spewing out matter, energy, and space-time that subsequently evolved into the stars, galaxies, and planets we observe today. This view offers a radical rethinking of the Big Bang. Instead of an undefined singularity, we have a white hole, an entity defined by the laws of physics, albeit in a form that stretches our understanding to its limits. This white hole may have been the first spark that set the stage for subsequent cosmic evolution. If the Big Bang was indeed a white hole, it raises profound questions about the nature of our universe. What was the source of this white hole? Was it the result of a collapse of the universe from another dimension, or the result of processes beyond our current scientific understanding? This concept also changes our perception of time and causality. If the Big Bang was a white hole, it suggests the existence of a universe with a more complex timeline, in which the beginning and end of cosmic phenomena are intertwined in ways we've yet to understand. This idea of the Big Bang as a white hole organically combines with the Big Bounce theory, according to which the beginning of our universe may be the result of the collapse of the previous universe. It unites the idea of cyclical universes, suggesting that each cosmic end can give rise to a new beginning, similar to the explosive genesis of a white hole. The existence of white holes may also confirm the concept of parallel universes. If white holes can eject matter and energy, could they be a gateway to other universes? This possibility is related to the multiverse theory, which postulates the existence of multiple, possibly infinite universes, along with our own. In parallel universes, there may be different versions of physics, alternate histories, and perhaps even variations of ourselves. Another intriguing connection relates to wormholes, hypothetical tunnels in space-time. Theoretical models suggest that wormholes could link distant regions of space, and perhaps even different universes. If white holes are connected to wormholes, they could serve as cosmic portals, opening paths to remote corners of the universe, or other dimensions altogether. This connection raises tantalizing questions about the nature of space and time. Could white holes and wormholes allow travel over vast cosmic distances, or even between different universes? Looking into the future of astrophysics, we see that at the moment there's a lot of scientific research in one way or another affecting the subject of white holes. But two research papers stand out among the rest, shedding light on the mysterious nature of these cosmic objects and offering new ideas and possibilities that could revolutionize our understanding of white holes. The first paper takes us on a journey to the very edge of black
Linux
and
voice
white
control
holes,
restarted.
exploring the close connections between them and refocusing on the physics occurring near their horizons. The authors introduce the concept of horizon-penetrating coordinate systems, a revolutionary approach that allows us to distinguish between the horizons of black and white holes. They differ from standard curvature coordinates in a small near-horizon region to emphasize the distinction between black and white horizons, which depends on near-horizon physics. The study suggests that black holes may not be the cosmic dead ends we once thought. Instead, they may be in quantum superposition with white holes, creating a scenario in which observed phenomena may hint at the existence of these theoretical white counterparts. The paper also delves into the role of quantum physics in these near-horizon regions, suggesting that quantum effects may dominate, leading to significant implications for our understanding of white holes. However, the authors emphasize that there is a problem in observational astrophysics, in which there is substantial observational evidence for black holes, but relatively weak observational support for white holes. Moving on to the second paper, titled New Black-to-White Hole Solutions with Improved Geometry and Energy Conditions, we find that the focus here is on the way to convert black holes into white holes, guided by the principles of quantum gravity. This study presents models in which the effects of quantum gravity prevent the formation of singularities inside black holes, providing a smooth transition to white holes. This solves the long-standing paradox of information loss by assuming that matter can pass through a black hole and appear in a white hole. The paper also explores geodesics within these models, confirming the completeness of particle trajectories in the transition from the black hole region to the white hole region. This supports the idea of a continuous, unimpeded flow of matter, changing our understanding of these cosmic phenomena. By integrating these theoretical developments of emerging technologies, we stand on the threshold of a new era in astrophysics. The future of white hole research promises to reveal new aspects of the universe, where the boundaries between quantum mechanics and general relativity are blurring. To summarize, we can say that the future of white hole research is very bright. Who knows? Perhaps very soon, we'll be able to discover indirect evidence for the existence of these intriguing objects. There is a hidden order in the void of space, a subtle force that controls the movements of the celestial bodies with an invisible hand. Far from the chaotic randomness one might expect in the vast cosmos, there is a mysterious harmony, a set of invisible rules that dictate the paths of planets, moons, and asteroids with remarkable precision. Consider for a moment that the giants of our solar system are not just isolated spheres of rock and gas, but participants in a grand gravitational party. Every move is influenced by the forces generated by their cosmic neighbors. Among the actors are Jupiter and its moons. Behind them also lies the asteroid belt, a vast ring of debris that holds voids of mysterious origin. These voids, devoid of the rocky features typically found in the rest of the belt, hint at an unseen participant silently shaping the structure of this cosmic phenomenon. Even distant Neptune and Pluto tell a tale of complex gravitational interaction, walked in such a precise rhythm that their paths never cross. These patterns and rhythms are constantly emerging in the vastness of space, hinting at the underlying order that governs the universe. Orbital resonance is the very concept behind this behavior. What forces act on this mechanism of behavior, both simple and bewilderingly complex at the same time? Let's find out. Behind the facade of the night sky, a complex network of forces operates to dictate the movements of celestial bodies. Gravity, the fundamental force that keeps our feet on Earth, extends far beyond our planet, creating the architecture of the cosmos on a grand scale. At the center of our solar system is the Sun, a colossal furnace of nuclear energy whose gravitational pull subordinates the motions of the planets around it. This gravitational interaction is not a one-way street. each planet, in turn, exerts its own gravitational pull, creating a complex network of forces that affect their orbits. When two celestial bodies come close together, their gravitational fields interact, influencing each other as if playing a cosmic tug-of-war. This interaction can lead to subtle changes in their trajectories, an effect that's most pronounced in systems with closely rotating bodies, such as Jupiter and its Galilean moons. Consider the case of Jupiter, a giant of the solar system whose massive gravitational field holds a retinue of moons. Among them, the Galilean moons, Io, Europa, and Ganymede, exhibit a remarkable phenomenon known as mean motion resonance. This occurs when the periods of their orbits around Jupiter maintain a constant ratio, a delicate balance that prevents their trajectories from becoming chaotic, despite their close proximity. This gravitational interaction leads to a rhythmic alignment of the moons that repeats over time, ensuring their long-term stability. The forces at work do not simply pull the moons along their trajectories, but push them to positions that minimize potential disruptions to their orbits. Beyond the region of Jupiter and its moon, the gravitational interaction extends to the asteroid belt and beyond, where countless rocky bodies are influenced by the gravitational pull of nearby planets. This interaction can lead to gaps in the asteroid, regions devoid of asteroids formed by the gravity.
And Mr. Roy,
Based on the above, we can conclude that gravity acts as a weaver in the cosmos. Its threads pull and shape the trajectories of celestial bodies, creating a harmonious order out of potential chaos. This gravitational influence, a fundamental aspect of the universe, provides the basis for the interaction of planets, moons, and stars. But is it as easy to understand as it is obvious? In the gravitational embrace of Jupiter, the largest planet in our solar system, there is an amazing example of cosmic harmony, the Laplace resonance. This unique gravitational relationship involves the three previously mentioned major moons of Jupiter, Io, Europa, and Ganymede. Each of these moons, one to its world, is involved in a synchronous orbital interaction that has intrigued scientists for centuries. Laplace resonance is characterized by the exact ratio of the orbital periods of these moons. For every 4 orbits that Io completes, Europa orbits twice, and Ganymede completes 1 orbit. Due to this gravitational pattern, the moons align at regular intervals in a pattern that repeats itself every 7 Earth days. Resonance is not just a curious phenomenon. It has profound implications for the moons themselves. Gravitational interactions, especially between Io and Europa, cause significant tidal heating on Io, which promotes volcanic activity. This energy dissipation also affects Europa, potentially contributing to the maintenance of its subsurface ocean. Laplace resonance provides a clear example of how celestial bodies, through mutual gravitational influence, can establish stable and predictable patterns that persist over centuries. But the story doesn't end with satellites alone. Saturn, the jewel of our solar system, is surrounded by a series of mysterious rings. These rings are made up of countless particles of ice and rock, from a speck of dust to a mountain-sized lump. And yet, among this continuously glowing belt are gaps, vast stretches of emptiness that baffle. What had to happen for them to occur? One of these discontinuities, the Cassini separation, is evidence of the forces of orbital resonance.
Train complete.
It's not simply a lack of
Process
material,
21, quarantine 0.
created by the gravitational influence of Saturn's moon, Mimas. Mimas's role in creating this gap is a fascinating example of orbital resonance in action.
Renaming
Mimas,
complete.
although small compared to the gas
renamed.
giant around which it orbits, exerts a significant periodic gravitational influence on the particles inside the rings. This
Found
effect
0
is not
local
random.
artworks.
It occurs at specific points in the orbits of the particles, because their orbital periods are in resonance with the orbit of Mimas. For every 2 orbits that Mimas makes, the particles at the edge of the ring make 1. thus having a resonance in the ratio 2:1, which leads to repeated gravitational interactions at the same point of the particle's orbits. These repeated interactions have a cumulative effect and act like a cosmic broom, clearing the way and creating the Cassini separation. Particles
New
that
file
once occupied
sorted.
this space were either pushed
24
into
placed
new
in
orbits
Reddit folders.
or stuck together to form larger bodies, leaving behind the void that marks the boundary between Saturn's A and B
Quarantine
rings.
0 empty
This
music folder.
process is akin to nudging a seesaw at just the right moments. Each nudge adds a little more energy to the system, and in the case of the planet's rings, each gravitational push by Mars moves the particles around, clearing a path in the rings. However, the influence of Mars in orbital resonance is not limited to the Cassini separation. Similar resonances caused by Saturn's other rings shape the complex structures of the rings, creating a pattern of discontinuities and dense bands that make the planet's
LVC
rings
JSON
dynamic
generation
and
complete with
ever-changing.
multi-word groups.
Between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter lies the asteroid belt, a huge cluster of rocky remnants from the era of the formation of the solar system. However, this region is unevenly filled. There are distinct gaps known as Kirkwood gaps. These gaps are not the result of missing asteroids, but represent areas where Jupiter's gravitational influence has organized stellar clearing. Kirkwood gaps are named after Daniel Kirkwood, who observed in the 19th century that these gaps correspond to orbital resonances with Jupiter. In these resonances, the orbital period of the asteroid in the gap
Linux
will have a
voice
simple
control
ratio
restarted.
to Jupiter's orbital period, such as 1:2, 2:3, or 3:4. At such distances from the Sun, the asteroid's orbit will periodically align with Jupiter in a pattern that will be repeated at each orbit. Over time, these repeated alignments expose the asteroid to regular gravitational jolts from Jupiter, changing its orbit. When an asteroid falls into one of these resonance gaps, repeated gravitational jolts from Jupiter can increase the eccentricity of the asteroid's orbit, putting it on a more elliptical trajectory. This could cause the asteroid to move to a different orbit, leaving the resonance gap free. To visualize this phenomenon, imagine an asteroid approaching one of these resonant orbits. As it approaches, Jupiter's gravitational pull synchronizes with the asteroid's orbit. If this synchronization falls within a Kirkwood gap, the asteroid experiences repeated pulls, pulling up slightly each time it completes its orbit. Eventually, these jolts can shift the asteroid's orbit, pushing it out of the resonance gap into a less perturbed region, where Jupiter's influence is less synchronized with its orbit. In the outer part of our solar system, beyond the gas giants and the icy Kuiper Belt, lies another fascinating story of celestial harmony. Neptune, the 8th planet from the Sun, and Pluto, a dwarf planet in our system that was once considered the 9th, have a unique gravitational relationship that defies the odds of collision. This relationship is determined by the 3:2 resonance gravitational lock, which ensures that for every 3 revolutions of Neptune around the Sun, there are 2 revolutions of Pluto. This rhythmic interaction is not just a coincidence. The influence of this resonance is profound, shaping their orbital trajectory so that, despite their overlapping orbits, Neptune and Pluto never collide. Pluto's orbit, influenced by this resonance, is markedly eccentric and tilted as it winds above and below the plane of the solar system.
Stop where the apple will fall. Oh no, the
This
apple
harmonious
is falling.
arrangement emphasizes the complex laws of physics that ensure stability and order in the
Apple now.
Right now,
all these things have in common the satellites, the planets themselves, their rings, and asteroid belts. And why are only some of them affected by orbital resonance? The answer lies in the subtle interplay of celestial mechanics, where eccentricity, inclination, and gravitational forces come together. Orbital resonance is based on three key factors: eccentricity, a measure of the elongation of an orbit; inclination, the tilt of an orbit relative to a reference plane, whether concerning a star or another celestial body; and gravitational forces, which tie everything together. These elements are intertwined, determining whether a body falls into the grip of orbital resonance or avoids it. When a celestial body falls into resonance, its orbit becomes locked in a gravitational interaction with another body, usually a much larger one. This fixation can increase stability, as seen with Neptune and Pluto. However, there are simultaneous exceptions.
p25 is coming up now.
In the late 1970s, tandem computers exploded onto the scene with a remarkable product. Computers designed and built not to fail, the tandem non-stop. With their legendary reliability, tandem's computers ran in banks, market exchanges, and critical industries. In this video, the rise and fall of tandem computers. And yes, they are still around today. This video is brought to you by the Asianometry Patreon.
Route 42.
In the early 1970s, Jim Trybig was working as a marketing manager at the American technology giant Hewlett-Packard. Born in Texas, Trybig joined Hewlett-Packard after some time at Texas Instruments to help sell their new commercial mini-computer, the HP 3000. His manager was a guy named Tom Perkins. That last name sounds familiar. I wonder what venture capital firm he will found later. Anyway, at HP, Trybig, the last name appears to be of German origin in case you're wondering, competed with the commercial computing colossus IBM. It is hard to convey just how difficult that was back then, with top-to-bottom vertical integration, seemingly unlimited resources, powerful software lock-in, titanic economies of scale, a massive sales force, and sterling reputation. IBM felt unassailable. Add the fact that the early 1970s were an economically challenging time. High energy prices, inflation, and interest rates at 21%. Who can afford to develop a new computer? By 1974, mainframe pretenders like GE, NCR, RCA, and Siemens had all evacuated the dance floor. IBM was eating the computer world. Survival meant finding a niche either did not compete in or did not care to, like Digital Teamwork Deck, which built a strong position in smaller mini-computers like a VAX. The late 1960s and early 1970s changed the role of the computer in the back. Computers existed, of course, but up until then, its role in the back office was supported. Humans did manual processing during the day, and the computer handled background processes and batch jobs that run overnight or during off hours. Examples of typical tasks would be like bookkeeping of the day's transactions, consolidating customer accounts, and whatnot. However, using the computer this way led to several negative problems. Trybig, in an oral history for Stanford, recalls seeing the major implications at the Holiday Inn. Chingy and Snoop would prove. He and his team at HP, Trybig, not Chingy, had sealed a contract to sell 50 computer systems to the Holiday Inn Hotel. The hotel needed the computers to deal with a dine and dash problem, where customers would eat at the hotel breakfast and then immediately check out. Because the breakfast
In this video graphics card, we can want the driver manager to install the right drivers for the video graphics card. And to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. That's it. Here's what NVIDIA will do.
You walk into a bar in Muskego, Wisconsin. April 9th, 2025. Wednesday night. 3 men and a woman. They split up. 2 head to the slot machines. The third and the woman start a fight. Voices rising, chairs scraping. Everyone's watching the distraction. One man pulls a black device from his pocket, smaller than a deck of cards. He feeds it into the bill acceptor on the gaming machine. Credits start building. No cash inserted. The machine registers phantom dollars, 5,239 credits at Alpine Lanes, another 5,032 at the Lodge, 683 at Mugsy, over $10,000 in fake winnings across 3 locations in one night. The device cost less than $200 to build. The casino security system cost millions, and it failed. If you value documented technology and security history like this, subscribe. It's the best way to support our work. Also comment from which city you're hearing this from. This script was researched and factual, using sources from Fox 6, Milwaukee's investigative reporting published April 14th, 2025, surveillance footage obtained from the Lodge in Muskego showing the device in action, court documents filed in Waukesha County, detailing theft and computer crime charges, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection press releases documenting electromagnetic pulse jammer seizures at the Port of Milwaukee. These aren't promotional sources, these are law enforcement records, courtroom filings, and first-hand surveillance evidence showing exactly how these devices bypass multi-million-dollar security infrastructure. Now back to the information. The men are Eric Nelson and Lamar McCaskill, both from North Carolina. They hit Wisconsin bars with surgical precision, Alpine Lanes, bowling alley in Muskego, then Mugsy, then the Lodge. Surveillance cameras catch everything. One man holds the black device against the machine. The bill acceptor lights up. Credits flood the display. The manager at the Lodge, Madeline Johnson, watches it happen. Quote, so they were feeding the gadget into the bill acceptor and the machine registered as it was adding credits, end quote. The device mimics the signal pattern of legitimate currency. The machine can't tell the difference. It builds credits. The men click collect. They print the ticket. They scan it at the redemption terminal. Cash dispenses. Real money for phantom bets. They're gone before anyone realizes what happened. West Dallas police find jamming devices in Montara Goodman's rental vehicle, another North Carolina connection. 3 men total charged with felony computer crimes in Milwaukee County. Milwaukee County Circuit Court Commissioner Barry Phillips says it's a first. Quote, I don't think I've seen this charge before, but I've been educated today. End quote. The charge exists because the machines are computers. Tampering with their systems crosses federal and state computer crime statutes. Not just theft, not just fraud, computer intrusion, the same category as hacking bank systems or government networks. Goodman's bond is set at $7,500. Eric Nelson is arrested in Shorewood. Lamar McCaskill is on the run. Police link them to thefts in Kenosha County as well. A coordinated operation spanning multiple Wisconsin counties. Groups from North Carolina hitting bars and small casinos across Milwaukee County and suburban areas. West Dallas police confirm it's a pattern, not isolated incidents. A systematic exploitation of a vulnerability in gaming machine architecture that casinos assumed was secured. The circuit generates high-frequency pulses disrupting the signal between bill validator and processor. Older machines use pulse counting validators. $1 equals 1 pulse. The validator sends pulses to memory. Memory registers credits. The jammer floods the validator with artificial pulses, hundreds per second. The machine can't distinguish real from fake. Credits accumulate, no cash exchange. Customs seizes 1 February 4th, 2022, Port of Milwaukee. Shipment from Hong Kong, manifested as car adapter. Destination, most...
10-4.
New files sorted. 24 placed in wooded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
So in the Boxtown neighborhood of Memphis, Tennessee, Elon Musk has built Colossus, which is a massive data center with the primary objective of training Grok. Colossus is located right next to Memphis's water recycling facility in the Mississippi River, which is not a coincidence because it's estimated to use up to 5 million gallons of water. How would Memphis was never designed to support anything like this or a data center this big? So what does the richest person in the world do when a major city can't supply enough power to their AI system that generates edgy jokes and child abuse material? This is some 2026 trivia for you. Well, I flew a drone over the facility earlier this week so you and some regulators could see, and if you guessed methane gas turbines, congratulations. And just a few hours before recording this, the EPA confirmed that using methane turbines to power data centers is in fact illegal and violates the Clean Air Act. If you're wondering why they're illegal, it's because they emit heaping amounts of nitrogen oxide into the air, which is well known to cause cancer and death. It's quite the coincidence that the nearby community of Boxtown has drastically higher asthma rates and cancer risk that is 4 times higher than what the EPA deems acceptable. So I guess now the question is, will anybody be arrested for this, or even fined for it, or will they even be forced to stop doing it? And if not, what are you going to do about it? So in the Boxtown neighborhood,
Going to be on 44, just fire anywhere in the building we've been able to locate.
Careful.
That is a 30% increase year to date over the last administration. Violent crime against children arrests alone are 10%. Gang arrests are
Hey folks, ever since I can remember, pipes, plumbing, and the various ways that we've devised for getting a liquid or gas from here to there have really fascinated me. Essentially, I think fluid systems are cool as heck, which is why, despite being almost totally impractical at this scale, Keg Rocket is a liquid rocket.
And water's a big
These rockets
issue,
are essentially nothing more than a plumbing system contorted into a pointy shape, whose job is to make propellant go to the engine exactly when and how we want it to. So how could I pass up the opportunity to build a sleek supersonic slinger of second-hand swage lock fittings and fluidic front? This video focuses on the practical details of implementing Keg Rocket's fluid system. If you're wondering why the fluid system is such the way it is, you're going to want to check out the Keg Rocket system architecture video. Seriously, if you haven't seen that, it's going to provide a lot of context here. TLDR, these beer kegs will be filled with pressurized alcohol and oxygen, which will be allowed to flow into the engine at launch time. First, let's talk about one of the most challenging factors in Keg Rocket's design, which is the fact that we're using liquid oxygen, or LOX, as our oxidizer. LOX is the same as the oxygen gas that we breathe from the air, except it's been chilled down into a liquid. And chilled is an understatement here. LOX hangs out just a stone's throw away from absolute zero, and here common materials take on totally new mechanical properties, where sealing materials like rubber become all but useless. So not only do we need to avoid stuff that's easy to burn in the presence of oxygen, we especially need to be able to withstand the thermal extremes. In essence, things that make the world go round, like O-rings and cheap valves, just don't work for liquid oxygen. So that said, let's start with the very basics by talking about our selection of fittings for Keg Rocket, which are the backbone of its fluid system. For the liquid oxygen side, we're essentially forced to rely on fittings that use metal on metal sealing. Common selections on Keg Rocket include double ferrule compression fittings, which are nice because all you gotta do is prep and clean a tube end, and the act of tightening down this fitting nut smashes metallic sealing ferrules onto the tube. Although these can be a little expensive, they're convenient and reliable across all sorts of working conditions if installed correctly. 37-degree flare fittings, which are a staple of the aerospace and hydraulic industries. These work by smashing a pre-made cone and flare together. They're very simple and reliable, but they require specialized tooling to produce clean tube flares with large tubes or hard materials. This is why I don't use them all that often, except for where I can use pre-machined seal surfaces. These have also become popular in the aftermarket automotive scene in the form of AN fittings, which makes them very easy to obtain. Now, I'm about to say 3 dirty words that'll send a shiver down the spine of anyone apart from a residential plumber. National Pipe Taper. When you screw these fittings together, they're slightly conical thread sections wedged together to create a seal, usually with the help of a sealant or tape in between. The reason these bad boys get a bad rap is because the way you install them is a little bit non-deterministic in the sense that the amount that you tighten them changes the length and clocking of the fitting stack. This is real inconvenient when you need connections to be located in a specific place. Believe it or not though, these are very common on Keg Rocket. When installed carefully and you're mindful of their limitations, they can be incredibly reliable and you simply can't beat the price and ubiquity of these things. Who would have thought you can get high performance cryogenic fittings from the local hardware store? Our fuel alcohol is not cryogenic, and that means we can use all of the aforementioned fittings, in addition to ones that use elastomeric seals, notably O-ring boss boards. With that laid out, let's start from the bottom of the rocket, which is where the centerpiece of this whole operation hangs out, as well as a bunch of other fluid components. But first, I gotta admit something to you guys. In my mission to make the rocket as short as possible, I didn't actually leave myself enough room to fit everything in here. So, I decided something needed to be done about all the room that the thrust structure was taking up down here. That's where today's partner, JLC CNC, comes in. JLC CNC is an instant quote machining service that allows you to easily source machine parts for your projects. I've been a JLC user for a while, and their various services have enabled me to do projects that just wouldn't be possible otherwise. And yeah, I've got machine tools of my own, but sometimes it's nice to save some time or lean into designs that can only be made by computer-controlled machining. So this was the perfect opportunity to hop into CAD and create a 3D model of a much more space-optimized thrust bracket, which is facilitated by geometry that can only easily be CNC machined. So this angle and curved surface, that wouldn't be so easy to do at home. After that, I uploaded it to JLC's web portal and had my price instantly. You can customize some generation and for the extras like tolerances, finishing techniques, threaded holes, and others. Just a short while later, I've got parts on my doorstep that look incredible. I went with a gold Type 2 anodized that matches the color palette of the rocket, which was so worth it. The mechanical fit was perfect, and the brackets really cleared up some much needed space near the engine. This gives me plenty of room to fit the main propellant valves, which are large pneumatically actuated ball valves that control the flow of propellants to the engine. The valve that we call the main oxidizer valve lets LOX flow into the engine when the launch command is given. This valve is a massive, heavy, 3/4 inch industrial ball valve coupled to a really stout pneumatic rotary actuator. It's connected via a custom machined shaft and torque tube that not only keeps the freezing temperature of the valve away from the actuator, but balances the mass of the system across the airframe. This valve is not specifically rated for cryogenic service, but I chose it in particular because it has a few key features that are going to improve its performance. Firstly, a vented ball. A ball valve works by rotating a sphere with a hole in it, which lets flow through when the hole in that ball is aligned with the valve seats. However, when the valve is closed, that space between the seats becomes its own enclosed volume.
Linux voice control
liquid
stopped.
oxygen trapped in here could boil off to a very high pressure and damage or rupture the valve. That's why cryogenic ball valves always have a small hole drilled into the upstream side of the ball, which allows this volume to equalize with the rest of the system. Nextly, this valve has what's called a live loaded stem seal. To turn the valve, the ball has to be connected to a shaft, and that shaft has to be sealed to the outside world via a rotary seal. This valve uses a spring of sorts to actively keep this seal wedged against its sealing surfaces, which means that it should be much less sensitive to temperature fluctuations and wear. This valve is what's known as a 3-piece valve, which means it can be easily disassembled for thorough cleaning, which is especially important for LOX service. The body, shaft, and seat seals are made from a special fluoropolymer that's inert to oxygen and also won't become dangerously brittle at low temperatures. There's not much to say about the corresponding main fuel valve, except that it's also a pneumatically actuated ball valve, but it can be much simpler, cheaper, and lower torque since it doesn't need to deal with liquid oxygen. It's quite literally just from the local hardware store with a 3D printed actuator bracket.
Complete.
Also residing in the aft section is the oxidizer fill valve, which is an industrial cryogenic globe valve. These are relatively inexpensive for what they are, but they do take a long time to manually crank open and closed, which makes them rather unsuitable for just about anything else.
24 files renamed.
Each keg has stuff accessing the gas space or ullage at the top of each tank. First is a manifold that allows us to connect multiple components to one fitting at the top of each keg. I made both of these manifolds from aluminum bar stock, including an integral tube stub for these compression fittings. The 4-jaw lathe chuck simplifies turning square items into round ones, which is surprisingly handy for fluid fittings. I also did some offset turning to create a manifold that works with the unique space constraints of the forward airframe. So connected to these manifolds are a passive pop relief valve, which will automatically open at a specific set pressure set slightly above the tank's normal operating pressure.
New files sorted.
This is a passive safety device that prevents the tank from becoming grossly overpressurized if one of the active control systems were to fail. Next, we have pressure sensors that transmit a signal to
Quarantine
the
0
flight
empty
computer.
music folders.
The signal is then digitally transmitted to mission control, allowing us to monitor the tank pressure from a safe distance. These pressure readings also provide control feedback to the tank pressurization system, and the next two valves are essential components of it. The first is a remotely controllable valve that lets high-pressure nitrogen gas into the keg so that it can be brought up to the proper feed pressure for the engine. Both press valves are identical solenoids, specifically modified to fit best in the rocket. These have just one moving part, actuated open and shut
LVC
by a
JSON
magnetic
generation
field.
complete with
Their main
multi-rode
drawback is
grooves.
that they don't really have a high flow capacity. That's okay though, because the speed at which the tanks come up to pressure isn't all that important. Each tank is also pressurized through a one-way valve so that crosstalk between the tanks through the pressurization system is not possible. What's more challenging perhaps are the vent valves, which have different needs across each propellant system. The fuel keg is a special type of piloted solenoid valve that has a higher flow capacity than the press valve. If the press valve got stuck open for some reason, we want to make sure that the vent valve can easily keep up. The ability to dump pressure quickly in emergency is also a plus.
Linux voice control
The aux keg
restarted.
vent valve is the same valve that we used for the MOV. It can flow huge volumes through it, and this is important due to the nature of gaseous oxygen. When filling the tank, liquid oxygen will be piped in from the bottom of the tank through the fill valve. Due to the massive temperature difference between LOX and the outside world, much of that liquid oxygen is going to boil off into gaseous oxygen, expanding in volume almost 1,000 times in the process. The bigger the vent valve, the less pressure that will build in the tank as a result of this boil off.
Route 43.
The vent also siphons through a dip tube, which prevents the liquid from exceeding a certain fill height. The vent outlet is routed through a thrust cancellation T, which makes sure that the jet of gas shooting out of the tank vent doesn't knock the rocket over or snap the plumbing stack right off with its own thrust. The aux vent valve is actuated by the same pneumatic rotary actuator, this time connected by a custom butterfly linkage which still protects the actuator from the cold and is relatively compact.
But the Taliban is still alive and well.
So on that note, let's talk about cleaning.
Taliban is still somehow
Grease and oils for manufacturing and handling the parts are prime examples of stuff that will burn or maybe even detonate in the presence of oxygen. That's why every part in keg rocket's oxygen system undergoes a thorough degreasing process where each part is rinsed, mechanically scrubbed with a detergent, rinsed again with clean water, and left to dry under filtered air. It goes without saying that clean parts are always handled with clean gloves, visually inspected for debris, and stored in fresh bags until ready for use. However, the use of some grease is unavoidable. Here we use a special grease made mostly of incredibly inert GigaChad fluorine compounds that won't be bothered by the inferior oxidizer. This stuff is highly specialized and it's got the price per ounce to prove it, so consider like and subscribe, why don't ya? You'll notice that the LOX keg is mounted above the fuel keg, so we obviously need a way to get a line either through or around to the engine section. I went with the classic propellant line reach around because that's a lot easier to do without significantly modifying the fuel keg. And that brings us to a special design consideration with keg rocket. Way back in the first episode, we noticed that the kegs stretch and bulge as they come up to pressure because not only are they super thin, but they have these accordion-like ridges in the side. Combined with thermal contraction of the LOX plumbing, we have a surprisingly dynamic stack where some parts of the system are growing and other parts are shrinking at various points in time. Ultimately, this means that the plumbing needs to have some compliance, not to overstress the connections. That's why we've got this section of stainless flex line here, and why anything that's mounted directly to the airframe uses a flexible element of some sort. Keg rocket is designed to be able to launch with minimal ground support equipment. It has two fluid connections or umbilicals to the ground just prior to launch. High pressure nitrogen gas for pressurizing the tanks, and low pressure nitrogen gas for powering the pneumatic actuators on board. They're connected by three tearaway connectors which will automatically get disconnected by action of a coupling fork pulling away at liftoff. These are connected to the nitrogen supply lines, which hug the rocket as they run all the way up the side. I made these out of hardware store copper tube because it's easy to bend, and I knew it was going to take a couple of tries to get right. I want to cover all this stuff in more depth in a future episode, but every valve that can be controlled on Keg Rocket is controlled by an avionics package cooked up primarily by my friends Carl, Russell, John, and Ben. Carl's web app talks to the flight computer, which commands the valves on the rocket. This allowed us to perform initial leak checks on the system by pressurizing it with nitrogen and applying a special foam solution to the connections, which will bubble if gas is escaping. Absolutely, to my surprise, we only found one tiny leak on the whole rocket, which was easy to fix. When you consider all the tricky routing, various fitting types, and even just the fact that I assembled it all, it's an incredible feat. I should stress here that testing with pressurized gas can be dangerous, which is why we've kept well below the actual factory-rated operating pressure of the kegs themselves. Of course, things will be different at flight pressure and temperatures, but this is a pretty dang good start, and I'm optimistic about a static fire attempt in the very near future. Now let's talk about updates. In the last video, I mentioned I moved down to Southern California, and that's been a great excuse to get distracted with trips out to FAR. Most notably, I launched my 54mm liquid rocket motor that I mentioned in the last video by putting it in my upscale Goblin. This is the same exact plywood and cardboard rocket that I flew my TRA L1 and L2 high-power rocket certifications on, and is now the vessel of my very first personal liquid rocket flight. I think that's really cool and a perfect demonstration of a concept it promotes of being able to easily retrofit a solid rocket for liquid power. I also had the chance to go help Joe Barnard mix up his giant rocket motor for his recent static fire, which was a super fun experience. Joe's every bit as cool in real life as he seems online. Right now, Keg Rocket is starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel for what this guy succinctly referred to as the bracket phase, where all the key aspects of a project are laid out, and now the endless, grueling detail of how to implement them is upon you. In my opinion, this is where the apparent quality, thought, and care that goes into a project truly manifests. Keg Rocket is of course sort of a janky concept, but I hope the benevolent irony of combining that with some really detailed and thoughtful implementation isn't lost on our viewers. Keg Rocket will be on display again at the 2026 Liquid Propulsion Symposium, and keep an eye out for an appearance on Senka Sen's Just Gonna Send It podcast soon. We also got featured in this really inspiring Senka Send ad spot, which was an honor to be a part of. I want to thank JLC for being a sponsor on this video, as well as Amiga Launch and our friends in the description. I hope that next time you see me, this rocket will have made some thrust on its own, but as always, I appreciate you following along for the journey. I'm Ryan, this is Project Keg Rocket,
publicly by
and thanks for watching.
Mysterious hacker crew. It's like he was doxxed by them. And the tweet didn't just stop there. It went on to say how the shadow brokers know about some top secret weird missions, and I'm going to assume classified things that Jake was involved in while at Tau. The shadow brokers' tweets started, or their messages were saying things like connecting you to things like Odd Job, CCI, Windows Bits Persistence, and the Q group,
in which objects will be ejected from their trajectories, cutting gaps in regions such as the asteroid belt. The role of eccentricity and tilt in this process cannot be underestimated. A small increase in eccentricity, for example, can dramatically change the gravitational interaction of a body, bringing it into or out of resonance. Similarly, inclination can tilt an orbit so that it interacts with the gravitational influence of another body, just the right point to enter resonance. This complex balance of forces makes orbital resonance a selective phenomenon, affecting only those bodies that meet the precise conditions necessary to synchronize with the rhythm of their larger neighbors. It's a constant commodity that rises in a stable orbit or
is entitled. In the appearance settings, for example, I can change the size of the window hint if I want it larger.
Looking beyond our solar system, we discover how the action of orbital resonance plays out on a grand cosmic stage, determining the fate of exoplanetary systems across the universe. These distant systems, with their unique clusters of planets, offer a fascinating glimpse into the complex design of the celestial mechanics that govern them. Observations of these distant worlds have revealed cases where the planets keep pace with each other, their orbital periods maintaining an exact relationship. One striking example is the TRAPPIST-1 system, where several Earth-sized planets are locked in a complex chain of resonances. Such configurations raise intriguing questions about the formation and evolution of planetary systems, challenging and refining our theories. Meanwhile, the major planets of the solar system themselves do not show a clear pattern of orbital resonance with each other.
21.
Their orbital periods
0.
don't have a simple integer ratio that would indicate resonance.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
12.5. Running 6.6. Received.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
While there are close resonances, such as the 5-2 resonance between Jupiter and Saturn, they're not as precise or stable as resonances between some moons, or in more dynamically bound systems such as Pluto and Neptune. The implications of these observations go far beyond simply cataloging celestial phenomena. They provide insight into the processes governing planet formation
LVC-JSON generation complete with multi-row groups.
A key role in the assembly of planetary systems from protoplanetary disks orbiting young stars. As we continue to observe and study such phenomena, each new study peels away another layer, revealing the intricate plan of the universe, bringing us closer to unraveling the fundamental principles that govern celestial motion and illuminating the very essence.
The crater counting techniques developed from our exploration of the Moon allow us to place our observations of Mars today in historical context. They allow us to construct an absolute timeline.
Linux voice control
if we see evidence
started.
that water once flowed across a surface or cooled within a crater, and we can date the area using crater counting, then we can estimate when the water flowed and when it disappeared. As we've discussed, Curiosity is exploring Gale and painting a vivid picture of what happened there. Crater counting allows for an estimate of when, independent from the rover's ground-based measurements. A recent analysis using images from orbit taken by MRO found 375 craters ranging in size from 88 meters to 23 kilometers inside Gale crater, implying an age of 3.61 billion years, with an uncertainty of around 60 million years. This places the formation of the crater and the geological events that played out inside it during the late Noachian, early Hesperian, and this time frame is consistent with observations of the presence of water at many other sites of a similar age. Consistency over a wide range of independent observations is extremely important in science. One site or set of observations alone may be tantalizing, but rarely compelling. Multiple independent observations reduce the uncertainty and give scientists more confidence in their understanding. When our goal is to understand the sequence of events on an ancient landscape far away that no human has ever visited, caution and consistency are both vital commodities. Since we have only one active rover at present, and landings are by their nature rare and confined to limited geographical regions, orbital observations of much wider areas of the planet are a vital tool. MRO's high-rise camera has provided some of the most beautiful and detailed high-resolution photographs in the history of space exploration, covering over 99% of the Martian surface. Features as small as a meter wide can be seen in these images, and the camera can also operate in the infrared, allowing for the identification of different minerals at the surface. There are many beautiful photographs in the MRO library that reveal evidence of persistent lakes and river systems, particularly across the Noachian terrain in the southern highlands. Sites such as the Jezero crater clearly show meandering river channels draining into deltas. Some images, constructed using both visible light and data from the spacecraft spectrometer, reveal well-defined river channels flowing out of the crater, and the presence of carbonates and clays that form where there is persistent liquid water. For these reasons, the Jezero crater is one of the 3 prime targets for NASA's Mars 2020 rover. Some of the more recent finds are associated with the Arabia Terra region, which sits between the Noachian southern highlands and the great lowlands of the north, where water could have flowed towards a possible northern ocean. Researchers from University College London and the Open University studied an area of Arabia Terra equivalent to the size of Brazil, using high-resolution imagery from MRO. The study mapped a network of over 17,000 kilometers of ancient river channels, not the usual excavated dry river barriers, but rather a network of inverted channels, raised lines of sand and gravel laid down on the riverbeds that persisted while the land around them eroded away long after the rivers dried. Similar to ghost rivers are seen in desert environments on Earth, in Utah, Oman, and Egypt, where erosion rates are slow. The identification of the ghost rivers allows for Arabia Terra to be identified as a fossilized floodplain, somewhat like the lower sections of the river Ganges on Earth, the lowland interface between mountain rivers and the sea. This is an important discovery because it feeds into a long-standing and still unresolved scientific debate about the nature of the Noachian climate. Nobody disputes that rivers once flowed on Mars, or that many impact craters were once home to lakes. The key question is one of longevity. Was Mars warm and wet for long periods of time, or was it for the most part a frozen planet on which water occasionally melted, perhaps triggered by sporadic volcanic activity or shifts in the planet's orbit? The tension arises because climate modelers find it very difficult to simulate an ancient Martian atmosphere thick enough to deliver a stable climate over hundreds of millions of years that would have been lost at a sufficiently fast rate to produce the Mars we see today. In a recent review, for example, Robin Wordsworth concludes, "The weight of geochemical and geomorphological evidence points towards a late Noachian hydrological cycle that was intermittent, not permanently active, and the latest state-of-the-art Martian climate simulations suggest a water-limited early Mars with episodic melting episodes may be a suitable paradigm for much of the later Noachian and early Hesperian climate." Before the recent analysis of the Mars Global Surveyor data, it was thought that there was a relative absence of river channels on Arabia Terra, and this was interpreted as support for a frozen, episodically wet Mars. Ice may have been concentrated in the southern highlands, and so lower elevations like Arabia Terra may have been generally more arid and therefore devoid of river channels. This appears not to be the case. Arabia Terra was once very wet indeed. This debate has no consensus resolution at the time of writing, which reminds us of important points about both our knowledge of Mars and science in general. We are describing and attempting to understand and contextualize events that happened over 3.5 billion years ago, at or around the time that life on Earth began. That is an immense span of time, during which orbital parameters have changed, solar output has varied, and innumerable impact events have cratered the planets. Tracing the evolution of an atmosphere backwards through time from today's measurements anchored by geological and geochemical evidence from a few landing sites and orbital imagery, is extremely difficult. Suffice to say, there remains an unresolved tension between Mars's small size and large distance from the Sun, and the clear evidence of an ancient water cycle, episodic or persistent. As Wordsworth writes in the introduction to his review, the nature of the early Martian climate is one of the major unanswered questions of planetary science. The complexity and apparent intractability of the mystery is reason enough for many scientists to study Mars. The character of the scientist requires not only comfort with, but attraction to the unknown, an acceptance of and delight in the complexity of nature. There is no simple story of any planet. They are each too big and too old and subject to too many variables. We might reflect on what that means for our own existence, as individuals and as a species. The specific fact of our existence is inextricably linked with the evolution of our planet through an incomprehensible web of cause and effect stretching back via major and minor events, many beyond Earth itself,
Each of these includes
by the
a different investment environment
evolution
and isn't outgoing cinnamon, which is the most popular.
This connects us with every living thing that
Another twist also for those who
back
want
to the origin of life almost 4 billion years ago, and the origin of our planet half a billion years before that, and the origin of the solar system and the law of nature, who knows when,
includes different layouts
during the Big Bang,
appearance,
perhaps
which try to mimic the look and feel of different versions.
There's a lot we can't know. The search for certainty is a fool's errand, and the lesson is to find delight in not knowing, while simultaneously committing to extending the domain of the known. That's the key to science, the key to happiness, and the only reasonable response to the existential challenge of existence, because it is the truth. If you don't like that, comfort yourself with the fact that the domain of the knowable is vast, possibly infinite, and perhaps paradoxically, the knowable things about Mars may exceed those about Earth. Because Mars has been in deep geological freeze for much of its life, it is easier to research the deep past than it is on Earth. And that deep past may include the origin of life.
Process 21.
Traces of the geochemical alchemy that led to the emergence of self-replicating, information-carrying carbon molecules on Earth 4 billion years ago weathered away long ago,
21 files
although clues may be found in the common structures and chemistry of living things today. On Mars, however, geochemistry was frozen and archived in regions such as Arabia Terra. If, therefore, life began or even still exists subsurface on Mars, such a discovery may deliver insight into our own origins that would simply not be possible by studying the weathered, ever-changing ecosystem of Earth. This may be the gift of unknowable Mars, which is less unknowable than Earth. The Eridania region of the Southern Highlands may provide the most compelling evidence yet of a warm, wet, early Mars, with conditions not dissimilar to Earth at the time when life began. The analysis we describe below is a beautiful example of how the suite of science instruments aboard multiple spacecraft in orbit around Mars can be combined with our knowledge of cratering rates on the Moon to characterize an environment and trace its history back through deep time. It is also a beautiful example of the interconnected nature of science and the value of exploration. We've already met the elevation maps from the Molar aboard the Mars Global Surveyor. This topological data, in concert with visual data from MRO revealing the location of valley networks, suggests that the Eridania Basin was once a giant lake, possibly the largest ever to exist on Mars, 1.5 kilometers deep in places, and containing 3 times more water by volume than the Caspian Sea on Earth. We know the terrain is late Noachian, around 3.7 billion years old, from crater counting. The Chrism spectrometer on board MRO reveals the mineralogical composition of different areas of the Eridania Basin, and this can be used in conjunction with the topological and visual data to build a 3-dimensional picture of the landscape and its chemical composition. In In the deepest areas of the Eridania Basin, magnesium and iron-rich clay minerals are common, laid down as sheets of saponite, talc, serpentine, and so-called topped clays. These are characteristic of seafloor environments on Earth. Materials known as iron-rich phyllosilicates are also seen, which are again characteristic of terrestrial seafloor deposits. The mineral jarosite is detected, suggestive of the chemical weathering of sulfide deposits. There are many different carbonate signatures containing iron, manganese, magnesium, and calcium. Higher up the basin walls, chlorides are found, which are indicative of evaporation in shallower water. The most likely explanation for the origin of the deep clay, carbonate, and sulfide deposits, it's argued, is volcanic activity on the floor of a deep lake, because very similar deposits are seen at hydrothermal sites on Earth. The iron minerals detected are similar to those formed in the iron-rich early oceans of Earth, prior to the release of large amounts of oxygen into our atmosphere by photosynthesis. All this beautiful, topological, visual, geophysical, and geochemical data can be combined to produce a picture of what was happening in the Eridania Basin around 3.7 billion years ago. The geochemistry of the low-lying regions is indicative of a deep-sea, volcanically active hydrothermal environment, with the salt-rich deposits at higher elevations suggestive of slow evaporation in shallower waters. The basin contained an iron and mineral-rich ocean, energized by active volcanism deep below the waves. A cauldron of complex geochemistry, stirred by the constant flow of energy from the inner planet. This is a striking conclusion because at the same time, a few hundred million kilometers across the solar system on Earth, many biologists believe that life began in similar deep-sea volcanic environments. The theory that life on Earth began in hydrothermal vent systems is mainstream, although not universally accepted by any means. The idea is partly based on the observation that all living organisms on Earth today share a chemistry associated with the establishment of gradients in the concentration of protons across membranes, known as proton gradients are also characteristic of the geochemistry of alkaline hydrothermal vent systems in acid oceans, which were common on the young Earth and perhaps the young Mars. An analysis published in 2017 claims to have detected evidence of biological activity in rocks laid down by hydrothermal activity at least 3.77 billion years ago in the Nouveau-Guitouk crustal belt in Quebec, near the Greenland Ishua rocks. The evidence comes from tube-like coils of the iron oxide mineral hematite, similar in size and form to structures laid down by iron-oxidizing bacteria in hydrothermal environments today. It's possible that the rocks at Nouveau-Guitouk are much older. A radiometric date using the samarium neodymium decay process suggests an age of 4.28 billion years, which would make them by far the oldest rocks on Earth and an astonishingly early date for biological activity. These findings are controversial, in part because of the difficulty of understanding how Earth's active geology has modified the samples over such vast timescales. This is where Mars may have an advantage over Earth in helping us to understand the processes by which the chemistry of a planet became the chemistry of life. The environment at Eridania is far better preserved than that at Nouveau-Guitouk. It has been in sterile, almost deep freeze conditions for over 3 billion years, the ultimate laboratory for studying the origin of life, if indeed life began on Mars. The story of the Eridania Basin and the possible scientific promise it holds was pieced together by using the results from different instruments on different spacecraft over many years, spanning several scientific disciplines: geology, chemistry, spectroscopy, laser altitude ranging, and photography. The estimate of the age of the surface required the Apollo lunar rock samples from 50 years ago, and radiometric dating techniques which required an understanding of nuclear physics. The estimate of the age of the surface requires a model of the entire solar system in order to interpret the measured crater density, which illustrates another important idea. The solar system is a system. No planet is an island, no planet can be understood in isolation, just as the structure of any one living thing on Earth cannot be understood in isolation. Organisms are a product of evolution by natural selection, the interaction of the expression of genetic mutations and mixing with other organisms in the ecosystem and the wider environment. The planets formed in a chaotic maelstrom from motions as random as the impact of a cosmic ray on a strand of primordial DNA. And whatever worlds emerged from the chaos have had their histories shaped profoundly by their mutual interactions throughout their evolution. The late heavy bombardment is a beautiful example. If indeed we discover that life began in the Eridanian basin, what a magnificent illustration of the unity of knowledge that would be. Understanding developed over centuries, the life's work of thousands of explorers, field geologists, chemists, biologists, astronomers, engineers, distilled into the discovery of a second Genesis. But more than that, because of the pristine nature of the ancient environments on Mars, such a discovery would deliver an insight into our own origins that may not be available to us here on Earth. Mars is a time capsule containing the frozen chemistry of an ancient world similar to the Earth when life began. But while Earth's deep past has been largely erased by 4 billion years of geology and the action of a complex global living ecosystem which has transformed the planet and its atmosphere beyond all recognition, Mars is a fossil from the deep past. This raises the wonderful possibility that another world, albeit an integral part of our system, may be the key to decoding the mystery of the origin of life here, the reason we exist. It's almost as if we have to leave the cradle in order to truly understand it. Around 3.5 billion years ago, change was underway on Mars. The warmer, wetter episodes that characterized the planet for millions of years during the Noachian became less frequent, and the climate drifted, imperceptibly at first, towards the colder, arid state we recognize today. The water that flowed freely over the surface during the Noachian became locked away in giant reservoirs of ice. Lakes turned solid, and rivers ran dry. The planet wasn't dying, far from it. The fireworks of the late heavy bombardment had faded, but rumbles from the deep maintained the violence. The shield volcanoes of Tharsis, including the mighty Olympus Mons, continued to build even as global temperatures plummeted, and subsurface lava flows occasionally melted the reservoirs of ice, leading to catastrophic floods that challenged the imagination in their scale and violence. The age of Noah became the Hesperian, the age of floods, or rather less portentously and more accurately, the age of occasional floods. The Hesperian period is named after the Hesperia Planum, a giant lava field to the northeast of the Hellas Basin in the southern highlands. The plain was resurfaced partly by the volcano at its center, Tyrrhenus Mons, and spans almost 2 million square kilometers. First photographed by Mariner 9 in 1972, it's a relatively flat landscape with few visible rock formations. The most prominent surface features are the craters that allow us to date it. Tyrrhenus Mons is a very different volcano to Olympus Mons and the giants of Tharsis. It's much more ancient, fully formed not long after the Hellas impact 4 billion years ago, and it erupted through water or frozen ground, a process that produces large amounts of ash rather than lava, what geologists call a pyroclastic eruption. As a result of its age and composition, Tyrrhenus was more prone to erosion than the giants of Tharsis, and today it stands only 1.8 kilometers above Hesperian Plain. The Hesperian period was coincident with increased volcanic activity, particularly at Tharsis. But there's not necessarily a causal link between volcanic activity and the transition from the Noachian to the Hesperian. What is clear is that volcanism became the dominant geological force on Mars as the long-lived water cycles waned and cratering rates declined after the late heavy bombardment around 3.5 billion years ago. This is seen in both surface features and mineralogy. Hesperian surfaces are richer in sulfates rather than the clays and carbonates of the Noachian. Sulfates form in the more acidic atmospheric conditions created by the release of sulfur dioxide from volcanoes. While volcanic activity was the dominant force sculpting the smoother Hesperian landscapes, there are spectacular and notable exceptions where water reasserted its dominance, if only for a moment. Ekos Chasma is an unremarkable valley today. Images taken by MRO reveal a deep, steep-sided depression lying to the north of the Marana Valley. At 100 kilometers long, 10 kilometers wide, and between 1 and 4 kilometers deep, it would be impressive on Earth, but is dwarfed by the magnificent neighboring valley system. 3.5 billion years ago, on frozen Hesperian Mars, however, things were different. High above, on the Tharsis Rise, lava surged upwards through the crust and met great reservoirs of ancient ice, releasing vast amounts of water that raged down from the southern highlands. The meltwater was funneled towards Ekos Chasma, where it created one of the briefest and yet most spectacular wonders of the solar system. The waters from the highlands came tumbling over the cliffs, roaring 4 kilometers down into the valley below, over the largest known waterfall in the history of the solar system. Around 350,000 cubic kilometers of water cascaded through the valley, the equivalent of a cube 70 by 70 by 70 kilometers, in less than 2 weeks. This being Hesperian Mars, the atmosphere was not substantial enough for the liquid to persist on the surface, and the water disappeared as quickly as it came, leaving scant evidence of the great falls etched into the canyon walls. Ekos Chasma was unique in scale, but the cycle of volcanic eruption followed by fleeting catastrophic floods was repeated in many locations across the planet throughout the Hesperian. However, in the thinning atmosphere, the presence of liquid water was probably always fleeting, increasingly so as time passed. Hesperian became Amazonian around 3 billion years ago, plus or minus 500 million years or so. When a Mars expert is asked the question, when did the Amazonian begin, they will usually say, depends who you ask. But certainly by 2 billion years ago, long before there was complex multicellular life on Earth, Mars was pretty much indistinguishable from the planet we see today. The red planet didn't die entirely. Volcanic eruptions persisted and have occurred in the very recent past at Tharsis. There may yet be eruptions in the future. But we do know that Mars changed from a world that supported liquid water on the surface under a thick atmosphere via a period dominated by intense volcanic activity and episodic floods into a hyper-arid frozen planet with a tenuous atmosphere, more befitting its small size and place in the solar system. This drama played out very roughly during the first 1.5 billion years of its life. The challenge is to understand why. Losing atmosphere. The climate of a rocky planet is a complex dynamic system shaped by myriad interactions, feedbacks, and instabilities, and inevitably changes over geological timescales. The thin envelope of atmospheric gases can be affected dramatically by volcanic and tectonic activity and impacts from space, and on longer timescales by shifts in orbit and tilt, and changes in solar output. Earth seems to be a remarkable exception. The most dramatic atmospheric change over the last 3 billion years has been the gentle introduction of oxygen by photosynthesis. Mars today has a thin atmosphere composed primarily of carbon dioxide. We know this atmosphere must have been significantly thicker in the past, quite possibly at an even higher pressure than that of modern-day Earth, because there was once liquid water on the surface. Mars must therefore have lost most of its original atmosphere, and it's important to understand where it went and why. The ancient atmospheric carbon dioxide molecules could have frozen out onto the surface in the polar ice caps, become locked away in the subsurface as carbonate minerals, or they could have been lost to space, or some combination of all three. To measure the composition of the Martian atmosphere today and understand how it evolved over time, a dedicated mission arrived in orbit in September 2014. MAVEN, the Mars Atmosphere and Volatile Evolution mission, has no high-definition cameras and provides no dramatic photographs of the surface, because the questions MAVEN was designed to answer are about the invisible envelope of gases surrounding the planet. If curiosity is the extension of our hands and MRO our eyes, MAVEN is our nose, sniffing the air for clues to the past. The spacecraft operates in a highly elliptical orbit, bringing it as close as 150 kilometers above the surface and out beyond 6,000 kilometers. This eccentric path means that on every orbit, MAVEN experiences a wide profile of the Martian upper atmosphere, allowing it to build a three-dimensional picture of the gases that still remain and how their distribution changes with altitude and time. MAVEN's measurements show that Mars is losing atmospheric gases today at a rate of about 2 kilograms a second. The question is, how is the atmosphere being lost and where is it going? The MAVEN team carried out an ingenious analysis based on observations of the concentrations of two different isotopes of the noble gas argon, argon-36 and argon-38. Argon-38 is chemically identical to argon-36, but it's heavier because it has two additional neutrons inside its nucleus. The ratio of argon-38 to argon-36 is sensitive to the rate at which the atmosphere is being lost to space through a process known as sputtering. High-speed, electrically charged particles from the solar wind hit atoms in the upper atmosphere and literally knock them out into space. Because argon-36 is lighter than argon-38, the relative abundance of argon-36 in the upper atmosphere is enhanced. In technical terminology, argon-36 has a larger scale height than argon-38. This means that argon-36 is preferentially lost to space through sputtering, and the ratio of argon-38 to argon-36 increases. Since there's no other way that argon can be removed from the atmosphere, it doesn't react with anything, and it doesn't freeze at anywhere near the temperature seen on Mars. The argon measurements provide a very clean indication of the way the Martian atmosphere is affected by the solar wind. By using measurements from MAVEN at different altitudes during its elliptical orbit, and surface measurements of the argon isotope ratio from Curiosity, this beautifully elegant experiment enabled the team to determine that 66% of the argon in the Martian atmosphere has been lost over the planet's 4.5 billion year lifetime. Once this rate of argon loss has been determined, the rate of other atmospheric components can be calculated. The published results concluded: the evidence from MAVEN observations suggests that a large fraction of the Martian volatile inventory has been removed to space, and that loss to space has been an important process in the evolution of the Martian atmosphere through time. In particular, a large fraction of the dominant component of the Martian atmosphere, the powerful greenhouse gas carbon dioxide, has been lost to space through the interaction with the solar wind, with a smaller fraction being locked away in subsurface carbonate deposits, and an even smaller fraction stored as frozen carbon dioxide in the polar ice caps. These changes, the authors conclude, appear to be large enough to account for the change in the Martian climate inferred from the planet's geomorphology. Without defining levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere to keep in warmth and protect its lakes and oceans, Mars was destined to become a frozen desert world. But why has Earth not suffered the same fate? We are, after all, closer to the Sun, and bathed in a more violent solar wind. Why has our atmosphere survived the solar onslaught for several billion years, after the Martian atmosphere was stripped away?
Nicholas Copernicus was born in the Polish city of Torun in 1473 and benefited from a superb education after being enrolled at the University of Krakow at 18 by his influential uncle, the Bishop of Warmia. In 1496, intending to follow in the footsteps of his uncle, Copernicus moved to Bologna to study canon law, where he lodged with an astronomy professor, Domenico Maria de Novara, who had a reputation for questioning the classical works of the ancient Greeks, and in particular their widely accepted cosmology. The classical view of the universe was based on Aristotle's not unreasonable assertion that the Earth is at the centre of all things and that everything moves around it. This feels right, because we don't perceive ourselves to be in motion, and the sun, moon, planets and stars appear to sweep across the sky around us. However, a little careful observation reveals that the situation is in fact more complicated than this. In particular, the planets perform little loops in the sky at certain times of year, reversing their track across the background stars before continuing along their paths through the constellations of the zodiac. This observational fact, which is known as retrograde motion, occurs because we are viewing the planets from a moving vantage point, the Earth, in orbit around the Sun. This is by far the simplest explanation for the evidence, although it is possible to construct a system capable of predicting the positions of the planets months or years ahead and maintain Earth's unique stationary position at the centre of all things. Such an Earth-centred model was developed by Ptolemy in the 2nd century and published in his most famous work, Almagest. The details are extremely complicated and aren't worth describing in detail here because the central idea is totally wrong and we won't learn anything.
Complete.
The sheer contrived complexity of an Earth-centred description of planetary motions can be seen in Ptolemy's model, which shows the apparent motions of the planets against the stars as viewed from Earth. This tangled Ptolemaic system of Earth-centred circular motions, replete with the arcane terminology of epicycles, deferents and equant, was used successfully by astrologers for thousands of years to predict where the planets would be against the constellations of the zodiac, presumably allowing them to write their horoscopes and mislead the gullible citizens of the ancient world. And if all you care about are the predictions themselves, and your philosophical prejudice and common sense feeling of stillness require the Earth to be at the centre, then everything is fine. And so it remained until Copernicus became sufficiently offended by the sheer ugliness of the Ptolemaic model to do something about it. Copernicus's precise objections to Ptolemy are not known, but sometime around 1510 he wrote an unpublished manuscript called the Commentariolus, in which he expressed his dissatisfaction with the model. I often considered whether there could perhaps be found a more reasonable arrangement of circles, from which every apparent irregularity would be derived, while everything in itself would move uniformly, as is required by the rule of perfect motion. The Commentariolus contained a list of radical and mostly correct assertions. Copernicus wrote that the moon revolves around the Earth, the planets rotate around the Sun, and the distance from the Earth to the Sun is an insignificant fraction of the distance to the stars. He was the first to suggest that the Earth rotates on its axis, and that this rotation is responsible for the daily motion of the Sun and stars across the sky. He also understood that the retrograde motion of the planets is due to the motion of the Earth and not the planets themselves. Copernicus always intended Commentariolus to be the introduction to a much larger work, and included little, if any, detail about how he had come upon such a radical departure from classical ideas. The full justification for and description of his new cosmology took him a further 20 years, but by 1539 he had finished most of his 6-volume De Revolutionibus, although the completed books were not published until 1543. They contained the mathematical elaborations of his heliocentric model, an analysis of the precession of the equinoxes, the orbit of the moon, and a catalogue of the stars, and are rightly regarded as foundational works in the development of modern science. They were widely read in universities across Europe and admired for the accuracy of the astronomical predictions contained within. It's interesting to note, however, that the intellectual turmoil caused by our relegation from the centre of all things still coloured the view of many of the great scientific names of the age. Tycho Brahe, the greatest astronomical observer before the invention of the telescope, referred to Copernicus as a second Ptolemy, which was meant as a compliment, but didn't accept the sun-centred solar system model in its entirety, partly because he perceived it to be in contradiction with the Bible, but partly because it does seem obvious that the Earth is at rest. This is not a trivial objection to a Copernican solar system, and a truly modern understanding of precisely what at rest and moving mean requires Einstein's theories of relativity, which we'll get to later. Even Copernicus himself was clear that the sun still rested at the center of the universe. But as the 17th century wore on, precision observations greatly improved due to the invention of the telescope and an increasingly mature application of mathematics to describe the data, and led a host of astronomers and mathematicians, including Johannes Kepler, Galileo, and ultimately Isaac Newton, towards an understanding of the workings of the solar system. This theory is good enough even today to send space probes to the outer planets with absolute precision. At first sight, it's difficult to understand why Ptolemy's contrived mess lasted so long, but there is a modern bias to this statement that is revealing. Today, a scientifically literate person assumes that there is a real, predictable universe beyond Earth that operates according to laws of nature, the same laws that objects obey here on Earth. This idea, which is correct, only emerged fully formed with the work of Isaac Newton in the 1680s, over a century after Copernicus. Ancient astronomers were interested primarily in predictions, and although the nature of physical reality was debated, the central scientific idea of universal laws of physics had simply not been discovered. Ptolemy created a model that makes predictions that agree with observation to a reasonable level of accuracy, and that was good enough for most people. There had been notable dissenting voices, of course. The history of ideas is never linear. Epicurus, writing around 300 BCE, proposed an eternal cosmos populated by an infinity of worlds, and around the same time Aristarchus proposed a sun-centered universe about which the Earth and planets orbit. There was also a strong tradition of classic orthodoxy in the Islamic world in the 10th and 11th centuries. The astronomer and mathematician Ibn al-Haytham pointed out that whilst Ptolemy's model had predictive power, the motions of the planets represent an arrangement that is impossible to exist. The end of the revolution started by Copernicus around 1510, and the beginning of modern mathematical physics can be dated to the 5th of July 1687, when Isaac Newton published the Principia. He demonstrated that the Earth-centered Ptolemaic jumble can be replaced by a sun-centered solar system, and the law of universal gravitation, which applies to all objects in the universe and can be expressed in a single mathematical equation. F equals G times m1 m2 over r squared. The equation says that the gravitational force between two objects, a planet and a star, say, of masses m1 and m2, can be calculated by multiplying the masses together, dividing by the square of the distance r between them, and multiplying by g, which encodes the strength of the gravitational force itself. G, which is known as Newton's constant, is, as far as we know, a fundamental property of our universe. It is a single number which is the same everywhere and has remained so for all time. Henry Cavendish first measured G in a famous experiment in 1798, in which he managed, indirectly, to measure the gravitational force between lead balls of known mass using a torsion balance. This is yet another example of the central idea of modern physics. Lead balls obey the same laws of nature as stars and planets. For the record, the current best measurement of G is 6.67 times 10 to the minus 11 Newton-meter squared per kilogram squared, which tells you that the gravitational force between two balls of mass 1 kilogram each 1 meter apart is just less than 10,000 millionths of a Newton. Gravity is a very weak force indeed, and this is why its strength was not measured until 71 years after Newton's death. This is a quite brilliant simplification, and perhaps more importantly, the pivotal discovery of the deep relationship between mathematics and nature which underpins the success of science, described so eloquently by the philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell. Mathematics, rightly viewed, possesses not only truth, but supreme beauty, a beauty cold and austere like that of sculpture, without appeal to any part of our weaker nature, without the gorgeous trappings of painting or music, yet sublimely pure, and capable of a stern perfection such as only the greatest art can show. The true spirit of delight, the exaltation, the sense of being more than man, which is the touchstone of the highest excellence, is to be found in mathematics as surely as in poetry. Nowhere is this sentiment made more clearly manifest than in Newton's law of gravitation. Given the position and velocity of the planets at a single moment, the geometry of the solar system at any time millions of years into the future can be calculated. Compare that economy. You could write all the necessary information on the back of an envelope, with Ptolemy's whirling offset epicycles. Physicists greatly prize such economy. If a large array of complex phenomena can be described by a simple law or equation, this usually implies that we're on the right track. The quest for elegance and economy in the description of nature guides theoretical physicists to this day, and will form a central part of our story as we trace the development of modern cosmology. Seen in this light, Copernicus assumes even greater historical importance. Not only did he catalyze the destruction of the Earth-centered cosmos, but he inspired Brahe, Kepler, Galileo, Newton, and many others towards the development of modern mathematical physics, which is not only remarkably successful in its description of the universe, but was also necessary for the emergence of our modern technological civilization. Take note, politicians, economists, and science policy advisors of the 21st century. A prerequisite for the creation of the intellectual edifice upon which your spreadsheets, air-conditioned offices, and mobile phones rest was the curiosity-driven quest to understand the motions of the planets and the Earth's place amongst the stars. Matching the observations of the wandering stars, the planets, of the night sky with the idea that the Earth was at the center of the solar system required extremely complex models. In the case of Venus, combining the Earth at the center with the observations meant that Venus had a circular orbit around a point midway between the Earth and the Sun, so-called epicycle, with all the other planets having similar complicated orbits around various points scattered around the solar system. Placing the Sun at the center of the solar system, with the planets arranged in their familiar order, with the Moon orbiting the Earth, gave a much simpler system. It's a story that began before the solar system even truly existed. 5 billion years ago, a vast interstellar cloud of dust and gas, at least 65 light-years across, that's 6.1 times 10 to the power of 14 in kilometers, began to collapse and coalesce under its own enormous weight. Fragmenting into a collection of smaller, dense cores, one of these gigantic clumps formed what is known as the pre-solar nebula, the embryo from which every part of our solar system would develop. In this dense cloud of gas comprised almost entirely of hydrogen and helium, hung every atom that would go on to form the Sun, the planets, and every element that would define the character of each of these worlds, including the ingredients of life, the components of you and me. What triggered this cloud beyond the tipping point and on to the next stage of its stellar evolution is lost in the eons of time. But astonishingly, we have been able to pull together scraps of evidence to guide us. By studying some of the oldest meteorites ever discovered on the surface of the Earth, we've been able to get a glimpse of the time when it all began. Locked away inside these ancient meteorites are the unmistakable signatures of rare forms of iron that we believe can only have been created under a very specific set of conditions. The only place in the universe where these rare isotopes can be formed is at the heart of giant, short-lived stars at the very moment they explode. In other words, they are the product of supernovae. This clear chemical fingerprint from rocks dating back to the earliest days of the solar system, over 4.5 billion years ago, suggests that our solar system emerged among a cluster of thousands of stars in a large stellar nursery, perhaps not unlike the Orion Nebula, the star-forming region that lies closest to the Earth at 1,500 light-years away, which can even be spotted with the naked eye in the night sky.
24 placed in worded folders.
Amongst this original stellar cluster were massive stars that would have dwarfed our own, all burning hard and fast.
Quarantine 0 empty music
It appears
folders.
that as one of these stars reached the end of its life, its death created a supernova, and with it, a shockwave that rippled through the distant origins of our solar system, causing dense regions within the pre-solar nebula to rapidly collapse. This moment provided the precise conditions for a new star to form, and thus the story of our solar system began. For the first 50 million years after the Sun was born, our corner of the universe was shrouded in darkness. The only light, the dim red glow of
LBC
our embryonic
JSON
star,
generation complete with
Tauride
multi-word
type star,
groups.
struggling to shine through the very earliest years of its infancy. From that original cloud of gas, the Sun forming at its center would swallow up 99% of all the matter in the solar system, leaving just a tiny fraction that would go on to form the other planets. Yet when, after around 50 million years, the Sun's nuclear furnace ignited, its light revealed that one giant planet had already scooped up much of the remaining matter. A world 300 times more massive than the Earth is today. Jupiter, the oldest of all the planets, was there to witness the Sun's first dawn. In fact, we think Jupiter had been there from almost the very beginning of the solar system. Evidence suggests that just 1 million years after the birth of the Sun, Jupiter had already formed a core 20 times more massive than the Earth, orbiting the dark Sun and dividing the building material of the solar system into two distinct regions, each with a slightly different chemical makeup, that we would be able to observe in the signature of meteorites that fell to Earth billions of years later. Within just a few million years, this young giant was 50 times as massive as the Earth, and it would go on growing in the dark. By the time the temperature and pressure in the center of the Sun had risen so high that hydrogen began to fuse and light up the heavens, entering the main sequence phase of its life in which it continues today, Jupiter was fully grown. Under the cover of darkness before the Sun's first dawn, this planet had taken up its position of power, a formidable force that transformed the destiny of every planet that would follow. King of planets. To the Romans, Jupiter was the king of the gods, the ruler of the heavens, and a figure of power who drove forward the all-conquering Roman army with a thunderbolt in one hand and an eagle by his side. The name Jupiter itself means sky father, and it's constructed from the Latin words dies, day or sky, and pater, father. And, as is often the case with mythology, there is a truth lurking amongst the legend. In size alone, Jupiter is by far the biggest planet in the solar system. Its mass is a staggering 1,900 trillion kilograms. That's 2.5 times bigger than all of the other planets in our solar system combined. It's so big, in fact, that if you were an alien species observing our system from a distant part of the galaxy, the Sun and Jupiter might well be all you could see. With a diameter of 142,984 kilometers at the Jovian equator, the Earth would fit inside Jupiter over 1,300 times. And yet this giant of a planet is made almost entirely of gas, comprising 89% hydrogen and 10% helium. It is far less condensed than any of the rocky planets, and has a density far smaller than that of the Earth, 1.326 grams per cubic centimeter, compared with Earth's 5.513 grams per cubic centimeter. For all of its size, Jupiter also has the shortest day of any planet, completing a single rotation every 9 hours, 55 minutes and 30 seconds, as it whips around on its axis at 45,000 kilometers an hour. In the last 50 years, our knowledge of Jupiter has grown exponentially, and with it we've gained a deeper understanding of the role it has played in the shaping of the solar system. No longer just the beautiful banded world we see through our telescopes. This is a planet that we have explored up close. Our eyes and ears, living within the Jovian system for years. The first close-up glimpse of the giant planet came with the cameras of the Pioneer 10 spacecraft in 1973. This was the first of our planetary explorers to cross the great boundary of the asteroid belt. And from an approach of just over 130,000 kilometers, it was able to take close-up images. In total, Pioneer 10 sent back over 500 precious pictures of this distant world, before flying onto the very edges of the solar system to complete its mission. Just over a year later, Pioneer 11 followed hot on the heels of its sibling craft, and swept within 43,000 kilometers of Jupiter's cloud tops before heading on towards Saturn. Voyager 1 and 2 passed by Jupiter in the late 1970s, taking the first extraordinary images of not just the planet, but its moons too, as part of their own grand tour of the solar system. This was an historic moment, as Fran Bagenal, scientist on the New Horizons mission, explains. We had hints, but it wasn't until Voyager went up close and personal and took amazing pictures of the moons of the planet that we really began to get a sense of just how complex the worlds around Jupiter are, and what a variety there is. The Galileo spacecraft became our first explorer to actually live in the Jovian system. Entering orbit around the planet on the 7th of December 1995, Galileo spent 2 years touring Jupiter and allowed us to explore as never before, thanks to its audacious deep dive directly into the planet. A probe that was released from the craft collected data for almost an hour as it parachuted down through 150 kilometers of Jupiter's atmosphere before it was destroyed by the intense pressure and temperature. Galileo was also the first mission to explore the extraordinary moons of Jupiter in any detail, helping us to see for the first time that Jupiter lies at the center of an extraordinary system with more natural satellites than any other planet, holding 79 moons in its orbit at the time of writing. 12 of these satellites have been discovered since the beginning of 2017. It's almost certain that the number will rise in the coming years too, as we're able to explore the Jovian system in even greater detail. The vast majority of Jupiter's moons, 63, are not much more than fragments of rock, none bigger than 10 kilometers in diameter, and are captured asteroids that now orbit the planet rather than the Sun. But at the other end of the scale, Jupiter has 4 giant moons. Fiery Io is the most volcanically active world in the solar system, its surface littered with lakes of lava, while icy Europa is at the other extreme, with its frozen surface protecting a global ocean of water beneath. Marbled Ganymede is Jupiter's largest satellite, and the only moon we know of that has its own magnetic field, while Callisto, the outermost of Jupiter's Galilean moons, is also thought to be home to a subsurface ocean. Each moon has a unique, intriguing character, and they are all visible to us here on Earth, using nothing more than a pair of binoculars. We'll come back to these moons later in the chapter. Then, in August 2011, NASA launched its latest mission to Jupiter, Juno. After traveling for 5 years, the spacecraft reached Jupiter in July 2016 and entered into a perilous elliptical orbit that took it from 8 million to just 4,000 kilometers above the cloud tops of Jupiter's surface. Juno is a mission designed to probe for Jupiter's origin and evolution, which it does by carrying instruments to measure the planet's composition and its magnetic and gravitational fields, allowing it to build up a detailed picture of the interior.
But did you know we print
it also has the best camera we've ever pointed at Jupiter, which since 2016 has been sending back the most incredible images of the giant planet ever taken.
And we print must-have merch, like
we'll let Heidi Becker, a Jet Propulsion Laboratory physicist and the Radiation Monitoring Investigation lead on the Juno mission, explain the detail of this incredible piece of technology. The Star Tracker is an 18-pound camera because it's passed with tungsten in order to keep the radiation out. What JunoCam's images have shown us is that Jupiter is like going to an impressionist art gallery. It's seeing Jupiter and those atmospheric features up close with the highest resolution that's ever been achieved. We're seeing the zones and belts, the jet streams of Jupiter, in more detail than ever before. For all the majesty and wonder these probes have brought us, Jupiter remains a vast, distant planet, sitting on average 588 million kilometers away from us here on Earth. It's easy to think of this world as a benign beauty, a jewel to marvel at. But what makes Jupiter the true king of the heavens is not just its beauty, but its influence over the unfolding story of the solar system. As we've explored this world ever closer, we're discovering that Jupiter's effect on the fates of entire planets is far more direct and violent than we ever imagined. Its massive gravitational field exerts control not just over its moons, but also over every asteroid, every world, and every life force in the solar system, whose destinies it still holds in its vast reach. To understand the awesome power of Jupiter, we don't need a billion-dollar spacecraft, a rocket, or even a telescope. All we need to do is to look no further than the ground beneath our feet. The surface of our planet is littered with the evidence of our distant godfathers'
24
meddling.
files renamed.
Written across our planet in the violent gravitational handiwork of Jupiter are, at the most recent count, 190 visible impact craters. Not to mention the thousands more that have long disappeared as the active geology of the Earth's surface has continually renewed itself. One of the most famous is the Meteor Crater, also known as the Barringer Crater, in the northern Arizona desert, which measures more than 1,000 meters across and at its deepest point drops 100 meters below the crater rim. In the late 19th century, geologists believed this vast feature had been created by the San Francisco volcanic field that lies just a handful of miles to the west. But in 1903, Daniel Barringer, a mining entrepreneur and sometime hunting friend of Theodore Roosevelt, began an extensive investigation of the crater and published a set of findings suggesting that it had not been created by a volcano, but rather by a large incoming projectile from outer space. This was the first time anyone had suggested such a theory, and Barringer backed it up with a host of geological evidence, including the discovery of around 30 tons of large iron oxide fragments from the suspect meteorite. At the time, there was much skepticism that an incoming meteor could create such a massive geological feature, but ignoring the overwhelming scientific consensus, Barringer put his money and reputation firmly where his mouth was and formed the Standard Iron Company. The company was created with the sole aim of mining the crater for the 100 million tons of iron ore that Barringer believed lay in the ground, having been deposited by the incoming meteorite. Even at 1903 prices, if he'd been right, that amount of iron ore would have been worth over $1 billion. So unsurprisingly, he continued to dig down to depths of over 400 meters in his pursuit of the meteoric remains. Unfortunately for Barringer, it would take him 27 years of mining to find out what we know today. The meteorite that impacted in that Arizona desert was not only much smaller than he predicted, with current measurements suggesting it was around 300,000 tons, 300 times less than he had thought, but also, with the benefit of advanced studies in such impacts since then, most of the nickel-iron meteorite that fell was vaporized as it struck the ground at around 43,000 kilometers per hour. Barringer's money evaporated not quite as quickly as the meteorite, but by 1929 operations at the site had stopped and most of his fortune had gone. It would be 50 years before Barringer's work would be fully and finally verified with a landmark publication in 1963. A paper by Eugene Shoemaker and his colleagues, more of him later in the chapter, analyzed the similarities between the geology of the Barringer site and the craters that had recently been created as a result of testing nuclear weapons in Nevada. Shoemaker was able to show that the shocked quartz, also known as coesite, that was identified at Barringer crater, could only have been formed at the enormously high pressures and temperatures created by a nuclear explosion, or in the case of the Arizona crater, by the extraordinary impact dynamics of a 300,000-ton meteorite crashing into the ground. We know now that the giant rock that created the crater, like most of the meteorites that strike the Earth, was once an asteroid, just one of the millions of rocks that circle the Sun between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. Most of these have been in a stable orbit for billions of years. The rocky leftovers of the birth of the solar system, they orbit in an eternal junkyard of planetary cast-offs. But occasionally, one of these huge rocks is propelled towards the inner solar system, and more often than not, we think the nudge that causes it comes from Jupiter. Why this should happen, and how Jupiter exerts its power not just over the asteroid belt, but over all the worlds around our Sun, is a story we're only just beginning to understand. From our home here on Earth, it's hard to imagine the vast reaches of space that extend beyond our little bubble and the huge expanse of time over which events in the cosmos play out. But all the evidence suggests that around 4.5 billion years ago,
Jupiter's orbit began to change, and as it did so, it triggered a period of unprecedented violence, during which the young solar system was utterly transformed. We know this because the marauding planet left a trail of destruction in its wake that we've only just begun to explore. As we've attempted to uncover the 5 billion year history of our solar system, we've repeatedly looked to the 8 planets and the moons that orbit them to provide clues that fill in the gaps in our story. In the last 50 years, dozens of missions have crossed our thin blue line on the way to those worlds, but only once have we sent a spacecraft to explore a very different type of world, to search amongst the rubble of our solar system's earliest days and explore the handful of worlds that never quite made it. Sometimes the answers lie in the gaps. Launched on the 27th of September 2007, the Dawn space probe took off from Cape Canaveral on a mission to explore the 2 largest objects in the asteroid belt, Vesta and the dwarf planet Ceres. This $450 million project was part of NASA's low-cost Discovery program, one of a series of missions designed to be faster and cheaper to deliver. But this was no B-list mission for NASA. Equipped with the most advanced ion propulsion system ever used in outer space, Dawn would be able to reach the asteroid belt and become the first craft in the history of human exploration to enter orbit around Ceres. And yet, without a major planet in its itinerary, the attention of the world only seemed to glance towards this mission. And for the most part, its extraordinary findings slipped between the gaps of public attention. The aim of the Dawn mission was simple. This would be the first spacecraft to travel to the asteroid belt, the first to orbit an object in this uncharted region of the solar system, and the first to visit a dwarf planet. All in all, this mission profile was designed to allow scientists a rare chance to travel deep into the past and glimpse the earliest moments in the origin of our solar system. The mission allowed us to explore the evolution of Vesta and Ceres, 2 very different objects, frozen in time for billions of years since they faltered and failed in the process of becoming fully fledged planets. To travel to the asteroid belt would be a slow but steady voyage for Dawn. After hitching a conventional ride into space on the Delta II rocket, the spaceship began firing its thrusters to orientate and propel itself away from the Earth and towards Mars. The ion thrusters on Dawn were an efficient but gentle form of propulsion for the spacecraft, taking 4 days at full throttle to accelerate the craft at 96 kilometers per hour. It's not exactly a sports car, but when it comes to efficiency, the ion propulsion system is difficult to beat. Powered by a 10 kilowatt solar array, Dawn's engines ran for almost 6 years across the 11-year lifetime of the mission, propelling the craft across space using less than 400 kilograms of its xenon fuel supply, while reaching speeds of 41,360 kilometers per hour. Its trajectory took it on a 16-month journey to Mars, where a gravitational kick sent it on its way out to the asteroid belt, and onwards towards Vesta, its first destination. Almost 500 million kilometers from the Sun, the asteroid belt lies halfway between Mars and Jupiter, the boundary line between the 4 rocky worlds that orbit closest to the Sun, and the giant gas and ice planets that lie beyond. Made up of millions of pieces of rock from the dawn of the solar system, it's a graveyard of failed planets, remnants from the heyday of planetary construction. We often imagine the asteroid belt to be a dense, unnavigable mass of tumbling rock, but in reality it's something quite different. The total mass of all those rocks is estimated to be 3 times 10 to the power of 21 kilograms, which, although an enormous sounding number, is just 4% of the mass of our Moon, with a third of that mass found just in the largest object, Ceres. The rest of this cosmic junkyard is made up of objects covering a vast range of different sizes. On one end of the scale, we think there are at least a couple of hundred asteroids larger than 100 kilometers in size. Then come a million or so stretching to at least 1 kilometer or more, and a countless spread of smaller objects number in the millions and billions, depending on how small you want to go.
All of this sounds like it should make for a crowded environment full of collisions, the perfect location to form the basis of a computer game or disaster movie. But even with that many objects, the space they occupy is so unimaginably vast, spread out across 13 trillion cubic miles of space, making the average distance between any two large asteroids approximately 2 million miles, or 8 times the distance from the Earth to the Moon. These distances are so large that when we send spacecraft to the outer solar system, the chances of hitting anything are so small that the engineers don't need to make any course corrections to pass through. In fact, if you were standing on an asteroid, you'd be lucky to see another one. And if you did, it would appear as little more than a tiny point of light in the darkness. As it travelled through this vast emptiness in the early summer of 2011, the Dawn spacecraft slowly began to bring its first target into view. From a distance of over 1.2 million kilometres, Dawn took its first photograph of Vesta against the backdrop of 1,000 stars. Over the next 2 months, Dawn homed in on Vesta, chasing it across the vast reaches of space to arrive at this, the second largest rock in the belt. Entering its orbit on the 16th of July 2011, Dawn became the first spacecraft to enter within the gravitational hold of an object in the asteroid belt.
Placement scan
and for the next 14 months, it would explore this extraordinary ancient object, providing a glimpse of our solar system in the very earliest days of its life. When 4 Vesta, to give it its full name, was first discovered by the German astronomer Heinrich Olbers in 1807, it was the 4th asteroid to be discovered after Ceres, Pallas, and Juno, hence the 4 in its formal designation.
Processed 21.
Olbers was convinced he had found the remains of a lost planet, destroyed in some long-ago collision. Even so, just like the other 3 objects, at first Vesta was given full planetary status, bringing the number of classified planets in the solar system at that time to 11. It wasn't until 1845, nearly 40 years later, that a flood of further discoveries began that quickly increased the number of objects in this region to a point where it was clear they couldn't be classified as planets. And so in the 1850s, 15 planets became 8, and the classification of these objects as a different class of minor planet, asteroids, had begun. 160 years later, as Dawn began its year-long residency in the vicinity of Vesta, it soon became apparent that Olbers' suggestion that this was a fragment of a long-lost planet
24
was
placed
not
in
so
loaded
far
folders.
off. Vesta is a spheroid-shaped rock, 530 kilometers in diameter and pockmarked with impact craters.
Empty music folders.
The most striking example of these is the crater Rhea Silvia, which at 500 kilometers wide and 20 kilometers deep is one of the largest impact craters in the solar system. At its center is a mountain that rises into the blackness 22 kilometers from the crater floor, making it the second tallest peak in the solar system after Mars's Olympus Mons. What's particularly extraordinary about this crater is that we've long suspected that a particular class of meteorite found on Earth, known as HED meteorites, actually come from material that was blown off the surface of Vesta when this impact occurred around 1 billion years or so ago. Using Dawn's instrumentation, we were able to directly measure the geology of rocks in Rhea Silvia, and when compared with the samples on Earth, we were able to conclude that they are of the same origin. In one of the most beautiful examples of geological analysis in the history of the subject, we now know that we can hold a piece of this faraway asteroid in our hands and directly analyze the secrets hidden within it. When taken all together, the HED meteorites and the findings from the Dawn spacecraft have enabled us to paint a detailed picture not just of Vesta today, but also of its history. Dawn has revealed to us that Vesta has a metal-rich core, just like all of the terrestrial planets, including Mercury, Mars, Venus, and Earth. And analysis of its surface geology has enabled us to date the formation of the asteroid to a couple of million years after the first solid objects began to take shape in the solar system.
Evil twin.
These are just 2 of the clues that point us to an extraordinary conclusion. Vesta is perhaps the last remaining example of a protoplanet, a half-formed world from the very earliest days of the solar system, frozen in time This is a stage that every world we know of passed through, including the Earth. Vesta was on the way to becoming a planet almost 4.5 billion years ago, but something happened to stop its progress. While other worlds went on to flourish, and other protoplanets disintegrated in the violent collisions of the early solar system, Vesta somehow seemed to survive, a fossil of planetary formation for us to not only look at, but through a quirk of fate.
I'm ready to talk.
But this was not the end of Dawn's dive into our deep history. Departing Vesta after 14 months of study, Dawn fired its ion drive, leaving the orbit and heading off for its second planetary rendezvous at the largest of all the asteroids, Ceres. Ceres is secrets. Dawn arrived at the dwarf planet Ceres in early March 2015, and from the very first moments of its observations it sent back some astonishing images. Very little was known about Ceres before our spaceship arrived. But it soon became clear that this was a rock with far more of a story to tell than we could ever have imagined. A story that would help reveal a new perspective on the deep history of our solar system and the enormous influence Jupiter has exerted over it. The Italian astronomer Giuseppe Piazzi discovered Ceres on the 1st of January 1801, and at first he reported his findings as the discovery of a new comet in the region of space between Mars and Jupiter. But it seems from the start that all of his instincts told him this was something else. In announcing his observations in a letter to two fellow astronomers, he noted that since its movement is so slow and rather uniform, it has occurred to me several times that it might be something better than a comet. Piazzi and his colleagues speculated that rather than a comet they might have found something even more spectacular, a new planet. But after just 41 days of observation, Piazzi fell ill. The path of the newly discovered object strayed into the direct glare of the sun, and in a twist of high astronomical drama, the newly found planet Ceres was lost. With just a tiny number of observations across a small piece of sky, calculating Ceres' orbit was deemed impossible using the mathematics of the time, and many contemporary great mathematical minds predicted it might never be found again. It would take the work of a young German mathematician, Friedrich Gauss, to solve the problem. Attracted to the difficulty and elegance of using mathematics to compute the orbit from just a few coordinates, Gauss pioneered a novel mathematical method that allowed him to calculate the path of Ceres using just 3 of Piazzi's original observations. On the very last day of 1801, two astronomers using Gauss's methods searched the region of the sky to which the calculations guided them, and to everyone's delight and relief, recovered Ceres from the darkness. Gauss became a mathematical superstar, and Ceres, firmly back in our sights, was stamped with the classification of a planet. For the next 50 years, Ceres and its companions, Vesta, Pallas and Juno, remained listed as planets until, as we have seen, the discovery of a raft of other objects in this region of space gave rise to our identification of the asteroid belt, and for Ceres it was downhill from there on, until in 2006 it was classified as a dwarf planet. For the next 160 years, little was known about this tiny planet orbiting the Sun at a distance of 413 million kilometers. We knew that it was the biggest object in the asteroid belt, and the only object amongst the millions of asteroids that was large enough to have been rounded by its own gravity. We could also make a good approximation of its size, at around 1,000 kilometers in diameter, and composition, rock and ice, what else? But when it came to surface features, even the powerful eye of the Hubble Space Telescope could make out only the vaguest of features, intriguingly strewn across its surface. It would take Dawn's arrival for us to truly understand the complexity of this world and its history. Even in the early approach phase of the mission, Dawn was able to capture a quality of imagery that at once gave a new perspective on the long hidden surface. It was no surprise to find it heavily cratered, but while speeding towards Ceres, Dawn beamed back a series of mysterious images, revealing a number of bright spots on the surface of what we had thought would be a dull, red and frozen wall. Not what you would expect on a planet that was assumed to be entirely geologically inactive. The brightest of all of these highly reflective areas was imaged near a massive crater at 92 kilometers wide and 2 kilometers deep. It's one of the biggest on the surface of Ceres. Spot 5, as it became known, is in the center of the crater and became the focus of intense investigation as Dawn began its 3.5-year residency in orbit around Ceres. The crater is thought to have formed from a large-scale impact around 80 million years ago, and so the presence of what appeared to be geological active material on the surface was particularly surprising, and at first left the mission scientists perplexed. Not only that, but a haze was also seen to periodically appear above Spot 5, suggesting something was going on beneath the surface. After detailed analysis using Dawn's full range of imaging and spectroscopic capabilities, we now believe that Spot 5 is the result of a geological hotspot. The brightness created by the highest concentration of carbonate minerals ever found outside the Earth, in a dome structure right in the center of the crater. Why does this matter? Well, we know that this type of salt can only be formed in the presence of liquid water, and it's almost certain that an impacting asteroid could not have delivered such material to the surface of Ceres. So the upwelling in which it's found suggests that it comes from deep within this world. It now seems that Spot 5 is the remains of an ice volcano, one that is perhaps still partially active, thus able to create the haze we can observe. The two brightly coloured patches inside it are thought to be the salty residue left by this ancient formation, deposits of sodium carbonate from an erupting ice volcano that may have first been triggered by the impact that created the crater. However, the dome-like shape upon which the deposits sit is almost certainly evidence of geological activity below the surface, suggesting that hydrothermal activity was involved in bringing the salts to the surface. And Spot 5 is far from isolated. We've now seen areas like the ones in Akator all over the surface of Ceres, and this begins to paint a tantalizing picture of Ceres' past. A past where heat from within the planet created a subsurface ocean, or at least localized pockets of water that surged upwards in the form of great ice volcanoes, bringing with them on the asteroid the carbonate salts that we see sparkling today. As Dawn delved deeper beneath the surface, the surprises kept coming thick and fast. Dawn was able to accurately measure the overall density of Ceres, and found it to be 2.16 grams per cubic centimeter, which is less than you'd expect for a rocky body. Ceres is about 2/3 the density of our Moon, which suggests that as well as rock, the asteroid must also hold significant amounts of water ice. This had been suspected long before Dawn arrived, but with our eyes and ears now at work, as Dawn circled Ceres, it was able to take precise measurements and so uncover anomalies in its orbit that revealed something remarkable about this realm of rock and ice. By carefully mapping the shape and gravitational field, we found that the rock and ice weren't evenly distributed. It appears that Ceres' interior is nothing like that of other asteroids in the belt. Instead, it appears to have a rocky core, surrounded by an ice-rich crust. This is not the jumbled structure of an asteroid. The differentiation into layers that was discovered by Dawn is something we only see in planets. It seems that around 4.5 billion years ago, Ceres had taken its first steps to becoming a fully fledged world, and then something went catastrophically wrong. So we now think that 4.57 billion years ago, a young rocky planet began to form in the region we call the asteroid belt. In its infancy, this protoplanet was a water world, warmed from within by the heat left over from the violence of its birth. Even in this frozen region of space, orbiting 413 million kilometers away from the weak young sun, a deep saltwater ocean encircled the young Ceres, protected from the freezing temperatures of space beneath a thin layer of ice. Across this ancient embryonic world, ice volcanoes broke through, transforming and renewing the surface as it was bombarded by the bodies that swarmed around it. Today we see just the lifeless remains of this geologically active world in the distinct mountainous landscape and sparkling salts that clothe it. But the subsurface ocean is long gone, locked away as a thick layer of ice between the surface and the core. This is a nascent planet that has been in deep stasis for billions of years. Frozen in time, it is a precious piece of history, an artifact that allows us to glimpse our origins and understand just how precarious a time this was for every planet, including our own. We now think that before Ceres could fulfill her potential, a great disturbance sent shockwaves through what would eventually become the asteroid belt and cut its young life short. The vast amounts of rock and ice that made this part of the young solar system such a rich breeding ground for the birth of planets was wiped clean of almost all of its building material, leaving just a fraction of the material needed to build a planet, and nothing from which Ceres could grow. Computer simulations suggest that originally the asteroid belt contained enough material to build a planet the size of Earth, and perhaps that was once Ceres' destiny. Perhaps it was even destined to become a subterranean water world capable of supporting and nurturing life. But before any carbon chemistry could spark into seeds of life, Ceres' fate was sealed, triggered by the wanderings of a giant that lay beyond in the darkness. We now suspect that at this early time in the life of the solar system, as Jupiter circled the young sun, something caused the giant planet to change course and spiral inwards towards the sun, ploughing right through the asteroid belt. The resulting gravitational chaos scattered the contents of the asteroid belt far and wide. Embryonic planets were knocked out from their orbits. The building material of these planetesimals was thrown out and in towards the sun.
Linux voice control
Jupiter's
restarted.
charge displaced 99.9% of the material in this region of space, leaving Ceres half-formed, half-built, but with nothing more from which to grow. In this part of the solar system at least, the planetary construction business was shut down for good.
Let us now return to Frank Drake's equation and use it as intended as a framework to address in a systematic manner the question of our solitude. Recall that the equation consists of a series of terms which, when multiplied together, give an estimate of the number of currently contactable civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. At the 1961 Green Bank meeting, only the first term, the rate of star formation in the Milky Way, was known with any precision. Over half a century later, we can do much better. The next term in the equation is the fraction of stars in the Milky Way that have planets orbiting around them, most definitely a prerequisite for an intelligent civilization to emerge. It's true that the civilization may not have remained confined to its home world, and we will discuss this possibility later on, but it must be true that for life to emerge and evolve to the point where it can build spacecraft, a planet of some sort is required.
In that way it was historic.
This space we declare to be infinite. In it are an infinity of worlds of the same kind as our own. Giordano Bruno, 1584. The existence of alien worlds has been speculated about for many centuries. Ever since Copernicus began the process of demoting our solar system to its preferred place in the cosmos, it has been natural to assume that at least some of the stars in the sky must have planetary systems. Yet despite this seemingly common-sense conclusion, reached by virtually every right-thinking astronomer from Giordano Bruno onwards, the existence of other planets remained nothing more than an educated guess well into my lifetime. The vast distances between the stars and the limitations of technology locked us inside our own solar system with no way of seeing beyond. Throughout the 19th century, a number of astronomers claimed to have detected distant planets, but all these observations proved to be flawed. Today, the picture couldn't be more different. The night sky is known to be awash with worlds. One of the more enticing of the known solar systems is located around a slightly smaller, cooler version of our Sun called Kepler-62. Around 1,200 light-years from Earth in the constellation of Lyra, the system has been widely studied because it has at least 5 planets. 2 of them, Kepler-62e and Kepler-62f, are particularly interesting because they are Earth-like in both size and distance from the star. Bathed in Kepler-62 shine, these worlds may, if they have the right atmospheric conditions, support oceans of liquid water on their surfaces. We will discuss the significance of this in the context of life later on. The discovery of extrasolar planets has been possible due to the rapid development of precision astronomical instruments, both space-based and terrestrial, that allow us to see beyond the bright glare of stars to the worlds that lie in the shadows. Imagine looking at our solar system from the nearest star system to Earth, Alpha Centauri. The system is 4.37 light-years away, and consists of two sun-like stars, one slightly more massive than the other, orbiting each other in a period of approximately 80 years. The red dwarf Proxima Centauri is probably a distant, gravitationally bound component of the system, making it a loosely bound triple star. Looking back towards Earth from 40 trillion kilometers with the naked eye, our Sun would look like any other solitary star. Detecting exoplanets is no easy task because planets are vanishing small and faint, masked by the brightness of their parent stars, and directly imaging them remains a major technical challenge. To step out of the glare has required the development of indirect methods of detection based on surprisingly sensitive technologies. On the 21st of April 1992, the first conclusive detection of an exoplanet was made by radio astronomers Alexander Rothschild and Dale Frey, working at the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico. They were hunting for planets around a pulsar known as PSR 1257+12, located 1,000 light-years from Earth, using a delicate method of indirect observation known as pulsar timing. Pulsars are spinning neutron stars, some of the most exotic objects in the universe. PSR 1257+12 is 50% more massive than our Sun, but has a radius of just over 10 kilometers. It is, in effect, a giant atomic nucleus, spinning on its axis every 0.006219 seconds. That's 9,650 RPM. As you may gather from this rather precise statement, it's possible to measure the spin rates of pulsars with great precision by timing the interval between pulses of radio waves emitted from the stars like a lighthouse. Volschan and Frey reasoned that if a large enough planet was orbiting a pulsar, the gravitational tug should shift the arrival times of the radio pulses by enough to be detectable. And sure enough, they found two planets orbiting PSR 1257+12 and measured their masses and orbits. Planet A has a mass of 0.020 times the mass of Earth and orbits the star once every 25.262 days. Planet B is 4.3 times the mass of Earth and orbits once every 66.5419 days. Subsequently, a third planet has been discovered with a mass of 3.9 times that of Earth and orbiting every 98.2114 days. Pulsar astronomy is indeed a precision science. This was an historic observation, but of limited direct interest to SETI, since there is absolutely no chance that life could survive the hostile environment of such a violent astronomical object. It was, however, an existence proof, the first discovery of planets beyond our solar system, and a surprising one at that. To search for Earth-like planets around Sun-like stars required the development of different but equally beautiful methods of observation. The first of these to be deployed was the radial velocity method. A star doesn't sit still at the center of a solar system with planets orbiting around it. Rather, the star and planets orbit around their common center of mass. The center of mass of a solar system with a single star will always be inside the star itself, because it carries virtually all of the mass, but the star will still wobble around the center of mass of the system as seen from Earth. This planetary-induced wobble is small, but measurable. In our solar system, Jupiter causes our Sun to wobble backwards and forwards with a velocity change of approximately 12.4 meters per second across a period of 12 years. The Earth's effect is minute in comparison, inducing a velocity change of just 0.1 meters per second over a period of a year. In the 1950s, future Green Bank pioneer Otto Struve suggested that such a planetary-induced wobble could be detected using the Doppler effect. When a star moves towards the Earth, its light is shifted towards the blue part of the spectrum, and when it moves away from the Earth, its light is shifted towards the red part, By making measurements of the specific frequencies and colors of light absorbed by chemical elements in the star's atmosphere, and measuring how much these are shifted relative to the known frequencies measured here on Earth, the motion of the star backwards and forwards can be determined over a period of time, and this can be used to calculate the orbital period of the planet and to estimate its mass. If there's more than one planet, the motion of the star will be more complicated, but since the orbital periods of the planets are regular, the contributions of the different planets to the star's wobble can be figured out.
This world ever closer,
Struve was one of the first respected scientists to publicly state his belief in extraterrestrial life. In the 1950s, however, the spectrographs used to measure red and blue shift were only able to detect velocity changes of a few thousand meters per second, and at the Green Bank meeting, he could only speculate that his technique would one day confirm his prejudice that planetary systems are common.
Placement scan
Struve
complete.
didn't live long enough to see his method applied, dying just 2 years after Green Bank, long before technology caught up with his ambition. It took until 1995 for two Swiss astronomers, Michel Maillot and Didier Queloz, to detect a planetary-induced Doppler shift using the Observatoire de Haute-Provence in France. The team discovered a planet orbiting the Sun-like star 51 Pegasi,
Processed
located
21.
50.9 light-years from Earth. This planet is named 51 Pegasi b, but its nickname is Bellerophon, after the mythological Greek hero who rode Pegasus, the winged
24
stallion.
files renamed.
Since its historic discovery, Bellerophon has been observed and examined in quite some detail,
Album art complete.
and it is no
Found
second
0
Earth.
local artworks.
It is a deeply hostile world, orbiting its parent star every 4 Earth days, on a trajectory that takes it far closer than Mercury approaches our own Sun. Unlike Mercury, Bellerophon is a gas giant planet, with a mass 150 times that of the Earth, and a surface temperature approaching 1000 degrees Celsius. Although only half the mass of Jupiter, it may have a greater radius because the high surface temperature causes it to swell. Such exoplanets are known as hot Jupiters, big enough and close enough to cause a significant wobble in their parent stars, which is why these types of worlds were discovered first by the early planet hunters. The first evidence of a potential Earth-like planet arrived in 2007, when Stéphane Audrey and his team at the European Southern Observatory in Chile announced the discovery of a planet around the red dwarf star Gliese 581, just over 20 light-years from Earth. This was the second planet to be discovered in this system, but Gliese 581c made headline news around the world because of its apparent Earth-like qualities. This planet is a rocky world, about 5 times as massive as Earth, and possibly the right distance away from its parent star to support
LVCJ song
liquid water on
generation
the
complete
surface,
with multi-word
the
groups.
stuff out of which science fiction dreams are made. Further research has cast doubt on the idea that Gliese 581b might have the necessary conditions to support life, but in March 2009, the second Earth hunters got their own dedicated scientific instrument, and with it, a cascade of new data began. The Kepler Space Telescope has transformed our knowledge of the distribution of planets in the Milky Way. Kepler is not a general-purpose instrument with multiple detectors and myriad ambitions. The telescope was designed for one purpose, to look for Earth-like planets. Free of the distorting effects of the Earth's atmosphere, Kepler carries a high-precision photometer, an instrument that has measured the light intensity from over 100,000 stars considered stable enough to support life on planets around them. Kepler searches for planets using a technique known as the transit method. If a planet passes across the face of a star as seen from Earth, the observed brightness of the star will drop by the tiniest of margins. Kepler's photometer is so sensitive it can measure changes in brightness, to use precise astronomical language, changes in the apparent magnitude, of less than 0.01%. Observing repeated dips in brightness allows the orbital period of the planet to be measured, and the details of the changes in the brightness, combined with knowledge of the orbit, allows the size and mass of the planetary candidate to be estimated. The transit method has been extremely successful in the hunt for exoplanets, but the technique is not entirely reliable, often throwing up false positives. Once a promising candidate is found, the location is passed to ground-based telescopes for further analysis, and if confirmed, the planets are classified as discoveries. Kepler has used the transit method of planet hunting on a quite extraordinary scale since it became fully operational in May 2009. As I write in July 2014, NASA's Exoplanet Archive lists 1,737 confirmed planets, over 50% of which have been discovered using the Kepler data. This number is all the more staggering because Kepler is only capable of detecting a very small number of the planetary systems in our galaxy. Kepler views around 0.3% of the sky in the constellations of Cygnus, Lyra and Draco. And even in this small patch, the telescope can only detect planets that pass directly in between their parent star and Earth. If the plane of the planetary orbits is orientated at the wrong angle, which is more likely than not, Kepler will exceed the plane. Furthermore, Kepler only observed for 4 years, and because it has to see more than one transit to measure an orbit, it is blind to planets that orbit with periods greater than 4 years, which is the case for all the outer planets in our solar system. And finally, Kepler only sees stars out to a distance of approximately 3,000 light-years, whilst our galaxy has a diameter of 100,000 light-years. Kepler's data set, though, contains only a tiny fraction of the planetary systems out there. All of these losses can be corrected for in a statistical sense, and when the numbers are crunched, we have a reliable observation-based number to put into the Drake equation. The fraction of stars that have planetary systems is close to 100%. On average, there is at least one planet per star in the Milky Way galaxy, and we can insert the second term with confidence. Fp equals 1. The extraordinary Kepler mission was expected to last until 2016, but technical malfunctions meaning the telescope has now finished its planet hunting activity. Even so, the huge volume of data is still being worked through, and indications suggest it may have captured evidence for up to 3,000 more planets circling distant stars. This is encouraging for SETI enthusiasts, but in the hunt for civilizations, it's not the number of planets out there that really matters. Rather, it's how many of those planets are capable of supporting life. This is the next term in the Drake equation. The average number of planets per star that has planets can support life, NE. This is sometimes referred to as the Goldilocks question. How many of those billions of planets are not too hot and not too cold, but just right to allow life to exist on their surface?
Camp on city property or government property that is not designated for camping. That's state law. So camping there was illegal too.
How do we know such a dramatic turn in the solar system's history took place? The greatest evidence has come not from our own system, but from the study of other star systems and their planets, a field of science that has exploded in the last 30 years. Until the 20th century, the only evidence of how planetary systems formed and functioned came from one single source, Earth's solar system. Our own backyard was the one place that we had the technology to study, and that meant our view of how a planetary structure worked was deeply skewed towards the seemingly simple structure of a star at the center, 4 small rocky planets orbiting it, then a ring of millions of rocky pieces, remnants from its formation, followed by a series of 4 more planets, the gas giants. It has a pleasing, regular structure about it, all the rocky planets sitting close to the star, and the gas giants orbiting further out. We supposed this must be the natural order of things, the way that solar systems have to form. But that all changed when the technology arrived to allow us to detect planets around distant stars. It soon became clear that our solar system is not typical at all. It may, in fact, be very odd indeed. In most of the planetary systems we've observed, the setup is remarkably different to our own. As we have extended our gaze and explored the structure around other stars with the help of exoplanet hunting technology like the extraordinary Kepler telescope, we've begun to see that one of the most commonplace categories of planet is completely missing from our own. Inward of Mercury, our solar system is essentially an empty void. But look at the equivalent region around most stars we have studied, and we often find it packed with a completely different class of planet, super-Earths. These worlds are between 2 and 8 times the mass of the Earth, with thick hydrogen-rich atmospheres. They sit incredibly close in to their stars, orbiting at a rate that makes the head spin. The first discovery of a super-Earth around a main sequence star like our own was made back in 2005 by a team led by Eugenio Riviera, using data from the Keck Observatory in Hawaii. Gliese 876b is an exoplanet almost 7 times the size of the Earth, which is orbiting just 3 million kilometers away from its red dwarf star, Gliese 876. Thought to be a rocky planet with surface temperatures estimated to approach 341 degrees Celsius, with an orbital period, year, of just under 2 days, this is a world completely inhospitable to life. To understand why this rocky planet is found so close in to the Sun, we need to understand the rest of the planetary system. And in the case of Gliese 876, that means looking at 3 other planets circling further out from the star. The first of these planets to be discovered, and one of the earliest ever observations of an exoplanet, is 876b. Discovered in 1998 by the legendary planet hunter Jeff Marcy, we believe this world is a gas giant at least twice the size of Jupiter, but orbiting much closer to its parent star. In fact, at just 0.2 AU, 30 million kilometers, this massive planet is orbiting much closer in than Mercury orbits the Sun. At that distance, 876b zooms around on its orbit once every 61 days, compared with Jupiter's stately 12-year journey around the Sun. Either side of this giant planet are 2 other worlds, 876c, a gas giant 3/4 the size of Jupiter, and 876e, a planet we think is about the same size as Uranus. All 4 of these worlds orbit within a distance less than the orbit of Mercury. It's as if the whole planetary system has been squashed, packed in tightly around the star, and this configuration is far from rare. As we've explored more and more planetary systems, we've discovered this combination of super-Earths and close-orbiting gas giants is the nearest to a normal layout we observe. What underlies this is the fact that planetary systems are not the static and stable systems we had always assumed them to be. Far from the heavens being full of planets following eternal clockwork rhythms, most systems, including our own, are chaotic, dynamic, and turbulent. The reason for this is that, particularly early on in the infancy of a new system, planets frequently migrate, forming in one part of the system before wandering off into different zones. There are a number of different mechanisms behind these wanderings, but perhaps the most formative on the evolution of a planetary system is the Type 2 migration that occurs to gas giants early on in their lives.
Dream complete.
A gas giant planet like Gliese 876c would almost certainly have begun its life far further out than it is today, in a region more akin to where we see Jupiter or Saturn in our own solar system. At the very earliest stages of its existence, as this newly formed planet orbited within the cloud of gas and dust of its formation, the planet began to clear a path in its wake, and in doing so triggered a process that would transform its orbit. A shift in its gravitational interactions with the gas-rich disk would have slightly reduced its angular momentum and sent the planet on a different course, spiraling inwards towards the star at the center of the system. This seems to be a common path trodden by many gas giants around distant stars, and is the reason we find a preponderance of so-called hot Jupiters, massive gas giants sitting so close to a star that they orbit it in less than 10 days. The effects of these migrations have an impact far greater than just this, though. In ploughing inwards, a migrating gas giant like Gliese 876c ends up clearing vast areas of space, halting any planetary formation, and instead pushing material inwards towards the star, creating the perfect scenario for super-Earths like 876d to form. This cosmic pinball is the reason why so many of the planetary systems we've been able to explore follow the pattern of hot-ish Jupiter and super-Earths. But why not ours? What was different about the history of our solar system that led to the more expansive layout we see today? Scientists suspect the answer lies with our own gas giant, Jupiter, and the journey it took across the young solar system. The story of Jupiter begins not in the far reaches of the solar system, 778 million kilometers from the Sun, where it orbits today, but much closer in. We now think that almost 5 billion years ago, Jupiter formed around 520 million kilometers, 3.5 AU, from the Sun. At this time, the young giant was still surrounded by the disk of gas and dust from which it had arisen. But Jupiter began to slowly but surely clear its path through the cloud and debris. Over a relatively short period of time of just a few million years, the path through its orbit became completely clear, and just like the huge gas giants we've observed around alien stars like Gliese 876, this caused Jupiter to start spiraling inwards towards the Sun. This process was driven by the gravitational interaction between Jupiter and the cloud of gas, which, as it fell into the Sun itself, effectively dragged the planet with it. This was no subtle shift in Jupiter's orbit. While it spiraled inwards, it would keep falling closer and closer to the Sun, passing through the region of asteroid belt and robbing planetary hopefuls like Ceres and Vesta of the material they needed to complete the journey to planethood. But this was just the start of Jupiter's reign of terror. Further and further the young Jupiter fell, until it reached the vicinity of where Mars orbits today, just 225 million kilometers or so from the Sun. This was no quiet visitor to our local neighborhood. A planet of this size can wreak havoc just by its proximity, and Jupiter's arrival in the inner solar system did just that, transforming the destiny of many of the emerging new worlds, including our own. Lee Fletcher, from Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer mission, explains this action as a tug-of-war. Between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter, we have a large accumulation of objects, rocky objects mostly, known as the asteroid belt. They're not able to form and agglomerate into a complete planet because of the constant tug-of-war between the gravitational forces of the Sun and of Jupiter. So what we see today is a large disk of objects that could be the remnants left over from the formation of our solar system. To understand just how powerful a presence Jupiter must have been as it marauded around the inner solar system, we need to look no further than the worlds it has in its iron grip today. Jupiter has, at the time of writing, 79 known moons held in its orbit by the powerful gravitational field that is generated by the planet's enormous mass, a powerful force field that reaches out from the planet deep into the solar system. It's what has made Jupiter so destructive in the past, and through our exploration of the Jovian system, we have also witnessed its awesome power today. Nowhere is this power more dramatically revealed than on Io, the closest of all the moons to Jupiter. Io orbits just 350,000 kilometers from the cloud tops of its mother planet, a distance that makes it a gravitational torture world, a volcanic vision of hell. This is the most geologically active object in the solar system, with over 400 active volcanoes, from which lava flows stretch hundreds of kilometers across the moon's surface, and vast clouds of pyroclastic material blow hundreds of kilometers up into space, creating distinctive umbrella-shaped plumes above its surface. The surface of Io is perhaps the closest that our solar system has to offer a vision of hell. And all of this activity is created not by ancient internal heat as we see on our planet Earth, but by the power and the influence of Jupiter's gravitational pull. Here on Earth, the volcanism that we see across our planet is driven by a combination of the heat that remains from our planet's violent formation and that which is released from the decay of radioactive elements locked away in the planet's interior. This heat, combined with the high pressures below the surface, creates the molten rock that cools within the mantle layer of the Earth, and then in certain places this magma finds a route to the surface, creating a volcano. On Io, the volcanism is nothing like this. Instead, it's being generated by a completely different mechanism, a process called tidal heating, that is driven in large part by its proximity to Jupiter and the gravitational tug-of-war between other nearby moons. Io is caught between the vast mass of Jupiter on one side and the three other Galilean moons, Europa, Ganymede and Callisto, on the other, a dynamic that pulls in different directions to violent effect. It's a dynamic that we see in part on our planet every day, as the force of gravity flexes its muscles in the interaction between the Earth and the Moon, creating the twice daily ebb and flow of our tide. On Earth, the gravitational tug of the Moon creates a tidal force that moves vast volumes of water around the planet, with the biggest difference between low and high tide creating a shift of a maximum of 12 meters in the height of water. The same principle also applies on the surface of the Moon, where the gravitational pull of the Earth creates tides not of water, but of rock. Moon tides are small changes in the height of rocks on the lunar surface caused by the pull of the Earth's gravity. In the case of the Earth-Moon system, these rock tides are measured in just a few centimeters, but Io tells a very different story. Io is roughly the same distance from Jupiter as our Moon is from Earth, and both moons are of equal size. But because Jupiter is so much more massive, the tidal forces it generates are much greater, with the gravitational pull of Jupiter moving the bulge of rock tides up to 100 meters between low and high tide. That's 5 times the height of any tide here on Earth, lifting the levels of solid rock up and down. In fact, Io contains the least amount of water of any known object in the solar system. But this is not the end of Io's torture. Its relationship with the other large moons, particularly the next moon out, Europa, also adds to the destructive forces that are pulling the very substance of Io apart. Io whips around Jupiter much quicker than our moon goes around the Earth, once again due to the mass of Jupiter, completing an orbit once every 42 hours. If left alone, Io would complete this orbit in a near-perfect circle around the giant planet. But Io is far from alone, and with Europa circling Jupiter precisely once every 2 orbits of Io, it means that in every second orbit, Europa and Io line up, and that rhythmic orbit has consequences. This is what's known as an orbital resonance, and the result is that it gives Io an additional gravitational kick that moves the moon's orbit out of a circle and into an ellipse. Ganymede is also in a resonant orbit with Io in a 1:4 orbital period ratio, and the outcome of this is that as Io orbits, the gravitational forces are constantly shifting and changing, and that stretches and squashes the moon, creating vast amounts of friction that causes its interior to heat up. It's a process called tidal heating, and it's this generation of heat that produces Io's volcanoes, raising the temperature in its interior to over 1,200 degrees Celsius, and creating the violent world of lava lakes and volcanic plumes that we've witnessed through the eyes of Galileo and Voyager. The pull of the 2 moons on Io also stops it gradually falling inwards to Jupiter and being completely whipped apart. Io is an extraordinary example of the power of Jupiter, and a demonstration of how this planet can shape and change the destiny of worlds. Because of its huge mass and the intense gravitational force this produces, any planet or moon that gets too close to it is under threat. While Earth is at a relatively safe distance today, 4.5 billion years ago, as Jupiter moved into the inner solar system, it began to exert its power right in the spot where Mars and our own world were beginning to form. 4.5 billion years ago, the region of the solar system we call home was densely packed with gas and rock, a planetary nursery full of embryonic worlds of each with a different destiny in store. But this fertile space was about to be thrown into chaos by the solar system's most unwelcome of visitors. As Jupiter was pulled from its distant orbit and continued its inwards descent, it paused in this planetary breeding ground. The consequences of this action would be significant and far-reaching. Detailed simulations of the impact this wandering Jupiter would have made suggest that the fate of any super-Earths caught in mid-formation would have been thrown into chaos. The models suggest that Jupiter's inward journey would have driven thousands upon thousands of planetesimals, many over 100 kilometers wide, spiraling into the inner solar system.
Linux voice controls stopped.
This planetary breeding ground was turned into a battleground, as Jupiter's presence threw the orbits of any newly forming super-Earths into the overlapping paths of thousands of massive blocks of rock and ice. The result was carnage, a cascade of collisions that blew apart planets and left a trail of fragmentary worlds in its wake, a chain reaction that would culminate in the formation of a spiraling swirl of gas, dust and rock that would have swept any surviving super-Earths towards the Sun and ultimately to their destruction. In what was just a fleeting moment in the history of our solar system, its destiny changed forever. Our planet would not fit the norm of super-Earths and the tightly packed gas giants that we see across the Milky Way. Instead, we think the inner solar system would have been swept clear of up to 90% of the rocky material thrown in by Jupiter. With just crumbs remaining, 4 small terrestrial planets began to form from the rubble. With Jupiter marauding in its orbit, much of the material that could have gone on to form Mars was lost, leaving the planet with enough scraps to make a planet half its potential size, and transforming it from a possible habitat for life to a world that would freeze and die in its adolescence. Just that little bit further in, Earth found itself forming in a slightly more substantial ring of gas and dust that would make it the largest of all the terrestrial planets. A lucky escape for our future home, because had Jupiter continued on its inward path, Earth might never have formed at all. But just as it looked like it would sweep everything away, Jupiter stopped in its tracks. On its inward journey, Jupiter had transformed the inner solar system, sweeping away the formative giant planets and leaving just enough material for Mars, Earth, Venus and Mercury to form. But the stage was now set for another player to enter the story and shift the destiny of both our world and the solar system once again. Waiting in the shadows of the outer solar system, another massive planet was lurking that we now think pulled Jupiter back from the brink. Saturn, a gas giant not as big as Jupiter, but enormous nonetheless, began its own slow drift inwards towards the Sun. Formed much further out than Jupiter, as Saturn began turning inwards, it would have a profound effect on Jupiter's trajectory. As the two giants drew closer together, they became locked in an intimate gravitational dance, an orbital resonance that meant that for every orbit Saturn made around the Sun, Jupiter made 2 circuits, exerting a regular periodic gravitational influence on each other as the two giant worlds passed close by. The result of this orbital resonance between Jupiter and Saturn cleared out all of the gas and dust between the two planets, creating a gap in the disk of the early solar system. And this interaction between the two resonant planets and the gas and dust at the edge of the gap resulted in both planets changing tack. The orbits of both Saturn and Jupiter began to move outwards, away from the Sun, preventing Jupiter from moving any further into the inner solar system. Earth was given a reprieve, and Jupiter was dragged back out into the asteroid belt once more.
Voice control restarted.
This change in direction has become known as the Grand Tack Hypothesis, a nod to the action of a sailboat as it tacks and changes course while it travels against the direction of the wind. Just like a sailboat, the theory suggests Jupiter tacked around 1.5 AU from the Sun, in the current orbit of Mars, changing direction and pulling back out to its current orbit at 5.2 AU. It's a theory that's been driven by using advanced computer modeling, which helps to explain many of the inconsistencies between our solar system and the hundreds of other planetary systems we've recently observed. It's the Grand Tack that accounts for the lack of super-Earths and explains the presence of only a handful of small rocky worlds with thinner atmospheres than those observed around other stars. The Grand Tack also allows us to explain the unusually small size of Mars, which simulations predict should be at least half the mass of the Earth, if not bigger, rather than the 0.107 Earth's mass we find it to be. It also helps explain the odd inhabitants of the asteroid belt, transformed by Jupiter's journey not just once but twice across this region of space. This is why we see half-finished planets like Ceres and Vesta left starved of building material, and an asteroid belt that has a surprisingly small mass, with objects that appear to originate from both inside and outside Jupiter's orbit, and have a wide range of eccentric orbits themselves. Jupiter, the father of the skies and ruler of the heavens, had spread its hand far and wide, sculpting the precious solar system we see today in the space of just a few million years. Before coming to rest, though, it would grant one more precious gift to the newly forming planet Earth. As Jupiter was dragged out, crossing the asteroid belt for a second time, it encountered a region full of objects rich in water and bearing minerals, and Jupiter's trajectory caused these objects to be flung back into the inner solar system. They crashed into the young planets and moons with an intensity never seen before or since, in a period known as the Late Heavy Bombardment. It transformed the makeup of the inner solar system, delivering a large percentage of the water Earth holds on its surface today. It's extraordinary to think that it was Jupiter that was responsible for the delivery of the most important ingredient of life, the water that provided an ideal environment for life to spark and thrive in one unbroken line for the last 4 billion years. This story offers an extraordinary understanding of the power Jupiter has wielded over all of our lives. The more we learn about the formation of solar systems, and the more we try to model a system like ours with 4 terrestrial, water-rich planets close to the star and the gas giants further out, the more we learn that perhaps all these things had to happen. These unlikely movements and interactions between the planets were necessary to produce a system like ours and a planet like ours. So if events like the tack of Jupiter are, as we believe them to be, extremely uncommon, the conditions for the formation of Earth-like planets, terrestrial worlds with plenty of liquid water beneath the gentle pressures of a thin blue line, must be exceedingly uncommon. It's a humbling thought to begin to comprehend that the Earth may not just be a rare rock in our solar system, but a rock that only exists because of the rare system of planets within which it evolved. All the evidence is beginning to suggest that we may be living on a tiny oasis within a vast desert, devoid of life and stretching out across the Milky Way. Today, Jupiter has settled into a regular orbit at the far side of the asteroid belt, its days of marauding through the solar system at an end. Established in a stable orbit for almost 4 billion years, it has looked down on our planet as a distant light in the sky, unchanging while the work of evolution by natural selection has transformed the first sparks of life on Earth into the endless, beautiful forms that we witness today. But although distant and seemingly detached, Jupiter's influence has been far from benign. The history of life on Earth has been interrupted by numerous cataclysms, impacts with asteroids that have fundamentally shifted life again and again, and the hand behind these disruptions, it's Jupiter, that has continued to hold immense sway over our planet, exerting its influence on the asteroid belt with just the smallest of nudges, the difference between existence and extinction. At 16:53 UTC on the 18th of October 1989, the Space Shuttle Atlantis took off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, carrying the Galileo spacecraft carefully packed away in its hold. Released into Earth's orbit from the cargo bay just a few hours later, the probe would begin a 6-year journey to Jupiter that would utilize flybys of Earth and Venus to propel it on its 4.6 million kilometer voyage across the solar system. Entering orbit around the giant planet on the 8th of December 1995, Galileo would not only become the first spacecraft to orbit Jupiter, but also the first craft to orbit any of the outer planets. It spent nearly 8 years in the Jovian system, and explored the giant planet and its menagerie of moons in intricate detail for the very first time, revealing a host of new discoveries. From precise measurements of Jupiter's atmosphere and observation of its giant thunderstorms, to discovering liquid water under the surface of the moon Europa and the first detailed studies of the intense volcanic activity of Io, this was a mission that opened our eyes to the beauty and diversity of the Jovian system, in a level of detail that we could scarcely have imagined possible. But long before Galileo even arrived, this 2-ton explorer would already have changed our view of the solar system. Entering the asteroid belt in August 1991, Galileo performed the first close-up flyby of an asteroid, passing within 1,500 kilometers of 951 Gaspra, and returning the first detailed images of this rocky remnant back to Earth. Its next close encounter would come almost 2 years later, when flying past 243 Ida, the probe discovered that this asteroid had its own moon. Dactyl, as it has become known, was the first asteroid moon ever to be discovered, and the images are beautiful. A tiny 1.5 kilometer wide object in a chaotic orbit around its parent rock. After this unexpected encounter, Galileo continued its long journey across millions of kilometers of empty space, still 4 years away from its ultimate rendezvous with Jupiter. But by luck rather than judgment, this tiny probe happened to be traveling towards Jupiter at the precise moment it would be able to witness one of the rarest of shows our solar system has to offer. On the night of the 24th of March 1993, as Galileo sped across the solar system, 3 astronomers working at the Palomar Observatory in California were attempting to spot and track what are known as near-Earth objects, undetected meteors that might be of potential threat to our planet.
Linux voice control
that evening,
stopped.
David Levy, along with Carolyn and Eugene Shoemaker, took a series of images using the 1.5-foot Schmidt telescope. Lurking in one of them was an unusual artifact that grabbed the attention of the team. Streaking across the image was an object that, although nowhere near the Earth, was of immediate and immense interest. A comet that appeared not only to be unusually close to Jupiter, but also seemed to have multiple nuclei, a fragmented series of rocks trailing across 1 million kilometers of space. In a moment of wondrous astronomical serendipity, the team had discovered the first ever comet in orbit around another planet.
Placement
a comet that had not only been captured by Jupiter's immense gravity, but had also been pulled apart by it. Shoemaker-Levy 9, as it became known, because it was the 9th comet this team had found, was a comet unlike anything we'd seen before. Quickly confirmed by further studies to be orbiting Jupiter, and thought to have been captured from its solar orbit back in the late 1960s or early 1970s.
Processed 21.
Astronomers were able
0.
to wind back through its orbital history and calculate the precise moment the comet was ripped apart. Passing just over 40,000 kilometers above Jupiter's cloud tops on the 7th of July 1992, we think Shoemaker-Levy 9 fell within the planet's Roche limit, and this 5-kilometer comet was ripped apart by the huge tidal forces generated this close to the planet. It disintegrated into 23 pieces visible to us here on Earth, labeled fragments A to W, with the biggest up to 2 kilometers in diameter. This alone was a remarkable discovery, a visual representation of Jupiter's colossal gravitational power. But if that wasn't enough, it quickly emerged from orbital calculations that the comet seemed to be on a trajectory that would ultimately take it straight through the center of the planet. Shoemaker-Levy 9 was on a collision course with Jupiter, and as if we had scheduled it ourselves, the date of the predicted impact was July 1994. Perfect timing for the spacecraft we already had. By the beginning of July 1994, Galileo was 238 million kilometers from Jupiter, on the very edge of the asteroid belt and speeding through space towards its final destination. Ahead of it, comet Shoemaker-Levy 9 was entering its final few days in orbit around the planet. With the first impact expected on the 16th of July, the world's most powerful terrestrial telescopes were trained here, as well as some of our space observatories, from the newly fixed Hubble Space Telescope to the Ulysses spacecraft, which turned its gaze from its primary job of watching the Sun. Even the distant Voyager 2 probe, 6.6 billion kilometers away beyond Neptune, was able to look for radio wave emissions from the impact and employ its ultraviolet spectrometer to make distant observations. But for all of this technology peering across the solar system, there was only one set of eyes that would be able to see the actual first impact. The comet would first hit Jupiter on the side turned away from the Earth, but Galileo was approaching on the night side of the planet, which would give us a unique view not visible from Earth of our first ever observation of a collision between two objects in the solar system. The first impact occurred at 2013 UTC on the 16th of July, when fragment A entered Jupiter's southern hemisphere traveling at 60 kilometers a second, hitting the planet with an estimated force of 300 million atomic bombs. With its instruments trained on the impact, Galileo recorded the subsequent fireball, which reached temperatures of over 24,000 degrees Kelvin, creating huge plumes that stretched over 3,000 kilometers high. It was a breathtaking spectacle that quickly came into view from Earth as the rapid rotation of Jupiter brought the impact sites into clear sight, revealing a huge, dark spot on the surface.
Personally, no.
Over the next 6 days, 21 distinct impacts were observed, as each of the fragments impacted with its own distinct set of characteristics. Fragment G was the largest of all impacts. Striking Jupiter on the 18th of July, it created a vast scar on the surface of the planet, stretching over 12,000 kilometers across. This extraordinary spectacle continued until the 22nd of July, when Fragment W brought the show to a close, leaving just the scars of the impacts to slowly fade away over the following month. Galileo had given us a ringside seat for this rarest of phenomena. Aided by our technological eyes and ears on Earth and across the solar system, we were able not only to witness a collision like this for the very first time, but also to harvest a vast amount of data. It transformed our understanding of the composition and atmospheric dynamics of Jupiter, allowed us to precisely measure the actual size and composition of the comet itself, but perhaps most important of all, it enabled us to study a cosmic collision firsthand, revealing one of the most important dynamics of Jupiter and the power it exerts over every object and planet in the solar system, including Earth. Before it fragmented, Shoemaker-Levy 9 was at least 2 kilometers wide and weighed over 800 million tons, traveling through the solar system in an orbit that would have taken it hurtling through the inner terrestrial planets, and perhaps even close to Earth. If such an object had hit us, the consequences would have been devastating, sending a vast amount of dust and debris into the air, creating a global smog that would have darkened the planet and cooled the atmosphere, leading to a catastrophic impact on all life on Earth. We will never know whether Shoemaker-Levy would have posed a real danger to our planet, but we do know that Jupiter removed the threat, and such acts of planetary protection are not unusual. The impact of this comet demonstrated in spectacular fashion the role of Jupiter as a cosmic vacuum cleaner, using its vast gravitational power to capture objects like SL9 by bringing them into its orbit and incinerating them on impact. We think Jupiter acts as the grand protector, luring in objects that might otherwise pose a threat of collision with the Earth. But as we have so often seen with the story of Jupiter, no act is ever truly benevolent. For every potentially dangerous object it shields us from, it can throw another in our direction. That's because of the influence it exerts over all the objects in the asteroid belt. It's easy and quite natural to think of the asteroid belt as a single homogeneous structure, a ring of rocks orbiting in an orderly fashion around the Sun. But it's nothing like that at all. In reality, each of the millions and millions of pieces of rock is following its own individual orbit, distorted and eccentric orbits that create what appears to be a chaotic cavalcade around the Sun. But although there are complex patterns, there is also structure. And nothing has more influence on that structure than Jupiter, the silent conductor of the asteroid belt. In some way, every asteroid dances to Jupiter's tune, whether it's the Trojan asteroids orbiting ahead of and behind Jupiter, or the Hilda asteroids that orbit around in 3 groups, due to the delicate interplay between the gravitational pull of the Sun and that of Jupiter. Every asteroid is in some way caught between the 2 largest objects in the solar system. In such a chaotic, complex system, collisions between asteroids are inevitable, and disturbances to an orbit are commonplace. All it takes is for an asteroid to line up with Jupiter, and the resultant gravitational kick it receives can send an asteroid hurtling outwards, banishing it to the far edges of the solar system, or inwards towards the inner planets. It's by this mechanism that Jupiter continues to exert its influence across every corner of the solar system. Over the last 4 billion years, in its distant orbit 778 million kilometers away from the Sun, Jupiter has repeatedly played with the destiny of our planet and the path of life upon it. The surface of the Earth is strewn with the evidence of cataclysmic collisions that have significantly shaped the history of the planet. From the delivery of huge volumes of water almost 4.5 billion years ago, to the near planet-destroying events of the late heavy bombardment, and even the formation of the Earth-Moon system. All of these momentous events can be linked to the shifting influence of Jupiter and its gravitational stranglehold on objects across the solar system. Over millions of years, the evidence for many of these collisions has been lost or hidden under the ever-changing surface of our planet. But as we've been able to see at impact sites like the Barringer crater, Jupiter's hand is never far away from shaping events on the surface of Earth. The discovery of one such impact crater underneath the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico back in the late 1970s has revealed evidence of an event that in a single moment changed the course of life on Earth perhaps more profoundly than any other, transforming the very possibility of our own existence. Around 66 million years ago, in the far reaches of the asteroid belt, an object at least 15 kilometers wide was making its final orbit of the Sun. Just one asteroid among millions, this insignificant object had been following the same path for millions, if not billions of years. But then, something changed. Exactly what caused it to alter its path will never be known. But the most likely explanation is that a gravitational nudge from Jupiter pulled it out of its innocuous orbit and sent it on a very different trajectory.
Remaining complete.
A direction that would ultimately point on a collision
remained.
course with Earth. Traveling through space, it would have descended through our atmosphere in just a few seconds before striking the Earth with a force equivalent to 100 million megatons of TNT. The impact generated a fireball so hot that anything within a 1,000 kilometer radius was instantly vaporized, leaving a crater 180 kilometers wide and 20 kilometers deep. Today, the town of Chicxulub sits near to what we think is the center of the impact site, and lends its name to the crater that stretches out west onto the Yucatan Peninsula and east into the Gulf of Mexico. The evidence for this giant impact doesn't just sit in the partially hidden Chicxulub crater, but also in a thin layer of sediment found throughout the world that contains unusually high levels of iridium. This metal is exceptionally rare in the Earth's crust, but is found in abundance within asteroids.
Linux voice control stopped.
So we believe its presence in the thin layer of sedimentary rocks around the globe dating back 66 million years ago is a direct remnant of the huge rock that struck the Earth. This geological signature is known as the KPG boundary because it marks not just the impact itself, but a boundary between two epochs of life on Earth, the end of the Cretaceous period and the beginning of the Paleogene. It was an event that lasted just a few seconds, but in the aftermath of the impact, millions of tons of sulfurous rock were thrown up into the atmosphere, and during the nuclear winter that followed, 75% of all species were wiped from the face of the Earth,
complete.
including the largest creatures ever to walk the planet. In a global extinction event that affected every continent simultaneously, the age of the lizards was brought to an end, as almost every species of dinosaur, and many other species as well, vanished in the space. According to Steve Desch, professor of Earth and Space Exploration at Arizona State University, it was an event we would not like to see the likes of again. If something the size of the Chicxulub impactor that killed the dinosaurs were to happen today, it would just be utterly catastrophic for mankind. The most immediate thing is you would have a magnitude 13 earthquake, and then you would have tidal waves that could happen anywhere near water that are miles high, propagating out for thousands of miles in every direction, and that's just for starters. Eventually, so much dust would be kicked up into the atmosphere, it would block sunlight, destroy agriculture, our infrastructure would fail. Today, just traces of the dinosaurs remain. These creatures that ruled the Earth are now nothing more than a dusty history captured in the fossil record. One event, one asteroid, one orbit that was changed by the might of Jupiter. Without the distant planet's intervention, it's possible that those giant lizards might still be here today.
New files sorted.
And the evolutionary niche that opened up for us with their
folders.
removal might never have appeared. There are many chance events, not only throughout the history of Earth, but also spanning the entire history of the universe for 13.8 billion years, without which we wouldn't exist. There's an unbroken chain of life stretching back 4 billion years here on this planet. But having said that, there are major events that affected life, and one of them, without doubt, is the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. And so, in that sense, it is true to say that without Jupiter, we wouldn't be here. The godfather of the planets paved the way for humankind to inherit the Earth, and it has looked down on us
JSON generation
ever
complete
since,
with multi-word groups.
using its immense power to keep us safe. A sleeping giant with its power undiminished. An asteroid impact like the one that cleared the way for us to evolve 65 million years ago would have catastrophic consequences for our civilization, were something similar to strike today. To the naked eye, Jupiter is one of the brightest points of light in the night sky, and through a small telescope it is a beautiful, banded world. It feels distant, eternal, disconnected from events here on Earth. But the more we've learnt about the history of the solar system, the more we've come to understand that that is not the case.
Linux voice
Jupiter has played an
restarted.
important and perhaps decisive role in the stories of all the planets, including Earth. You see, the solar system is just that. It's a system, complex, interconnected, and interdependent. So the next time you see Jupiter, just hold your gaze and think for a while about the fact that it is so much more than a point of light, or a planet even. Jupiter is the great sculptor of the solar system, the destroyer and creator of worlds.
Geopolitical implications of his capture or geopolitical implications of his capture.
What is science? There are many answers, and whole academic careers are devoted to a complex analysis of the historical and sociological development of the subject. To a working scientist, however, I think the answer is quite simple and illuminating, because it reveals a lot about how scientists see themselves and what they do. The great and overused adjective, but not in this case, physicist Richard Feynman gave a characteristically clear and simple description in his Messenger lectures delivered at Cornell University in 1964. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we... Now don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, to see what it would imply. And then we compare the computation results to nature, or we say compare to experiment or experience, compare it directly with observations to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. It doesn't make any difference how beautiful your guess is, it doesn't make any difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's all there is to it. Why do I like this so much? The reason is that it's modest, almost humble in its simplicity. And this, in my opinion, is the key to the success of science. Science isn't a grandiose practice. There are no great ambitions to understand why we are here, or how the whole universe works, or our place within it, or even how the universe began. Just have a look at something, the smallest, most trivial little thing, and enjoy trying to figure out how it works. That is science.
At noon time period,
in a famous BBC Horizon film broadcast in 1982 called The Pleasure of Finding Things Out, Feynman went further. People say to me, are you looking for the ultimate laws of physics? No, I'm not. A I'm just looking to find out more about the world, and if it turns out there is a simple, ultimate law which explains everything, so be it. That would be very nice to discover. If it turns out it's like an onion with millions of layers and we're just sick and tired of looking at the layers, then that's the way it is. My interest in science is to simply find out more about the world. The remarkable thing about science, however, is that it has ended up addressing some of the great philosophical questions about the origin and fate of the universe and the meaning of existence, without actually setting out to do so. And this is no accident. You won't discover anything meaningful about the world by sitting on a pillar for decades and contemplating the cosmos, although you may become a saint. No, a truly deep and profound understanding of the natural world has emerged more often than not from the consideration of much less lofty and profound questions. And there are two reasons for this. Firstly, simple questions can be answered systematically by applying the scientific method as outlined by Richard Feynman, whereas complex and badly posed questions, such as why are we here, cannot. But more importantly, and rather more profoundly, it turns out that the answers to simple questions can overturn centuries of philosophical and theological pontificating quite by accident. Reputations count for naught in the face of observation. The famous story of Galileo's clashes with the Inquisition at the height of the Copernican debate, which he certainly did not expect, nobody does, is the archetypal example. Galileo began his university career with the study of medicine, but his imagination was captured by art and mathematics. Between studying medicine in Pisa and returning to his hometown in 1589 to become professor of mathematics, Galileo spent a year in Florence teaching perspective, and in particular a technique called chiaroscuro. Chiaroscuro is the study of light and shadow, and how it can be used to create a sense of depth by accurately representing the way that light sources illuminate objects. Chiaroscuro was one of the most important new artistic techniques to emerge during Galileo's time, allowing a new sense of realism to be portrayed on canvas. Although Galileo spent only a brief time in Florence, the skills he acquired had a great impact on his scientific life. In particular, his carefully developed ability to understand the delicate play of light on three-dimensional shapes, when applied to his later astronomical studies, played an important role in undermining the Aristotelian cosmological edifice, which formed a cornerstone of the teachings of the Roman Catholic Church. The small and seemingly innocuous theological thread on which Galileo unwittingly tugged was made available to him on a visit to Venice in 1609, when he purchased the lenses required to build his first telescope. One of the first objects he turned his perspective tube towards was the moon. With the mind of a mathematician and the eye of an artist, Galileo drew a series of 6 watercolors representing what he saw. These images are both beautiful and revolutionary. Catholic dogma asserted that the moon and the other heavenly bodies were perfect, unblemished spheres. Previous astronomers who had viewed the moon either with the naked eye or through telescopes had drawn a two-dimensional, blotchy surface, but Galileo saw the patterns of light and dark differently. His training in chiaroscuro revealed to him an alien lunar landscape of mountain ranges and craters.
Your habits, your online patterns, and sold.
I have been led to the conclusion that the surface of the moon is not smooth, even and perfectly spherical, as the great crowd of philosophers have believed about this and other heavenly bodies, but on the contrary, to be uneven and rough, and crowded with depression and bulges. And it is like the face of the earth itself, which is marked here and there with chains of mountains,
Linux was control stack.
And measuring how their intensity.
Galileo shared the watercolors with his long-standing friend from Florence, the artist Cigoli, who was inspired to represent this new and radical view of the moon in the grandest of settings. Built in the year 430 by Pope Sixtus III, the Pauline Chapel in Rome documents the changing artistic styles and techniques used to represent the natural world across many centuries. A place filled with shifting examples of how the three-dimensional world can be represented on a two-dimensional surface. Covering the dome of the Pauline Chapel is Cigoli's final masterpiece, A striking fresco depicting a familiar scene of the Virgin Mary bathed in a shaft of golden light surrounded by cherubs and angels. The fresco depicts Mary over what was, for the first time, a detailed, textured, and cratered moon. The Vatican named it the Assumption of the Virgin, unaware perhaps of the philosophical challenge it represented. Here was art representing scientific knowledge, a type of knowledge radically different from historical or scriptural authority, based on observation rather than dogma, and presented unashamedly in a grand setting for all in Rome to see.
Quarantine 0.
It is undoubtedly true that Galileo didn't intend to challenge the very theological foundations of the Church of Rome by observing the moon through a telescope. But scientific discoveries, however innocuous they may seem at first sight, have a way of undermining those who don't much care for facts. Reality catches up with everyone eventually.
Found 0 local artworks.
With his depictions of the moon completed, Galileo turned his ever more powerful lenses to other celestial bodies. Between the 7th and the 13th of January 1610, he became the first human to observe Jupiter's 4 largest moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, now known as the Galilean satellites. For Galileo, this was further evidence to support the work of Copernicus and the physical reality of the heliocentric model.
New
if moons were orbiting Jupiter, Galileo
23
reasoned,
placed in worded
it
folders.
was impossible to argue that the Earth was at the center of the universe, because heavenly bodies existed that did not circle the Earth. Galileo published these observations in the spring of 1610 in The Starry Messenger, and from his correspondence with Kepler, his irritation with the discontent it caused amongst philosophers was clear. My dear Kepler, I wish that we might laugh at the remarkable stupidity of the common herd. What do you have to say about the principal philosophers of this academy, who are filled with the stubbornness of an asp and do not want to look at either the planets, the moon, or the telescope, even though I have freely and deliberately offered them the opportunity 1,000 times? Truly, just as the asp stops its ears, so do these philosophers shut their eyes to the light of truth.
LVC-JSON generation complete with multi-word.
To Galileo's mind, absolute confirmation of Copernicus's heliocentric model was provided by his studies of Venus. Beginning in September 1610, Galileo observed Venus over the course of months, and like the moon, he observed that Venus had phases. Sometimes the planet was lit completely by the sun, but at other times only a crescent appeared to be illuminated. The only plausible explanation for this observation was that Venus was orbiting the sun. This was surely final, compelling evidence of a solar system with the sun at its heart, and the planets orbiting around it. It wasn't that simple, of course. Galileo, in what was certainly an ill-judged move, decided to move beyond reporting his scientific observations and instead champion a particular theological and philosophical interpretation of the data, namely that the Church was wrong and that the Earth was most definitely not the center of the universe. This he seems to have done because he wanted to be famous, and famous he became. Copernicus's De Revolutionibus was banned until corrected. The full version was not removed from the banned list until 1758, and Galileo ordered not to repeat his foolish and absurd conclusions. Galileo didn't keep quiet, and he achieved his historical notoriety by being put under house arrest in 1633, where he stayed for the remainder of his life. Many historians characterize Galileo as a bit of an egotistical social primer who brought it all on himself, which is partly true, and yet also desperately unfair. He was undoubtedly a great scientist and a supremely talented astronomical observer. In particular, he was the first to clearly state the principle of relativity which lies at the heart of Newton's laws of motion, namely that there is no such thing as absolute rest or absolute motion. This is why we don't feel the movement of the Earth around the Sun, and why Aristotle et al. Were misled into reading far too much into their stationary field. In the hands of Albert Einstein, the principle of relativity can be generalized to freely falling objects in a gravitational field, and this ultimately leads to modern cosmology and the Big Bang theory. But we are jumping ahead again. The purpose of recounting the story of Galileo is not to attack the easy target of the Inquisition, which nobody expects, Rather, it is to highlight the fact that the smallest and most modest of scientific observations can lead to great philosophical and theological shifts that in turn can have a tremendous impact on society. Galileo, by looking through a telescope, doing some drawings, and thinking about what he saw, helped to undermine centuries of autocratic idiocy and woolly thinking. In doing so, he got himself locked up, but also bridged the gap between Copernicus and Kepler, and paved the way for Isaac Newton, and ultimately Albert Einstein, to construct a complete description of the universe and our place within it.
In a little over 6 decades, we've met every one of the planets in our solar system. Traveling at first to our nearest neighbors, we visited Venus, Mars, and Mercury, and found rocky planets covered with the remains of long-lost worlds. Each has a life that followed very different paths. To these planets we returned time and again, staying longer on each visit, exploring deeper, and even touching down onto alien ground. Then we ventured further, beyond the rocky worlds, beyond the ice line, and out to the land of the giants. As we explored Jupiter and Saturn, we began to piece together the extraordinary life story of these gas giants, and all the exotic moons in their grasp. But that was just the beginning. Beyond Saturn, out there, far into the darkness, lie the most distant planets of the solar system, worlds we can hardly even glimpse from Earth. Uranus, a pale blue marble hanging in the frozen depths of space. Further out, its icy sibling Neptune, and beyond that, Pluto, a world but not a planet, which until now has remained virtually hidden from us in all but name. Each lies not millions but billions of kilometers from Earth, and for this reason only once have we dared to visit them and capture a set of images from the dark. Precious data that allows us to begin to understand the endless mysteries that lie out there, at the outer edges of our solar system and beyond. The scale of the solar system is virtually unimaginable. A landscape laid out across distances impossible to comprehend within the realms of human experience. London to New York is 5,500 kilometers. London to Sydney a mere 17,000 kilometers, while London to the moon is 384,000 kilometers, and the longest single journey any human has ever completed, the equivalent of travelling 9.5 times around the circumference of Earth. Beyond these journeys, as we look out towards ever more distant destinations, the numbers grow so big so quickly that we've had to invent a different unit of distance altogether in order to give us a containable scale for the vastness of the cosmos.
Process 21, quarantine.
It's based on the mean distance between the Earth and Sun, which is 149,598,000 kilometers, known as one astronomical unit,
24 files
or 1
renewed.
AU. Today we can measure this distance with relative ease, but calculating that number for the first time with any accuracy was far from an easy task. For near on 2,000 years, many a great mind took measurements, made calculations, and came up with numbers that estimated the distance to the Sun. But it wasn't until the 17th century that we were able to measure for the first time the distance to our star, when Joseph Kepler provided the mathematical underpinning, and Edmund Halley the understanding that the transit of a planet could unlock our ability to accurately calculate an astronomical unit. Halley was the first to realize in 1716 that by measuring a transit of Venus, the moment our sister world passes directly between us and the Sun, from different positions around the globe, we could obtain the necessary numbers to allow the geometry to play out. Unfortunately for Halley, he had the right idea at the wrong time, as transits of Venus are enormously rare, coming in pairs approximately once every 120 years. So, in one of the great scientific baton passes of all time, Halley left behind detailed instructions for future astronomers to carry out his plan. 20 years after his death, the 1761 transit of Venus provided the first opportunity to put his theory to the test. In a remarkable combination of collaboration and competition, which occurred in the middle of the Anglo-French 7 Years' War, observers from both these countries travelled all over the world to destinations as far afield as Siberia, Madagascar, Newfoundland, and the Cape of Good Hope, praying for a clear sky to observe and measure the transit. Combined with a similar set of expeditions for the next transit 8 years later, enough data was gathered to allow the French astronomer Jérôme Lalande to calculate the distance between the Earth and the Sun for the very first time, coming up with a pretty accurate figure of 153 million kilometers. Today we no longer need to rely on the rarest of astronomical events to make these measurements. Instead, we have far more direct ways of measuring that have allowed us to plot our journey around the Sun in ever greater detail. Throughout a year, as we follow our elliptical orbit around the Sun, the distance from our planet to the centre of the solar system varies enormously. This means that in early January each year, as we reach the closest proximity to our star, known as perihelion, we are about 147 million kilometers distant. 6 months later, in early July, we reach aphelion, our furthest distance from the Sun, and find ourselves about 5 million kilometers further away, orbiting at around 152 million kilometers away. Exactly what one astronomical unit actually is has therefore been the subject of intense debate and change over the last century, and as we have sent our robotic explorers across the solar system, our ability to directly measure the precise distances between the inner planets using radar and telemetry has yielded endless refinements. So since 2012, we, or the International Astronomical Union on our behalf, have made life much more straightforward by defining one AU as 149,597,870,700 meters, or about 150 million kilometers. Mars, the furthest out of the 4 rocky planets, sits at 1.5 AU, half as far away from the Sun again as we are. At 2.2 AU, the asteroid belt begins. A swirling carousel of rocks and failed worlds, it stretches out for another 150 million kilometers before coming to an end. Here, at the snow line of our solar system, 3.2 AU away from the Sun, we leave the rocky worlds behind and continue across another 300 million kilometers of space before we reach the first of the giants, Jupiter. And yet here, at 5.2 AU, 780 million kilometers from the Sun, our journey has only just begun.
Remaining complete.
It is almost double the distance again before we reach the next planet, the ringed jewel that is Saturn, sitting 9.6 AU, or 1,434 million kilometers from the center. It is here that the realm of our exploration ends, at the last of the planets that we can say we have truly explored. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Each one a world that we have not only visited but resided around. Our robotic explorers orbiting with camera eyes wide open for years at a time. In many cases we've not just looked at but also touched the surface of these worlds and the moons they embrace. Once we get beyond Saturn, the scales change so much, the distances grow so vast and travel times so long that they are measured not in days and months, but years and decades. Uranus, the first of the ice giants, sits over twice as far away from the Sun as Saturn, orbiting at an average distance of 19.2 AU, or 2.871 billion kilometers. Then Neptune, the farthest of the planets, lies another 11 AU further out, and orbits nearly 4.5 billion kilometers away from the Sun. After it comes Pluto, on the highly elliptical orbit that takes it inside and outside the line of Neptune, but on average sits 5.9 billion kilometers away from the Sun. To reach these worlds is so difficult that in our 60 years of planetary exploration we visited each only once and spent just the briefest of moments in close proximity to them. We manage a matter of hours in each system, as our spacecraft are propelled at enormous speeds, so fast that they quickly fly past and beyond. But the precious scraps of data they have returned have allowed us to peer through the mysteries that lie out there at the outer edge of our solar system and start to tell the extraordinary stories that reach deep into the darkness. To reach the outer planets has taken the work of perhaps the greatest of all of our planetary explorers. At the time of writing, in January 2019, the Voyager 2 spacecraft has been in continual operation for 41 years, 4 months, and 19 days. Traveling at 15.341 kilometers per second,
control restarted.
It is currently around 119 AU from the Sun, that's 17 billion kilometers away, and has just recently been officially deemed to have entered interstellar space. No longer within the empire of our Sun, the heliosphere created by the solar wind that defines the boundary of our solar system, this little probe weighing less than a family car is the third human-made object after its sibling Voyager 1 and also Pioneer 10 to leave our home star system behind. As it heads out into the void, it is expected to continue to stay in contact with us here on Earth for at least another 6 or 7 years, transmitting its weak radio signals until at least 2025, before slipping off into its final silence around 48 years after its launch, on its way towards a small star called Ross 248, located in the northern constellation of Andromeda. The Grand Tour. It all began on the 20th of August 1977, when the Voyager 2 spacecraft left our planet on board a Titan III rocket, taking off from Launch Complex 41, Cape Canaveral Air Force Base. 2 weeks later, on the 5th of September, the twin probe Voyager 1 would follow hot on the heels of its sibling. Taking the fast lane, Voyager 1 would speed ahead, reaching Jupiter 4 months earlier than Voyager 2, which had been sent on a different trajectory that took it on a slower, longer, more circular course. Making its closest approach on the 9th of July 1979, Voyager 2 swept past Jupiter at a distance of 576,000 kilometers from the planet's climatops, gathering a vast amount of data on the giant planet's atmospheric characteristics and its moons. This included the first detailed analysis of the swirling storm known as the Great Red Spot, as well as a 10-hour analysis of the volcanoes of Io, allowing the activity to be calculated by directly comparing the images of the moon with images Voyager 1 had taken just a few months before. Using Jupiter as a gravitational springboard, Voyager 2 then left the Jovian system behind and continued on a 2-year journey to Saturn, with its closest approach occurring on the 26th of August 1981. Voyager 2 became the third spacecraft to visit Saturn, providing a vast range of pictures and data on the planet, its rings and moons. But it was the next leg of its journey that would be truly groundbreaking, and it was only possible because of the rarest of celestial alignments. Back in 1964, Gary Flando, an aerospace engineer working at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, noticed that an unusual configuration of the 4 outer planets would occur in the late 1970s and early 80s. Flando realized that this particular alignment, which occurs once every 175 years, would potentially allow a single spacecraft to visit all the outer planets using a series of flybys and gravity assists that would provide an opportunity to visit not just Jupiter and Saturn, but Uranus and Neptune for the very first time. Over the next 15 years, NASA began plotting a mission to complete what became known as the Grand Tour. Various plans for the tour were started and shelved as the costs and feasibility of the proposed route came into question, until eventually in 1972, the twin probe Mariner Jupiter-Saturn project was approved with an estimated cost of $360 million. The 2 probes would eventually be renamed the Voyagers, and only one would complete the Grand Tour. Voyager 1 would be sent from Jupiter to Saturn, and then on to its satellite Titan, to attempt to explore the Moon and its intriguing atmosphere. But Voyager 2 would be given the grandest of journeys, and the honor of becoming the first craft to attempt to see Uranus and Neptune close-up.
Medic 10, Medic 10, 486
Flying past the Saturnian system in late August 1981,
Hickory, place.
Voyager 2 began a journey into the darkness that has yet to be repeated. Over the next 3.5 years, the craft would make its lonely journey outwards towards its unique encounter with the third largest planet in the solar system, a planet that until then we had only ever been able to peer at in the distance. The pale blue marble. The seventh rock from the Sun sits 2 billion kilometers from the Earth, a pale blue marble hanging faintly in our night sky. Barely visible with the naked eye, ancient observers dismissed the object as a star, too slow and too dim to join the family of planets. It wasn't until the invention of the telescope that the real character of this distant object began to emerge. But even then, the discovery of Uranus was a slow one. It began on a cold March night in 1781, Tuesday the 13th between 10 and 11 p.m. to be precise, in the townhouse garden of William Herschel. As the 43-year-old astronomer peered through his 160mm telescope, surveying the sky that night for any small stars he could bring into view, he noticed a dim object that over the course of the next few days appeared to be slowly moving. So he assumed it must be a comet. Reporting his findings to the Royal Society the following month, Herschel still seemed convinced that this was a comet, not a planet, even though he himself suggested that the characteristics of the observation were as planets are. The Astronomer Royal at the time, Neville Mansfield, whose claim to fame as being the first person to measure the weight of the Earth scientifically for the first time, wrote to Herschel in late April 1781 to share his platform. "I don't know what to call it," he wrote. "It is as likely to be a regular planet moving in an orbit nearly circular to the Sun, as a comet moving in a very eccentric ellipsis." Eventually, the accurate computation of the body's orbit, calculated by a number of different astronomers, provided the ultimate proof of its character, and its planetary status was confirmed by Herschel in a letter to the President of the Royal Society, Sir Joseph Banks, in 1783. "Sir, by the observations of the most eminent astronomers in Europe, it appears that the new star, which I had the honour of pointing out to them in March 1781, is a primary planet of our solar system." With that, the seventh planet was born into our story of the solar system. But naming this new arrival, the first planet to require such a decision since antiquity, was far from straightforward. The announcement of Herschel's discovery had not only impressed the world of science, but also captured the attention of the higher reaches of British society, all the way up to King George III. As a reward for his historic achievement, Herschel came under the patronage of the King to the tune of £200 a year, and moved to Windsor to allow the royal family the use of his telescopes. Herschel had the perfect response in mind to return such favours. Charged with the responsibility of naming the new planet, he proposed the name Georgium Sidus, George's star, after the king himself. However, the name met with immediate opposition away from British shores, so other more universal alternatives were proposed, including Herschel, Neptune, and Uranus, after the Greek god and father of Saturn. Amazingly, Georgium Sidus continued in some usage for the next 70 years, but by 1850, when His Majesty's Nautical Almanac Office finally caved in, the name was switched to Uranus, and it finally and permanently stuck. It would be 136 years later, across 2.6 billion kilometers of space, when the planet that was discovered in the back garden of a Somerset townhouse would slowly expand into the viewfinder of Voyager 2. Approaching it at 17 kilometers per second after a journey of over 8.5 years, our first and only close encounter with this most enigmatic of planets would play out within a matter of just 6 or so hours. Remarkably little was known about Uranus, as the spacecraft began the observatory phase of its mission in early November 1985. We knew this world was the third largest by volume after Jupiter and Saturn, and that it took a leisurely 84 years to complete a single, highly elliptical orbit, but we could only estimate the length of its day to be somewhere between 16 and 24 hours. We also knew its composition was substantially different to the two gas giants, with higher amounts of water, ammonia and methane compared with its bigger neighbors.
Processed 22.
But how this formed an atmosphere and what dynamics played out beyond the pale blue mist was a mystery. We also knew that it had at least 5 moons, tiny points of light in orbit that we had detected with
24
telescopes from
files
Earth.
renamed.
But again, what form these moons took and what features they held remained a complete mystery, as was a faint and narrow set of rings around the planet that had only been discovered a few years earlier. What these rings were made of, and why they had formed from such dark material compared with the glowing rings of Saturn, was yet another element that needed exploration. But perhaps the most mysterious of all was the fact that the whole Uranian system had the strangest of orientations. The planet's rotation, its moons, and its rings all appeared to be tipped up on the side, rotating around a horizontal rather than a vertical axis, in contrast with every other planet in the solar system. As astrobiologist David Grinspoon explains, the Uranian system really stands out in the solar system in several ways, but the most striking way, visually, is that it's tilted on its side almost completely, so that the north pole of Uranus sometimes points right at the Sun, and it's always in that plane of the orbits, and the moons as well are orbiting in that extremely tilted plane, so the whole system forms this sort of bullseye pattern that is rotating at this odd angle around the Sun. At 9:59 PST on the 24th of January 1986, the spacecraft flew just over 81,500 kilometers above the cloud tops of Uranus, at its closest proximity to the target. Back on Earth, receiving stations looked up to the sky impatiently, pointing their giant antennae towards the far explorer in anticipation of the first of its faint radio signals. But for all the anticipation and expectation of a mission that had been decades in the planning, years in transit, and with a catalogue of extraordinary revelations already behind it, the first impressions were perhaps a little underwhelming. The first images returned by Voyager revealed a beautiful but featureless world, a pale blue orb hanging in the frozen reaches of our solar system that was covered in an unbroken haze, in striking contrast with the dynamic realms of Jupiter and Saturn that Voyager had revealed to us in such detailed beauty. Peering into the haze, only 10 cloud features could be seen across the whole planet, blown around by winds travelling in the same direction as the planet rotated. But despite the sameness of first appearance, slowly but surely the data that Voyager returned would change our understanding of almost every aspect of this world. Voyager was able to measure the rotation of the interior of the planet for the first time, revealing that a day on Uranus lasted for 17 hours and 14 minutes. Beyond that, it also revealed Uranus to be a bitterly cold world, with the average temperature being an icy minus 213 degrees Celsius. In fact, we now know that Uranus is the coldest planet in the solar system, and with such cold comes a stillness, the lack of internal heat helping to explain the inactivity of its atmosphere. Why Uranus's internal heat appears to be so much lower than that of the other giant planets is still poorly understood. As Voyager sped past, it also attempted to measure the composition and structure of Uranus. As expected, the most abundant ingredients in its atmosphere were found to be hydrogen, 83%, and helium, 15%, although the amount of helium was lower than many scientists had predicted. The relatively high level of methane measured in the upper atmosphere, at 2.5%, also provided an explanation for the aquamarine blue glow of the planet that we'd seen from afar for so long. But understanding more about the planet's internal structure was not quite so straightforward. At roughly 14.5 times the mass of the Earth, Uranus consists mostly of water, ammonia, and methane in the form of ices that we believe are wrapped around a rocky core. However, the exact masses that make up each of these layers and the amount of each of the individual constituents was beyond the measuring capabilities of Voyager. So even today we can still only estimate the exact makeup of the planet. However, the data returned by Voyager did result in one major change in our understanding of the planet's interior. With the knowledge that the composition of Uranus, and soon Neptune, was substantially different from the gas giants of Jupiter and Saturn, a new category of planet was defined in the 1990s from the data the spacecraft gathered. Uranus is one of two ice giants in our solar system, a type of planet distinct from the gas giants of Jupiter and Saturn that formed in the warmer region nearer to the Sun. We still understand relatively little about the formation of the ice giants beyond the very basic facts. What we do know is that around 4.5 billion years ago, as each of the planets was forming from the ingredients of the protoplanetary disk, Uranus found itself in a region where there was an abundance of water, methane and ammonia, at temperatures where these volatile compounds, each with freezing points above 100 K, or minus 173 degrees Celsius, were cold enough to form the ices from which most of the planet would be built. Beyond this, we can tell relatively little about the mechanism by which either Uranus or Neptune actually formed. The detailed evidence and the computer models that have allowed us to tell the earliest beginnings of the solar system and revealed so much about the formation of the gas giants and the inner planets do not yet exist for the ice giants. We simply lack a solid understanding of the mechanism by which these planets formed, and much controversy remains around the details. Uranus's rings and moons. While there remain many mysteries out there in the darkness, Voyager did allow us to begin to piece together one of the most dramatic stories that unfolded after the formation of Uranus. As the craft sped past the planet's pale blue atmosphere, it began to explore one of the least known gems in the solar system, the rings surrounding this most distant of worlds. Unlike the shimmering rings of Saturn, these rings are so dark and faint that they're almost impossible to see from Earth. In fact, we only discovered them by accident less than a decade before Voyager arrived in the Uranian system, when in 1977 a team from the Kuiper Airborne Observatory noticed a star that was briefly disappearing from view around the planet. The conclusion they came to was that the star was being occluded by a ring system. At first they confirmed 5 rings, but they increased this number to 9 after further observation. Voyager was able to image all 9 of the rings in the system, sending back extraordinary images of these dark, delicate structures, and also discovering 2 other faint rings in the process. But as well as giving us our first detailed view of the rings, Voyager added to their mystery. Made up of a combination of boulders and dust, the reflectivity of the substance of the rings as measured by Voyager was found to be incredibly low. The reason why these rings were so difficult to detect from Earth was that unlike the glistening ice that dazzles in the rings of Saturn, the rings of Uranus turned out to be grey and made of an extremely dark material, making the spectral analysis of them extremely difficult, if not impossible.
With a couple of exceptions.
Despite the spacecraft's close proximity, we were unable to make any measurements of the constituents of the rings, and over 30 years after our only close encounter, we still don't know precisely what they're made of or where they came from. Our best guess is that they're made of ice and some other dark substance, perhaps even organic compounds that have darkened over time. The most likely scenario is that just as with the rings of Saturn, Uranus is surrounded by the debris of the Moon, a world that once orbited her and that is now broken into the millions of fragments of the rings. The rings are also extremely delicate and thin, and ephemeral structures that appear to defy the laws of nature. We would expect the particles to endlessly collide, and the rings to spread out and begin to disperse over time, a process that should be driven by the particles on the inside of the rings being drawn into the planet by its great mass. But that doesn't seem to be happening. Something seems to be holding the rings in place. Hidden in the images taken by Voyager 2, we found a surprising answer. The outer ring, Epsilon, is the brightest and densest of all the structures in the system, and its width varies from 20 kilometers at its narrowest to just under 100 kilometers at its widest. This fragile structure is also thought to be unimaginably thin, We've never been able to measure its depth precisely, but we think it could be little more than 150 meters deep. Maintaining this delicate structure in the hostile environment around the giant planet is the job of two tiny moons, Cordelia and Ophelia, whose existence was first discovered from images taken by Voyager 2. With a radius of just 21 kilometers, Ophelia sits on the outside of the ring, while the slightly smaller Cordelia, the innermost moon of Uranus, sits on the inside of the Epsilon ring. Together these two moons exert a profound influence on the structure and stability of the ring they embrace. These shepherd moons quite literally guide the movement of objects around the edge of the ring, helping to maintain the sharply defined border that we've seen so vividly from Voyager images. Simple orbital mechanics dictate that a moon or a ring particle that is orbiting close to the planet is moving more slowly than a moon or a ring particle that's orbiting further away, which means that Ophelia must be moving faster than the ring particles and Cordelia more slowly. That difference in speed is significant, because if there's a particle in the Epsilon ring that shifts for any reason, maybe it has a collision, loses a bit of energy, starts to drop down, then Cordelia will tend to accelerate that particle back up into the ring again, speeding it up by its gravitational influence. Whereas if there's a particle on the outer edge of the Epsilon ring that gets a bit more energy and rises in altitude, Ophelia tends to slow it down, and so it falls back into the ring again. It's by this mechanism that these shepherd moons keep the ring neat and tidy, and although Voyager only discovered 2 such moons on its brief flyby of the system, we can assume from the structure of the other rings that somewhere out there in the dark there are other hidden shepherds, silently keeping order amongst the rocks and dust of their flock.
Process 21, Quarantine 0.
These two are just the beginning of Uranus's system of satellites. As of today, we have discovered 27 moons around Uranus, all of which are named after characters from the works of Shakespeare or Alexander Pope.
24 files renamed.
This tradition began in 1852, when John Herschel, the son of William, discoverer of Uranus, named the first 2 moons after Oberon and Titania, fairies from A Midsummer Night's Dream. The 27 moons are divided into 3 categories. 13 inner moons, including the 2 innermost, Cordelia and Ophelia, are all small dark bodies that are entwined within the ring system and may even share an origin with the substance of the rings. Then, much further out, lie 9 irregular moons, ranging in size from 120 to 200 kilometers in diameter. These are almost certainly captured objects that have succumbed to the attraction of the planet's gravity.
Sorted.
In between this rabble of objects and inner moons, we find the 5 major moons of Uranus, the only Uranian satellites we knew of before Voyager gave us a closer look.
0 empty music folders.
The smallest of the set is the ice moon Miranda, a strange-looking, jagged world with a diameter of 470 kilometers. It's one of the smallest objects we have studied in the solar system that has reached hydrostatic equilibrium, or in other words, is rounded by its own gravity. To look at Miranda is to see one of the most rugged landscapes in the solar system, a world of extreme geological features carved into its icy surface. And it's here that we find the highest cliff face.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-road
is reckoned to be
groups.
20 kilometers in height, and it's been estimated that in Miranda's low gravity, it would take 12 minutes to fall from the top to the bottom of it. The other 4 large moons around Uranus are less visually striking. All are thought to be constructed around a rocky core surrounded by a mantle of ice. But these worlds are far from simple frozen lumps of rock. They all show signs of having been geologically active at some stage in their distant past. Dark worlds in the distant solar system that have surfaces shaped by volcanism. Ariel has a bright and seemingly young surface, paved over with recent and extensive flows of icy material in between the fault lines on its surface. Titania is also covered with huge geological faults and canyons, suggesting this too was a tectonically active world at some time in its history. With darker and potentially older-looking features, Umbriel or Oberon seem to be less active, or certainly less active in recent times. Voyager 2 gave us our first chance to explore and understand the rings and moons of Uranus. But it was as the spacecraft widened its gaze that we were able to see in detail how this whole system is set in the most bizarre of orientations. From our distant observations, we had long thought that Uranus spun on its side, but to see the whole Uranian system up close for the first time made it clear that something very different had happened in Uranus's past to set it apart from every other planet. Uranus spins on its side with an axial tilt of 97.77 degrees, resulting in one of its poles facing towards the Sun at any one time. The rings and moons are all orientated along this plane too, so the whole system orbits the Sun like a giant heavenly bullseye. We don't know for certain why Uranus is tipped over on its side, but it seems likely that at some point in the distant past it was hit by another planet at least as large as the Earth, which quite literally knocked the planet over. Backed up by modern computer simulations, it is entirely feasible that such an impact would cause the rest of the system to follow, ending up with a planet, its moons and rings, corkscrewing around the Sun. The origin of Uranus still remains for the most part unknown, and the exact reason for this eccentric orientation remains one of the great mysteries of the solar system. Voyager 2 left us with as many questions as answers, and when its encounter with Uranus officially came to an end with the firing of its thrusters on the 25th of February 1986, we left the planet and its secrets behind. 30 years later, we still have no plans to return. Our first and only close encounter with Uranus may have lasted just a few hours, but it returned with thousands of precious images and data. We had already gone further than ever before, and as Voyager left Uranus behind it had hidden a lonely 1.6 billion.
Reference sequence 3449, gun medical from
Exploring the frozen
RP, 3 units on code.
It would take 3 more years for Voyager to complete the first engine. The large planet stopped on its ground. From a distance of 57 million kilometers, our first image began to slowly come into view in early June 1989. But near each of the orbits, none emerged from dark and tiny slowly, and it was immediately apparent that taking 246 minutes. Early images sent back to the stars. We went back round in town. Frozen. I don't know if they're right. Invisible to the naked eye, Neptune is a world hidden from view. Even through the most powerful of telescopes, it appeared as no more than a blurry ball of blue and green. The fourth largest planet in the solar system by volume, and the third largest by mass. From afar, we knew nothing of its atmosphere or its structure, and had only faintly observed 2 of the moons in its orbit, Triton and Nereid. This was a planet that had remained very firmly in the darkness, a distant world that had clung on tightly to its secrets for over 140 years. Even the discovery of Neptune played out in the darkness. The last of the planets to be discovered, it is the only one whose existence we predicted before it was ever observed by the human eye. For centuries we stared at it without knowing what we were looking at.
Scientific progress, then, is often triggered by rather innocuous discoveries or simple realizations. There's a terrible cliché about scientists exhibiting a childlike fascination with nature, but I can't think of a better way of putting it. The sense in which the cliché rings true is that children are occasionally in the habit of focusing on a very small thing and continuing to ask the question, why, until they get an answer that satisfies their curiosity. Adults don't seem to do this as much. Good scientists do, however, and if I have a thesis in this chapter, then it is as follows. By focusing on tiny but interesting things with honesty and clarity, great and profound discoveries are made, often by flawed human beings who don't initially realize the consequences of their investigations. The absolute archetypal example of such an approach can be found at the beginning of Einstein's quest to replace Newton's theory of gravity. Einstein is most famous for his equation E equals mc squared, which is contained within the special theory of relativity he published in 1905. At the heart of the theory is a very simple concept that dates all the way back to Galileo. Put simply, there is no way that you can tell whether you are moving or not. This sounds a bit abstract, but we all know it's true. If you're sitting in a room at home listening to this book, then it feels the same as if you are sitting in an aircraft listening to this book, as long as there is no turbulence and the aircraft is in level flight. If you aren't allowed to look out the window, then nothing you can do in the room or on the plane will tell you whether or not you are sitting still or moving. You might claim that your room is self-evidently not moving, whereas a plane obviously is, because otherwise it wouldn't take you from London to New York. But that's not right, because your room is moving in orbit around the Sun, and indeed it is spinning around the Earth's axis, and the Sun itself is in orbit around the galaxy, which is moving relative to other galaxies in the universe. Einstein discovered his famous equation E equals mc squared by taking this seemingly pedantic reasoning seriously, and asserting that no experiment you can ever do, even in principle using clocks, radioactive atoms, electrical circuits, pendulums, or any physical object at all, will tell you whether or not you are moving. Anyone has the absolute right to claim that they are at rest, as long as there is no net force acting on them, causing them to accelerate. You are claiming it now, no doubt, if you are listening to this book sitting comfortably on your sofa. Pedantry is very useful sometimes, because without Einstein's theory of special relativity, we wouldn't have E equals mc squared, we wouldn't really understand nuclear or particle physics, how the sun shines, or how radioactivity works. We wouldn't understand the universe. Something important bothered Einstein after he published his theory in 1905. Newton's great achievement, the all-conquering universal law of gravitation, did not fit within the framework of special relativity, and therefore one or the other required modification. Einstein's response to this problem was typically Einsteinian. He thought about it very carefully, and in November 1907, while sitting in his chair in the
Linux voice control
down,
stopped.
he found the right thread to pull. Looking back at the moment in an article written in 1920, Einstein described his idea with beautiful and indeed childlike simplicity. Then there occurred to me the glücklichste Gedanke meines Lebens, the happiest thought of my life, in the following form. The gravitational field has only a relative existence, in a way similar to the electric field generated by magnetoelectric induction, because for an observer falling freely from the roof of a house, there exists, at least in his immediate surroundings, no gravitational field, his emphasis. Indeed, if the observer drops some bodies, then these remain relative to him in a state of rest or of uniform motion, independent of their particular chemical or physical nature. In this consideration, the air resistance is, of course, ignored. The observer therefore has a right to interpret his state as at rest. I am well aware that you might object quite strongly to this statement because it appears to violate common sense. Surely an object falling under the action of the gravitational force is accelerating towards the ground and therefore cannot be said to be at rest.
21 files renamed.
Because if you think that, then you're about to learn a valuable lesson. Common sense is completely worthless and irrelevant when trying to understand reality. This is probably why people who like to boast about their common sense tend to rail against the fact that they share a common ancestor with a monkey. How then to convince you that Einstein was, and indeed still is, correct? Most of the time, books are better at conveying complex ideas than television. There are many reasons for this, some of which I'll discuss in a future autobiography when my time on TV is long over. But when done well, television pictures can convey ideas with an elegance and economy unavailable in print.
New files sorted.
Human Universe
21
contains,
placed
I
in
hope,
worded
some
folders.
of these moments. But there is one sequence in particular that I think fits into this category. NASA's Plum Brook Station in Ohio is home to the world's largest vacuum chamber. It is 30 meters in diameter and 37 meters high, and was designed in the 1960s to test nuclear rockets in simulated space-like conditions. No nuclear rocket has ever been fired inside. The program was cancelled before the facility was completed. but many spacecraft, from the Skylab nose cone to the airbags on Mars landers, have been tested inside this cathedral of aluminium. To my absolute delight, NASA agreed to conduct an experiment using their vacuum chamber to demonstrate precisely what motivated Einstein to his remarkable conclusion. The experiment involves pumping all the air out of the chamber and dropping a bunch of feathers and a bowling ball from a crane. Both Galileo and Newton knew the result, which is not in question. The feathers and the bowling ball both hit the ground at the same time. Newton's explanation for this striking result is as follows. The gravitational force acting on a feather is proportional to its mass. We've already seen this written down in Newton's law of gravitation. That gravitational force causes the feather to accelerate according to Newton's other equation, F equals ma. This equation says that the more massive something is, the more force has to be applied to make it accelerate. Magically, the mass that appears in F equals ma is precisely the same as the mass that appears in the law of gravitation, and so they precisely cancel each other out. In other words, the more massive something is, the stronger the gravitational force between it and the Earth, but the more massive it is, the larger this force has to be to get it moving. Everything cancels out, and so everything ends up falling at the same rate. The problem with this explanation is that nobody has ever thought of a good reason why these two masses should be the same. In physics, this is known as the equivalence principle, because gravitational mass and inertial mass are precisely equivalent to each other. Einstein's explanation for the fact that both the feathers and the bowling ball fall at the same rate in the Plum Brook vacuum chamber is radically different. Recall Einstein's happiest thought. Because for an observer falling freely from the roof of a house, there exists no gravitational field. There is no force acting on the feathers or the ball in free fall, and therefore they don't accelerate. They stay precisely where they are, at rest relative to each other. Or if you prefer, they stand still because we are always able to define ourselves as being at rest if there are no forces acting on us. But you are surely asking, how come they eventually hit the ground if they are not moving because no forces are acting on them? The answer, according to Einstein, is that the ground is accelerating up to meet them and hits them like a cricket bat. But, you must be thinking, I'm sitting on the ground now and I'm not accelerating. Oh yes you are, and you know it because you can feel a force acting on you. It's the force exerted by the chair on which you may be sitting, or the ground on which you are standing. This is obvious. If you stand up long enough, then your feet will hurt because there is a force acting on them. And if there is a force acting on them, then they are accelerating. There's no sleight of hand here. The very beautiful thing about Einstein's happiest thought is that once you know it, it's utterly obvious. Standing on the ground is hard work because it exerts a force on you. The effect is precisely the same as sitting in an accelerating car and being pushed back into your seat. You can feel the acceleration viscerally, and if you switch off your common sense for a moment, then you can feel the acceleration now. The only way you can get rid of the acceleration, momentarily, is to jump off a roof. This is wonderful reasoning, but of course it does raise the thorny question of why, if there is no such thing as gravity, the Earth orbits the Sun. Maybe Aristotle was right after all. The answer is not easy, and it took Einstein almost a decade to work out the details. The result, published in 1916, is the general theory of relativity, which is often cited as the most beautiful scientific theory of them all. General relativity is notoriously mathematically and conceptually difficult when you get into the details of making predictions that can be compared with observations. Indeed, most physics students in the UK will not meet general relativity until their final year or until they become postgraduates. But having said that, the basic idea is very simple. Einstein replaced the force of gravity with geometry, in particular the curvature of space and time. Imagine that you are standing on the surface of the Earth at the equator with a friend. You both start walking due north, parallel to each other. As you get closer to the North Pole, you will find that you move closer together, and if you carry on all the way to the pole, you will bump into each other. If you don't know any better, then you may conclude that there is some kind of force bringing you both together. But in reality, there is no such force. Instead, the surface of the Earth is curved into a sphere, and on a sphere, lines that are parallel at the equator meet at the pole. They are called lines of longitude. This is how geometry can lead to the appearance of a
So we're
force.
targeting April.
Einstein's theory of gravity contains equations that allow us to calculate how space and time are curved by the presence of matter and energy, and how objects move across the curved spacetime, just like you and your friend move across the surface of the Earth. Spacetime is often described as the fabric of the universe, which isn't a bad term. Massive objects such as stars and planets tell the fabric how to curve, and the fabric tells objects how to move. In particular, all objects follow straight-line paths across the curved spacetime that are known in jargon as geodesics. This is the general relativistic equivalent of Newton's first law of motion. Every body continues in a state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line unless acted upon by a force. Einstein's description of the Earth's orbit around the Sun is therefore quite simple. The orbit is a straight line in space-time, curved by the presence of the Sun, and the Earth follows this straight line because there are no forces acting on it to make it do otherwise. This is the opposite of the Newtonian description, which says that the Earth would fly through space in what we would intuitively call a straight line if it were not for the force of gravity acting between it and the Sun. Straight lines in curved spacetime look curved to us for precisely the same reason that lines of longitude on the surface of the Earth look curved to us. The space upon which the straight lines are defined is curved. This is all well and good, but there may be a question that's been nagging away in my mind since I told you that the ground accelerated up and hit the feathers and the bowling ball at Plum Brook like a cricket bat. How could it possibly be that every piece of the Earth's surface is accelerating away from its centre, and yet the Earth stays intact as a sphere with a fixed radius? The answer is that if a little piece of the Earth's surface at Plum Brook were left to its own devices, it would do precisely the same thing as the feather and the bowling ball. It would follow a straight line through space-time. These straight lines point radially inwards towards the centre of the Earth. This is the state of rest, if you like, the natural trajectory that would be followed by anything. The geodesics point radially inwards because of the way that the mass of the Earth curves space-time. So a collapsing Earth would be the natural state of things without any forces acting, one in which ultimately all the matter would collapse into a little black hole. The thing that prevents this from happening is the rigidity of the matter that makes up the Earth, which ultimately has its origin in the force of electromagnetism and a quantum mechanical effect called the Pauli exclusion principle. In order to stay as a big, spherical, Earth-sized ball, a force must act on each little piece of ground, and this must cause each little piece of ground to accelerate. Every piece of big spherical things like planets must continually accelerate radially outwards to stay as they are, according to general relativity. From what I've said so far, it might seem that general relativity is simply a pleasing way of explaining why the Earth orbits the Sun and why objects all fall at the same rate in a gravitational field. General relativity is far more than that, however. Very importantly, it makes precise predictions about the behavior of certain astronomical objects that are radically different from Newton's. One of the most spectacular examples is a binary star system known rather less than poetically as PSR J0348 plus 0432. The two stars in this system are exotic astrophysical objects. One is a white dwarf, the core of a dead star held up against the force of gravity by a sea of electrons. The electrons behave according to the Pauli exclusion principle, which, roughly speaking, states that electrons resist being squashed together. This purely quantum mechanical effect can halt the collapse of a star at the end of its life, leaving a super-dense blob of matter. White dwarfs are typically between 0.6 and 1.4 times the mass of our Sun, but with a volume comparable to that of the Earth. The upper limit of the mass of a white dwarf is known as the Chandrasekhar limit, and was first calculated by the Indian astrophysicist Subramanian Chandrasekhar in 1930. The calculation is a tour de force of modern physics, and relates the maximum mass of these exotic objects to four fundamental constants of nature: Newton's gravitational constant, Planck's constant, the speed of light, and the mass of the proton. After almost a century of astronomical observations, no white dwarf has ever been discovered that exceeds the Chandrasekhar limit. Almost all the stars in the Milky Way, including our Sun, will end their lives as white dwarfs. Only the most massive stars will produce a remnant that exceeds the Chandrasekhar limit, and the vast majority of these will produce an even more exotic object, known as a neutron star. In the PSR J0348 plus 0432 system, quite wonderfully, the white dwarf has a neutron star companion, and this is what makes the system so special. If the remains of a star exceed the Chandrasekhar limit, the electrons are squashed so tightly onto the protons in the star that they can react together via the weak nuclear force to produce neutrons.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Through this mechanism, the whole star is converted into a giant atomic nucleus. Neutrons, just like electrons, obey the Pauli exclusion principle and resist being squashed together, leading to a stable, dead star. Neutron stars can have masses several times that of our Sun, but quite astonishingly are only around 10 kilometers in diameter. They are the densest stars known. A teaspoonful of neutron star matter weighs as much as a mountain. Imagine for a moment this exotic star system. The white dwarf and neutron star are very close together. They orbit around each other at a distance of 830,000 kilometers, that's around twice the distance to the Moon, once every 2 hours and 27 minutes. That's an orbital velocity of around 2 million kilometers per hour. The neutron star is twice the mass of our Sun, around 10 kilometers in diameter, and spins on its axis 25 times a second. This is a star system of unbelievable violence. Einstein's theory of general relativity predicts that the two stars should spiral in towards each other because they lose energy by disturbing space-time itself, emitting what are known as gravitational rays. The loss of energy is minuscule, resulting in a change in orbital period of 8 millionths of a second per year. In a triumph of observational astronomy, using the giant Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico, the Effelsberg telescope in Germany, and the European Southern Observatory in Chile, astronomers measured the rate of orbital decay of PSR J0348 plus 0432 in 2013 and found it to be precisely as Einstein predicted. This is quite remarkable. Einstein could never have dreamt of the existence of white dwarf stars when he had his happiest thought in 1907. And yet by thinking carefully about falling off a roof, he was able to construct a theory of gravity that describes with absolute precision the behavior of the most exotic star system accessible to 21st century telescopes. And that, if I really need to say it, is why I love physics. Einstein's theory of general relativity has, at the time of writing, passed every precision test that scientists have been able to carry out in the century since it was first published. From the motion of feathers and bowling balls in the Earth's gravitational field to the extreme astrophysical violence of PSR J0348 plus 0432, the theory comes through with flying colours. There is rather more to Einstein's magisterial theory than the mere description of orbits, however. General relativity is fundamentally different from Newton's theory because it doesn't simply provide a model for the action of gravity. Rather, it provides an explanation for the existence of the gravitational force itself in terms of the curvature of spacetime. It's worth writing down Einstein's field equations because they are, to be honest, deceptively simple. G mu nu equals 8 pi gt mu nu. Here, the right side describes the distribution of matter and energy in some region of spacetime, and the left-hand side describes the shape of spacetime as a result of the matter and energy distribution. To calculate the orbit of the Earth around the Sun, one would put a spherical distribution of mass with the radius of the Sun into the right-hand side of the equation, and, roughly speaking, out would pop the shape of spacetime around the Sun. Given the shape of space-time, the orbit of the Earth can be calculated. It's not completely trivial to do this by any means, and the notation above hides great complexity. But the point is simply that given some distribution of matter and energy, Einstein's equations let you calculate what space-time looks like. But here's the remarkable point that draws us towards the end of our story. Einstein's equations deal with the shape of space-time, the fabric of the universe. The first thing to note is that we are dealing with space-time, not just space. Space is not a fixed arena within which things happen with a big universal clock marking some sort of cosmic time upon which everyone agrees. The fabric of the universe in Einstein's theory is a dynamical thing. Very importantly, therefore, Einstein's equations don't necessarily describe something that is static and unchanging. The second thing to note is that nowhere have we restricted the domain of Einstein's theory to the region of space-time around a single star, or even double star systems such as PSRJ, SF42. Indeed, there is no suggestion in Einstein's theory that such a restriction is necessary. Einstein's equations can be applied to an unlimited region of space-time. This implies that they can, at least in principle, be used to describe the shape and evolution of the entire universe.
Now the ladybug is flying away.
Almost certainly, Galileo was the first human to peer at Neptune directly, during a series of observations at the end of 1612 and the beginning of 1613. The data he plotted with his newly invented telescope led him to believe this was a fixed star in the night sky, not a planet. Over the next 200 years, many astronomers must have fixed their gaze on this dim star without realizing the significance of its bluish light. But the first hint of its true nature would appear not in an eyepiece, but in a set of astronomical tables. In 1821, the French astronomer Alexis Bouvard published Tables Astronomiques, a set of tables predicting the orbits of the three outer planets, Jupiter, Saturn and Uranus, based on Newton's laws of motion and universal gravitation. Over the next few years, Bouvard's theoretical work would be tested against the movements in the night sky, and his painstaking calculations were rewarded with the confirmation that actual observations of the movements of Jupiter and Saturn adhered precisely to his mathematical predictions. However, Uranus refused to behave quite so compliantly. The movement of the then farthest planet deviated substantially from Bouvard's predicted path, and this led him to make a wild suggestion. Either Newton was wrong, or perhaps there was an as-yet undiscovered planet lurking in the darkness, distorting the passage of Uranus through its gravitational interaction. A flurry of astronomers sped to find the hidden planet, the ultimate prize for any stargazer, as an acrimonious race kicked off between the British and French to predict the planet's location. On the British side of the channel, the Cornish astronomer and mathematician John Couch Adams became obsessed with Bouvard's hypothesis and was convinced he could use nothing more than pen and paper to determine the size, position and orbit of this hidden world. By September 1845, Adams had at least partially completed his calculations, but unknown to him, almost simultaneously, the French mathematician Urbain Le Verrier in Paris was completing his own complex computations of Uranus's path and the elusive eighth planet. By the summer of 1846, Le Verrier had played his hand and announced to the Académie des Sciences on the 31st of August that he had calculated a predicted location for the missing planet. Revealing his work just 2 days before, Adams secretly sent his own prediction in a letter to the Royal Greenwich Observatory for verification. In what must be one of the most close-run races in scientific history, Le Verrier engaged the Berlin Observatory in the search for his planet, and at 00:15 on the night of the 24th of September 1846, Johann Galle, with the help of his assistant Heinrich Darre, looked through his refracting telescope and became the first person to knowingly gaze at the eighth and furthest planet in the solar system. A planet that had taken decades to locate was found in less than an hour, and within 1 degree of the position Le Verrier had calculated. Even today, the exact credit for the discovery of Neptune is still disputed, But in the winner-takes-all world of astronomical discovery, it's Le Verrier whom history records as the discoverer of Neptune, the man who discovered a planet with the point of his pen. It took another 143 years before we would visit Le Verrier's planet and witness a dynamic, violent and volatile world. As Voyager drew closer, it began to return a precious set of images that remain to date our only close-range record of this planetary system. At first flying past Nereid, the third largest of Neptune's moons, Voyager captured our only image of this distant world travelling on its massively eccentric orbit around the planet. But it was the images of Neptune itself that became increasingly astounding. Painted across the surface of the planet, Voyager revealed banks of methane clouds that were being whipped around by high-altitude winds at speeds of over 2,000 kilometers per hour. At least 5 times stronger than the most powerful winds ever measured on Earth. These were the highest wind speeds we'd witnessed anywhere in the solar system. It wasn't just violent winds that we saw through Voyager's eyes. Great hurricane-like storms could be seen moving across its surface, the largest being an Earth-sized storm system similar to the Great Red Spot on Jupiter, which became known as the Great Dark Spot. Voyager took multiple images of this vast storm system as it sped past the planet, skimming the cloud tops of the northern pole from a distance of just 4,400 kilometers as it reached its nearest approach on the 25th of August 1989. No one had expected such massive storms to be brewing so far from the Sun, but just 5 years later, with the Hubble telescope up and running, we peered back towards Neptune and found that the Great Dark Spot had disappeared. Unlike the giant storms on Jupiter, which we've witnessed playing out for centuries, it seems that the weather on Neptune is far more transient, with the largest events coming and going within the space of a few years. The intense weather systems that we witnessed on Neptune remain a tantalizing puzzle.
24 placed in worded folders.
The planet is on average 50% further from the Sun than Uranus, and receives just 40% of the sunlight that hits its sister world,
and
the surface temperatures of both planets are equally intensely cold. In fact, the temperature of Neptune's outer atmosphere is one of the coldest places in the solar system, with temperatures at its cloud tops measuring around minus 220 degrees Celsius. Orbiting this far out in the far frozen reaches of the solar system explains the blandness of Uranus's weather. But why would Neptune, even further from the Sun, be so active? The answer, we think, lies in a mysterious and powerful source of heat that we have detected coming from deep within the planet.
Generation complete with multi-road
All of the planets, including Uranus and Neptune, have some residual heat locked deep inside them, and much of this is the thermal energy that remains from the endless collisions of their creation, as well as the heat released by the radioactive decay of certain elements in the core. However, this far out, Uranus has rapidly lost this heat, and today radiates just 1.1 times the energy it receives from the Sun, so that the heat radiating from its core is too little to drive any kind of dynamic weather system through its atmosphere. Neptune, it seems, has a far warmer heart, and Voyager was able to reveal that the most distant planet radiates 2.61 times as much energy as it receives from the Sun. It's these unexpectedly high temperatures that help to explain the violent storms we see in its atmosphere. As the heat makes its way from the core of the planet and out into space, it churns up the entire atmosphere, creating winds of extreme ferocity, and once they start, there is little to stop them. Neptune, like Uranus, is an ice giant, a planet composed of a rocky core and a mantle made up of water, ammonia and methane ices, surrounded by a cold gaseous atmosphere. With no solid surface on the planet, there are no mountains or continents to break up the flow of the atmospheric gases, so this means the winds can whip around the planet, picking up speed until they are quite literally supersonic. All of this helps to give us a reason for Neptune's extreme weather, but not an explanation. Voyager 2 was unable to reveal why Neptune and Uranus are so different, and we still don't know what it is about these planets' formation that left Neptune with far more residual heat, making it the far more active of the two. Neptune's active atmosphere was not the only surprise Voyager returned to us with the pictures from its two-camera system. In vibrant and vivid detail, The images also revealed the solar system to be home to not one, but two. You would select a publisher at random. Neptune is a bright blue world, but with no liquid water on its surface, we know that the origin of this colour cannot be the same as here on Earth. This deep cobalt colour must be produced by something else in Neptune's atmosphere, and Voyager provided the answer. Using its onboard spectrometer, Voyager was able to measure for the first time the composition of Neptune's atmosphere, and found it to be comprised of 80% hydrogen, 18.5% helium, and 1.5% methane.
We try to base
methane was by far the smallest component,
information that's provided,
yet this is the key to understanding Neptune's blue hue. The light of the sun contains all the colours of the rainbow, but as it hits the surface of a planet, it interacts in different ways depending on the molecules it encounters. In the case of the Earth, the water that covers our planet absorbs all of the red light in sunlight, so as the sun strikes the surface, only the blue is reflected back. It's the same with all the plants on our planet. The chlorophyll absorbs the blue and red light, so that only green is reflected back. On Neptune, there is no water to turn the planet blue. Instead, it's the methane that absorbs the red light of the dim and distant sun, reflecting the blue light back out into the darkness. But things aren't quite as simple as they first appear. Uranus is also a blue world, but just that bit paler and greener in shade compared with its more distant sibling. And yet Uranus also has methane in its atmosphere. In fact, it has slightly more. So Uranus, not Neptune, should be the darker shade of blue. Why is this? Well, quite the space control we still don't know. Voyager looked for other constituents in Neptune's atmosphere that could account for the deeper blue, but it found nothing that could explain the discrepancy. So for now, the many differences between these two worlds remain a mystery. Neptune's moons. After over 12 years of travelling, Voyager 2 completed its grand tour of the solar system. A tiny explorer that had set out from Earth and travelled across 7 billion kilometres of space on a single extraordinary journey to explore all of the outer worlds of the solar system: Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. But before it began its long, lonely journey into the darkness of interstellar space, there was one more brief rendezvous left on its itinerary. While in the Neptunian system, Voyager had made endless discoveries, including the detection of a faint ring system and the confirmation of 6 new moons in orbit. But in those final hours of close contact, as it flew across the north pole of the planet, the mission scientists back at JPL had instructed the craft to make one last intrepid maneuver, a close flyby of Neptune's giant moon, Triton. Just 5 hours after nearly touching the cloud tops of Neptune, Voyager travelled within 40,000 kilometres of the Neptunian moon and returned the first pictures of this strange and distant world. The British astronomer William Lassell first spotted Triton on the 10th of October 1846, just 17 days after the discovery of Neptune. As astronomers clamoured to observe the newly identified planet, it was Lassell with his homemade telescope who noticed the satellite first. Although not officially named until many years later, Triton would remain the only known satellite of Neptune for over 100 years, until the discovery of Nereid by Gerard Kuiper, more of him later, in 1949. As Voyager returned the first images of this distant moon, it immediately became apparent that just like Neptune, Triton was far more active than we had ever imagined. Here in the furthest reaches of space, the 7th largest moon in the solar system was far from a frozen, inactive rock. It was a geologically active world, with features unlike anything we had imagined. Able to image just 40% of its surface due to the fact that most of the northern hemisphere was in darkness, Voyager revealed Triton to have a sparsely cratered exterior, with a strange network of ridges and valleys covering its entire surface, including in the western hemisphere, a region dubbed the Cantaloupe Terrain, because of its striking similarity to the skin of a melon. All of this evidence pointed to the fact that the surface of Triton was young, not battered and ancient like that of our moon. A surface that, even though it had been recorded by Voyager's instruments as one of the coldest places in the solar system at -235 degrees Celsius, seems to be being resurfaced by active volcanism occurring across the planet. But this was not volcanism as we understand it here on Earth. There is no molten rock beneath the surface of Triton. This is an ice world, with a surface covered in a frozen mixture of nitrogen, water ice, and carbon dioxide. Any volcano that exists here would be a cryovolcano, erupting water, ammonia, and methane from below the surface. Cryomagma that would immediately solidify in the extreme low temperatures at the surface. And as Voyager peered closer at the surface of Triton, it captured a series of images of the southern polar region that appeared to provide evidence of such geological activity. Lurking amongst the flat volcanic plains and rift valleys was a set of distinct features that at once caught the eye. Scattered across the surface were what appeared to be at least 50 dark plumes. Voyager was travelling so fast and so far away from the moon that it was unable to get close-ups of these intriguing plumes, but we are certain that they are the evidence of ice geysers, and that the dark streaks are dust deposits left on the surface by the eruption of these geysers. According to planetary scientist Noah Hammond, it was a big surprise to see active geysers going on in Triton, shooting 8 kilometers into the air, and we think these geysers might be forming as a result of nitrogen ice which is being vaporized by the sun. Both of the geysers that Voyager 2 observed, which are currently blowing up, are concentrated on the warmest part of Triton, where the sunlight is striking the hardest. And as the sunlight pierces through the nitrogen ice, it starts to turn that nitrogen ice back into a gas again, and that gas builds up and builds up until it has enough energy to break through the ice and lift dust all the way up into the atmosphere.
Stay right there, 26.
Further analysis of the images suggested that at least 4 of these geysers were active at the time of Voyager's flypast, belching clouds of ice and dust 8 kilometers up into the thin Neptunian atmosphere before falling back down to the surface over 100 kilometers downwind. Perhaps even more astonishingly, we have been able to actually formulate a hypothesis for the mechanism that lies beneath them. The key to understanding why this wondrous geological activity occurs in the most unlikely of places seems to involve their location on the surface of Triton. From the imaging data that Voyager 2 returned, it seems the geysers tend to erupt on the most sunlit part of Triton's surface. From a distance of 4.5 billion kilometers, the sun's rays are faint, and the amount of thermal energy landing on the surface is low. But combined with the specific chemistry on Triton's surface, the effect of the sun can still be dramatic. What seems to be happening is that sunlight falling on the thin layer of nitrogen ice that covers Triton is penetrating the surface and heating up a layer of darker methane particles a meter below the surface. The methane acts as a subsurface greenhouse gas, trapping the heat below the surface and radiating that heat back up through the frozen nitrogen. Even though this mechanism creates a temperature difference of just 4 degrees Celsius between the ambient surface temperature and that of the warmer interior, this difference is enough to melt the frozen nitrogen and create pockets of gas. Sitting beneath the nitrogen ice, that gas is kept under pressure, building up until ultimately it punches through the nitrogen ice, creating the geysers of Triton and carrying the dark ice particles up to 8 kilometers into the sky. Although the faint light of the sun is just strong enough to power Triton's geysers, it's simply too weak to have driven the other geological processes that have created the network of valleys and crevasses we see all across the surface. It seems that something in Triton's past must have heated the moon enough to drastically alter its terrain. And a potential clue to the source of that ancient heat can be found in the oddity of Triton's orbit. Unlike every other large moon in the solar system, Triton orbits in the opposite direction to the spin of the planet. Travelling around Neptune in its tidally locked orbit, with the same side facing inwards at all times, Triton orbits in a clockwise direction, while Neptune spins on its axis every 16.11 hours, anti-clockwise. Such dissonance between planet and satellite suggests that it is very unlikely that Triton and Neptune formed at the same time. A planet and moon system fashioned from an identical collapsing cloud of gas and dust at the same moment would tend to spin and orbit in the same direction as the spin of the initial dust cloud, just like the overwhelming majority of moons we see in the solar system today. So the most likely explanation is that Triton joined Neptune much later, a visitor to the Neptunian system that, unlike Voyager, never left. Like Uranus, we don't know for certain the deep history of Triton, but all the evidence from its orbit and surface features point to the possibility that long ago Triton was not a moon at all. To understand where it might have come from, we need to look beyond the Neptunian system and peer further out into the darkness. It was only relatively recently that we confirmed the existence of a region of the solar system now known as the Kuiper Belt, a disk of millions of objects that stretches out from the orbit of Neptune to at least 50 AU from the Sun. Similar to the asteroid belt in structure, but far larger in scale. We had long speculated that such a region might exist, but it wasn't until the discovery of an icy object known as 15760 Albion in 1992 that we were able to put together a body of proof. The discovery of this region was a turning point in our knowledge about our solar system. According to Alan Stern of the New Horizons mission, the Kuiper Belt was so revolutionary because, as it's so far from the Sun, the temperatures out there are almost absolute zeros, so everything is so well preserved. It's an archaeological dig, if you will, into the early history of our solar system. So it's a scientific wonderland, and you put all that together, redrawing the map and putting us in our place about who's the oddball now. It's not Pluto, it's the Earth or Jupiter that's the oddball. And then having this museum piece placed in the solar system where everything is so well preserved, I can't think of a bigger discovery that we've made that's reshaped our thinking so profoundly in all the decades of space exploration. Albion was the first trans-Neptunian object to be identified since the discovery of Pluto and its moon Charon. And this finding launched a flurry of further revelations that now put the number of identified objects in the Kuiper Belt region at around 2,400. We think there are at least 100,000 objects bigger than 100 kilometers wide in the Kuiper Belt, but we'll explore our recently expanded knowledge of this region later in the chapter. Just like the asteroid belt, this dispersed region of debris is composed from the remnants of our solar system's formation. But whereas the asteroid belt is a disk of rocky fragments, we think the Kuiper Belt is made up of icy objects, with methane, water and ammonia the major ingredients. And it's that list of ingredients that leads us back to Triton and its strange history. We believe now that perhaps only Triton grew up out in the Kuiper Belt, amongst the millions of other frozen lumps of water, ammonia and methane circling the Sun, before something such as a collision disturbed its orbit and flung it inwards. Plucked from the Kuiper Belt, Triton would be captured by the gravitational pull of Neptune and forever trapped in its strange orbit around the blue planet. Today, Triton orbits in a nice regular circle around Neptune, a bit like the way that our moon orbits around the Earth. But to begin with, this newly captured satellite would have almost certainly been in a chaotic orbit. Glancing past the planet, it would have started along a wide elliptical path around Neptune, bringing it from far out to close in on every revolution. This would have meant that as Triton orbited Neptune, the gravitational pull would be constantly changing, stretching and squashing the moon, just as Jupiter does to Io today, with the result that the friction of these tidal forces would have heated up the interior of Triton, creating far more activity than the erupting geysers we see today. Through this process of tidal heating, the ancient interior of ice would have become molten and volatile, exploding up through cracks and faults in the moon's crust, creating the ragged surface we see today. Over time, as the orbit adjusted into a more regular circular path, the friction reduced, the heating diminished, and so what we're left with is an icy, frozen moon circling the wrong way around its planet, the subtle scars of its early life written across its surface. All that remains today of that dramatic, violent past while the gas was powered by the faint light of the sun, painting dark streaks across the now quiescent surface. As Voyager 2 sped away from Triton and Neptune at over 60,000 kilometers per hour, the planetary exploration phase of this extraordinary mission finally came to an end. Its exploration would continue beyond even the furthest reaches of our solar system, and would extend into the unknown depths of interstellar space. But its time as a planetary explorer was over. A tiny spacecraft, built with 1,000 human hands, had shone a light into the darkness, revealing the secrets of worlds that had been hidden in the night for over 4 billion years. As yet, we have not returned. But while Neptune and Uranus have fallen back into the distance, viewed only through the lenses of our most powerful telescopes, another, even more distant world was out there waiting for our first arrival. Search for Planet X. On the night of the 23rd of January 1930, a 23-year-old junior researcher at the Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff, Arizona, took an image of the night sky using a 13-inch astrograph, a telescope designed for the sole purpose of astrophotography. Clyde Tombaugh had been at the observatory for just over a year when he took the image, one of hundreds he had captured over previous months. A keen amateur astronomer, he had landed this first job after sending in a series of drawings he had made of Jupiter and Mars using telescopes he had built at his home. Every night at the Lowell, Tombaugh performed the same task, using the astrograph to photograph a precise section of sky that he would then image again a few nights later. The task was a little laborious, but its purpose was profound, because hiding within the near-identical images, Tombaugh was on the hunt for a new world, the enigmatic Planet X. By 1930, the search for the elusive ninth planet had been running for well over 3 decades. Since the turn of the 20th century, precise observations of the orbits of Uranus and Neptune had suggested that there was something else lurking in the darkness of the outer solar system, another distant world far beyond Neptune. But hunting down such a faint object was like looking for a needle in the celestial haystack. Leading the search for Planet X over much of this time was the founder of the Flagstaff Observatory, starting in 1906, Lowell had embarked on an obsessive pursuit of the ninth planet, but despite years of work, he would not live long enough to see its discovery, and he would never know how close he came to finding it himself. Unknown to Lowell, an image of Planet X had been captured in 2 photographs he had taken just a year or so before his death in 1916. But the evidence was missed. The photographic plates were filed away, and the search would go on without him for another 15 years. The logic behind using identical pairs of photographs taken a few nights apart was simple. By examining the 2 images for any stars that appeared to have shifted position, they would be able to differentiate between the distant stars in the background and anything that was orbiting closer to Earth. Hundreds of pairs of images were taken at the Lowell Observatory for this purpose, and analyzed using a blink comparator, which helped to reveal any minute differences between the images. But it wasn't until the night of the 29th of January 1930 that Tombaugh would strike gold. Comparing the 2 images he had taken a week apart, Tombaugh discovered what appeared to be a moving object on the 2 plates. Across those few days, a dim spot had moved no more than an inch, but that movement signified something profound. This was an object much closer to the Earth than the distant stars in the background, an object that had moved as our perspective had changed with the Earth's own orbit. And over the course of that week, this object appeared to have shifted against the distant background. Tombaugh had found Planet X, which would be named Pluto, after the suggestion of Venetia Burney, an 11-year-old English schoolgirl from Oxford with an interest in classical mythology. Searching New Horizons. Taking off from Cape Canaveral Air Force Base on the back of an Atlas V rocket,
Processed 21.
the New Horizons space probe began its epic journey across the solar system towards Pluto in January 2006. Just 9 years after the death of Clyde Tombaugh,
23
This tiny
files renamed.
interplanetary probe, no bigger than a grand piano, made room in its payload for 30 grams of his ashes.
Album art complete.
A tribute to the
Found
man
zero
who began
local
our journey
artworks.
to Pluto 76 years before. For Alan Stone, principal investigator of the New Horizons mission, this move fulfilled a promise made to Tombaugh. Shortly before New Horizons became a project, while we were still trying to get funding to fly a spacecraft to explore Pluto, Clyde died in January of 1997, and prior to that he had asked if a mission ever did get launched, if there was a way it could be considered if some of his ashes could be sent on the journey.
New files
And I'd heard
sorted.
about that back in the 90s.
23 placed
And when
in
it came
weighted
close to
folders.
launching New Horizons in the summer of 2005, I reached out to his family to see if that's something they wanted, and it was still possible.
Quarantine 0 empty
And
music
it was,
folders.
and we found a way to do it, and we were very proud to be able to make it happen. Not just for Clyde Tombaugh and his family, but even more so for the people of Earth, because it makes a very human connection between the discoverer of this world and those who were the explorers of it on the New Horizons team. Leaving the Earth with an escape velocity of 16.26 kilometers per second, New Horizons was the fastest probe ever launched from our planet.
LVC-JSON
Reaching Jupiter in
generation
just over a
complete with
year,
multi-word groups.
it progressed on its way with a gravity-assisted kick from the gas giant, sending it hurtling across space. With all non-essential systems shut down to conserve energy, this little probe would sleep through most of its epic 8-year voyage in the dark. After 20 years of planning, building, and dreaming, the New Horizons team could only wait and hope for its safe passage as it made its way towards the last unexplored world in our solar system. But while the voyage itself proceeded without a glitch, back on Earth, the status of the mission was about to take the most
Linux voice control
turn.
restarted.
Starting with the discovery of the rocky object 15760 Albion back in 1992, the description of Pluto as a planet, orbiting alone in the farthest reaches of the solar system, would come under increasing scrutiny. Pluto, it seemed, was not so lonely after all. This was a region of space filled with an array of orbiting objects, and as we began to peer into the Kuiper Belt, we discovered they were far from just fragments. This was a region of space filled with Pluto-like worlds. 50000 Quaoar, an object half the size of Pluto, discovered at the Palomar Observatory in June 2002. 90377 Sedna, a large minor planet discovered in November 2003 on an 11,400-year orbit around the Sun. 136198 Haumea, a huge pebble-shaped world with 2 tiny moons in orbit, discovered in December 2004. 136472 Makemake, a dwarf planet perhaps 2/3 as big as Pluto, discovered in 2005. Then, in January 2005, we spotted 136199 Eris, a world almost the same size as Pluto itself, if not bigger. These discoveries, and the hundreds we've made since, forced the International Astronomical Union, the ruling body on Earth for all things astronomical, to formally reconsider the definition of a planet. In October 2006, they published a set of 3 criteria that any object in our solar system would have to fulfill if it wanted to stay
Hours of research and intersect
1. It has to orbit the Sun. 2. It has to be massive enough for it to form a sphere under its own gravity. 3. It has to be massive enough to clear its own orbit of any other objects, dust, or debris. Pluto certainly ticks the first box, completing an orbit of the Sun every 248 years. We also know, even from our most distant observations, that Pluto is nearly perfectly spherical, and so the second criterion is also a clear tick for Pluto. But when it comes to the third requirement, Pluto is not so lucky. It is simply not massive enough to blow away all the bits of dust and debris in its orbit, and for that reason, it fails to make the cut as a planet. Since September 2006, Pluto has been officially designated a dwarf or minor planet. A sphere orbiting the Sun, yes, but a planet, no. The third criterion is ultimately the one that necessarily separates the chosen eight: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, from the rest of the globes that orbit the Sun. Because if Pluto was a planet, so too would be Theta, Eris, Makemake, and all the other tens or potentially even hundreds of smaller objects that orbit in the distant Kuiper Belt, billions of kilometers from the Sun. So for now at least, we have a solar system filled with 8 planets, but many worlds. Hundreds of moons and dwarf planets, many that remain unknown and out there waiting to be discovered. As for Pluto, despite the best efforts of complaint and protest around the world, by the time New Horizons entered the final leg of its epic voyage, it had changed from a mission of planetary exploration to the first ever mission to a dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt. Thankfully, our solar system pays little heed to the fanciful definitions of humans from the International Union, and while downgraded by name, the world that awaited us was anything but disappointing. After nearly 10 years alone in the icy darkness of space, New Horizons awoke from its state of hibernation, and the pixels that Hubble had seen all those years before were at last replaced by our first glimpse of the most distant world we had ever visited. In July 2015, New Horizons began to beam back images from its close encounter to reveal Pluto not as a frigid, featureless, frozen rock, but something far more beguiling. Planet or not, Pluto was beautiful. The images revealed a complexity of character stretching across its freezing -230 degrees Celsius surface that contained all the features of a dynamic, active world. The blemishes we gazed at from a distance were no longer just smudges, but high-definition images revealing an extraordinary range of geological form and structure. New Horizons first spotted Pluto shortly after launch, just a dot in the distance, and year by year that dot grew a little brighter, but even after 9 years of flight it was only 2 pixels across. And we were only 10 weeks from arrival when the blurry images were as good as the Hubble had been able to do all that time. But then they got a little better, and a little better, and a little better, and suddenly, overnight, as we flew past, it went from a kind of naked-eye vision of what the moon looks like, where you can see the general patterns of bright and darkness, to all of a sudden this phenomenally complex world, with mountain ranges and gorges and glaciers, and an atmosphere glowing up to 500,000 feet in the sky, and polar caps, evidence for a liquid ocean on the inside, 5 spectacular moons, and so much more. It was almost overwhelming in the first days and weeks after to see what an amazing place Pluto was, and I took to say that the solar system had saved the best for last. Alan Stern, New Horizons mission. This was a landscape built from frozen nitrogen, with soaring mountains and complex ridged terrain with a look of snakeskin. But one feature more than any other leapt from the images New Horizons fed back to us. Running across the equatorial region of the planet, we could see a giant heart-shaped plain of frozen nitrogen, methane and carbon monoxide that stretched for 1 million square kilometers, a region that has been named Tombo region, or to give it its more popular name, Pluto's heart. The western lobe of the heart is called Sputnik Planitia, and at its eastern edge lies a range of mountains made of pure frozen water ice that rises miles above the frozen plain. But it wasn't just the soaring mountains and romantic form of this region that caught the eye. There was something else about Sputnik Planitia, a strange detail that set it apart from the rest of the dwarf planet. Everywhere we looked across the surface of Pluto, we saw a world covered in craters, the scars of impacts that, just like on the surface of our moon, have taken place over billions of years. Except on Sputnik Planitia, this icy plain appeared unblemished, an utterly smooth surface, untouched for mile upon mile without a single crater to be seen. And the closer we looked at this region, the stranger it appeared, because as we studied the detailed imagery beamed back by New Horizons, we saw a puzzling set of patterns and shapes across its surface, a series of hexagons and pentagons crisscrossing the frozen nitrogen exterior that suggested something intriguing was going on beneath. New Horizons had provided us with a hint that Pluto's heart was beating. The geometric patterns we see on the surface of Sputnik Planitia may be distant, but they are remarkably familiar. We see these patterns all across nature, from the surface of the sun to a pot of boiling water. They are the characteristic patterns of convection, the forms we see when a heat source causes material to rise up and then fall back down again as it cools. So it seems that underneath the surface of this region of Pluto, there is a heat source which is creating a circulating convection current, melting the nitrogen ice and causing it to rise, cool, and then fall again, constantly resurfacing the area, removing any scars from impacts, and leaving the characteristic cells of convection behind. We don't know for certain where the heat is coming from that has shaped this distant world, but many scientists now believe that below the surface of the glacier there was once a liquid body of water, a flowing ocean that might even still be there. It's this ocean that could possibly explain the strange patterns on the surface, because it needs only a small difference in temperature between the underground ocean and the frozen nitrogen above to create the convection currents needed to produce the crater-free patterned plane we see today. Just imagine that billions of miles away from the sun, on the frozen frontier of the outer solar system, there may still be an ocean of water.
Placement scan complete.
And what is above this lonely, distant ocean? As New Horizons left Pluto behind to continue its lonely voyage out into the darkness, NASA turned its camera back towards the dwarf planet, revealing a hazy atmosphere made mostly of nitrogen, a blue sky above an ocean of water, 4.8 billion kilometers from Earth. Today, New Horizons, just like Voyager 2, continues onwards, heading out into the furthest reaches of our solar system. In January 2019, 3.5 years after leaving the beating heart of Pluto behind, it revealed a new world, the first image of 2014 MU-69, otherwise known as Ultima Thule, the snowman dwarf planet.
Album art complete.
By visiting these outer worlds, we have momentarily illuminated the darkness, found and explored worlds far beyond our imagination, and opened a new and as yet unfinished chapter in the story of our solar system. It's a story that began with the formation of an ordinary star a little less than 5 billion years ago, a star that would leave just the right ingredients for 8 planets and countless worlds to form in her shadow. Jupiter came first, the godfather that would cast its hand across all that was to follow, shaping the destiny of the solar system as it wandered near and far. In Mars, it would leave a world too small to fulfill its potential, chasing the destiny of its nearest sibling before rapidly slowing down. Venus would soon follow, an oasis in its earliest of days, choked by the intensifying grip of its atmosphere. Just like Mercury, it would find itself too close to the sun to hold on to its charms. Only one planet, our own, has held on to its oceans beneath the thinnest of veils. A world that through the luck of its formation has not only sparked life,
LVCJ generation complete with multi-word groups.
For 4 billion years, our planet has remained stable long enough to allow the most curious of minds to evolve, look up, and explore. This is our story. A story that we now know not only has a beginning and a middle, but an end, too. An end that will see the islands of life in our solar system shift from one world to another, until perhaps in the final days of our star, it will be Saturn that harbors a world where a life form can call it a home. We've written this story not with imagination, but with exploration.
Linux voice control.
A story just like the very greatest of our legends that will be added to and heightened as it is passed down the generations to come. Where it will end up, I do not know. Lost with our planet, or carried onwards to distant worlds, its destiny and our destiny are unmistakably entwined. Why do we explore, some people ask? Shouldn't we focus on solving our problems here on Earth before spending time and energy and resources reaching for the stars? Well, I think that focusing entirely on our mote dust would be a profound mistake. It would mean that we've taken the decision to sit huddled in a tiny corner of the solar system, wondering what we're doing here. It would mean that we've taken the decision to fight among ourselves for ever more precious resources, confined below a thin shell of air to the two-dimensional surface of a small rock, rather than following the three-dimensional path marked out by the lights in the night. We need to shift our focus. We live in a solar system of wonders, of planets, of storms.
We use them to explore the minutiae of human life, taking delight in the smallest things. And we tell grander tales of origins and endings. History is littered with stories about the creation of the universe. They seem as old as humanity itself. Multifarious gods, cosmic eggs, worlds emerging from chaos or order, from the waters or the sky, or nothing at all. There exist as many creation myths as there are cultures. The impulse to understand the origin of the universe is clearly a powerful unifying idea, although the very existence of many different mythologies continues to be a source of division. It's an unfortunate testament to the emotional power of creation narratives that so much energy is spent arguing about old ones, rather than using the increasingly detailed observational evidence available to 21st century citizens to construct new ones. We live in a very privileged and exciting time in this sense, because observational evidence for creation stories was scant even a single lifetime ago. When my grandparents were born in Oldham at the turn of the 20th century, there was no scientific creation story. Astronomers were not even aware of a universe beyond the Milky Way, which makes it all the more remarkable that the modern scientific approach to the description of the universe emerged almost fully formed from Einstein's theory of general relativity, before Edwin Hubble published the discovery of his Cepheid variable star in Andromeda and settled Shapley and Curtis's great debate. One of the beautiful things about mathematical physics is that equations contain stories. If you think of equations in terms of the nasty little things you used to solve at school on a damp autumn afternoon, then that may sound like a strange and abstract idea. But equations like Einstein's field equations are much more complex animals. Recall that Einstein's equations will tell you the shape of space-time, given some distribution of matter and energy. That shape is known as a solution of the equations, and it is these solutions that contain the stories. The first exact solution to Einstein's field equations was discovered in 1915 by the German physicist Karl Schwarzschild. Schwarzschild used the equations to calculate the shape of spacetime around a perfectly spherical, non-rotating mass. Schwarzschild's solution can be used to describe planetary orbits around the star, but it also contains some of the most exotic ideas in modern physics. It describes what we know now as the event horizon of a black hole. The well-known tales of astronauts being spaghettified as they fall towards oblivion inside a supermassive collapsed star are to be found in Schwarzschild's solution. The calculation was a remarkable achievement, not least because Schwarzschild completed it whilst serving in the German army at the Russian front. Shortly afterwards, the 42-year-old physicist died of a disease contracted in the trenches. The most remarkable stories waiting to be found inside Einstein's equations reveal themselves when we take an audacious and seemingly reckless leap. Instead of confining ourselves to describing the space-time around spherical blobs of matter, why not think a little bigger? Why not try to use Einstein's equations to tell us about all of space-time? Why can't we apply general relativity to the entire universe? Einstein noticed this as a possibility very early in the development of his theory, and in 1917 he published a paper entitled Cosmological Considerations of the General Theory of Relativity. It's a big step, of course, from thinking about someone falling off a roof to telling the story of the universe, and Einstein appears to have been uncharacteristically wobbly. In a letter to his friend Paul Ehrenfest, a few days before he presented his paper to the Prussian Academy, he wrote, "I have, again, perpetrated something about gravitation theory, which somewhat exposes me to the danger of being confined in a madhouse." The universe modelled in Einstein's 1917 paper is not the one we inhabit, but the paper is of interest for the introduction of what Einstein later came to view as a mistake. Einstein tried to find a solution to his equations that would describe a finite universe, populated by a uniform distribution of matter and stable against gravitational collapse. At the time, this was a reasonable thing to do because astronomers knew of only a single galaxy, the Milky Way, and the stars did not appear to be collapsing inwards towards each other. Einstein also seems to have had a particular story in mind. He felt that an eternal universe was more elegant than one that had a beginning, which left open the thorny question of a creator. He discovered, however, that general relativity does not allow for a universe with stars, planets and galaxies to be eternal. Instead, his solution told the story of an unstable universe that would collapse inwards. Einstein tried to solve this unfortunate problem by adding a new term in his equations known as the cosmological constant. This extra term can act as a repulsive force, which Einstein adjusted to resist the tendency of his model universe to collapse under its own gravity. Later, he is famously said to have remarked to his friend George Gamow that the cosmological constant was his biggest blunder. As physicists began to search for solutions to Einstein's equations, more and more possible universes were discovered. None, with the exception of Einstein's universe and a universe without matter and dominated by a positive cosmological constant, discovered in 1917 by Willem de Sitter, was static. We will return to de Sitter's universe in a moment, but in every other case, Einstein's equations seem to imply continual evolution, whereas Einstein himself felt that the universe should be unchanging and eternal.
Linux
As
voice
more
control
physicists
start.
worked with the equations, things only got worse for Einstein's static eternal universe. The first exact cosmological solution of Einstein's equations for a realistic universe filled with galaxies was discovered by Russian physicist Alexander Friedmann in 1922. He reached his result by assuming something that takes us all the way back to the beginning of this chapter, a Copernican universe, in the sense that nowhere in space is special. This is known as the assumption of homogeneity and isotropy, and it corresponds to solving Einstein's equations with a completely uniform matter distribution. This may seem to be a gross oversimplification, and in the early 1920s, the extent to which this assumption agreed with the observational evidence, a universe seemingly containing just a single galaxy, was tenuous. From a theoretical perspective, however, Friedmann's assumption makes perfect sense. It's the simplest assumption one can make, and it makes it relatively easy to do the sums. So relatively easy, in fact, that Friedmann's work was replicated and extended quite independently by a Belgian mathematician and priest named Georges Lemaitre. Lemaitre planted his flag firmly in the no-man's land between religion and science, a strip of intellectual land occupied, whether we liked or not, by cosmology. A student of Harlow Shapley, this deeply religious man never saw a conflict between these two very different modes of human thought. He embodies the much debated and criticized modern notion, introduced by the evolutionary biologist Stephen Jay Gould, that science and religion are non-overlapping magisteria, asking the same questions but operating within separate domains. My view is that this is far too simplistic a position to take. Questions concerning the origin of the physical universe are of the same character as questions about the nature of the gravitational force or the behavior of subatomic particles, and answers will surely be found by employing the methodology of science.
24 placed in worded
Having
folders.
said that, I am willing to recognize that romance, or wonder, or whatever the term is for that deep feeling of awe when contemplating the universe in all its immensity,
music folders.
is a central component of both
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted. Starting JSON security scan. Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Cover Medic 13, Engine 13, and Medic 91. Medic 13, Engine 13, and Medic 91 for MOB call. ESC's 1314. Be 2921 Walden Road, number 22. Work off EMS1 and 0308.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders.
91 available, received.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted. Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Call for Medic 12 for sick person, ESC 2011, 840 Wildwood Drive, across streets of Wagon Wheel and Warren Acres. Work off fire dispatch at 0320.
Linux voice control restarted.
Wall 54 to 143, can you come up here, please? One 154. Is there traffic for 132? Negative. Call for Medic 12, Medic 12 for a sick person, ESC 2011, 840 Wildwood Drive, cross streets of Wagon Wheel and Rolling Acres, Radar Fire Dispatch at 0323.
I found you rather overextend music. My colleague finds that research attraction to certain habits to be a distinct liability. Since in my line of work, predictability and mortality
So it is no KDE in terms of the number of options. You, for example, don't have a global menu option in there. You don't have little applets you can place on your desktop itself. It's just a lot less customizable. You don't have as many applets that you can add right now, but it's way above what GNOME offers by default if you don't use extensions. I would compare it to something like Cinnamon maybe in terms of what you can do with the layout. I think that is enough for a first draft, but I do expect them to add more options.
Or you want to risk you ready to?
Your letter, sir.
No, we didn't. Drop it.
Speed 361 and south of Pioneer with Texas Plate. Lincoln, David, Lincoln, 3303, Lincoln, David, Lincoln, 3303.
Whoa, $200 on a watch? I think my watch only costs maybe $70. But I really like this watch. It's an Apple Watch. I bought it in Malaysia. I've had it for about 2 years now. But I think now that I have an Apple Watch...
Linux voice control start.
That is a nice watch. I want an Apple Watch too.
143, 155 has one detained.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Yeah, 43, you can roll 51. Careful.
Linux voice control restarted.
Twenty-seven. 49, 49, 96, 96, 49, 49, 96, 96. Careful.
143, code 6.
Red.
Alejandro Nunez, date of birth 3/9 of 91. He's 99 times 1 out of Ohio. It's a non-extraditable and state pickup only for failure to appear on a traffic offense.
Zero.
Anyone on the page, on the and the stop.
This was 16 David Answer.
David, left turn 38. And 143, 1203 is in about 15 to 20 minutes.
Zero.
Hey, 13 minutes. Phone one, receive. 54 traffic.
On the same day of, okay, in another house. This is my house, and there was another house behind. You know, Morm, that the dogs leave so that the owners don't see them die. She
154 to 9. You're ready to have it cut out.
She escaped. She went into the house behind her and died leaning on our wall.
Go for it.
Six 16.
616.
Please fine. Hold me today.
Cover. One minute, four.
My name's Pablo. I'm going to be making contact. I'm not sure though. 635. 35.
Now we'll go to a terminal, and we'll go to type, we'll go to store, and that's TT. Enter, and it'll ask for my password.
Some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
They just try to try to find the VPN, and here's what they own now. CyberGhost.
Linux voice control stopped.
P12, go ahead. 941 doctors, 30 miles, 0.0. Cool, 1 doctors, 0.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Good.
North at the Wildcat exit. Fixes King John Henry 0629. King John Henry 0629. North at the Wildcat exit.
Airport.
New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Okay. 132, checking the bird watch.
Airport.
Linux voice control restarted.
13 West.
Linux voice controls stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Christi.
New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Call for engine 10 for lift assist, ESC 1008, be at 4210 Shaw Street. Work off fire dispatch at 0353.
Venezuela. Having covered the Pentagon during the early days of the Iraq War, gone to Iraq, the early days of Viceroy Paul Bremer and the Baathists who left Saddam Hussein and became terrorists on the ground, there is this specter of U.S. boots on the ground in a country that may not be favorable to us in one way or another. The President is answering those questions, saying it's going to be a transition to get to another government. However,
forms and so that if the act cannot be weaponized again, whether it's against President Trump or future elected presidents.
It shouldn't be weaponized against anyone. And the form is simple. If you're going to go after
It flies because it creates the Your sound is tremendous. When you are alone at 11 p.m. and you want to cook, inspiration will not save you.
Renaming complete. 20 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Settings, but we have the Zorin parent tab. If we bring that up, you'll see we have the layouts.
You see on the table on the right,
and the first layout is what they call Windows-like, is what we've got here. We've also got
charges
Windows
a flat fee of $52 for a temporary event permit, and they define a single temporary event as an event that could last anywhere from 1 to 14 consecutive days. So if a vendor is applying for a single day,
Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
It's too much.
MPC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Nothing different than what other smart countries did, but it works better for us. Leadership. It's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than in any time in the history of our country. Past the largest spending cuts in American history. We have one of the best.
Next letter is S.
Good first draft for a desktop environment, but it is very much a first draft in a lot of areas. So we're going to talk about everything that Cosmic offers, what I think about it, and also what I think about Pop! OS 24.04, which is the main vessel to use Cosmic, although it is also on other distros. And we'll also talk about our sponsor. So this video is sponsored by Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy, if only to just watch stuff that is not available in your region.
As commented, we have for comment, but if Pennsylvania gets used to stealing, more than 100 skeletons from 34-year-old Jonathan Gerlach is facing charges, including abuse of a corpse and burglary, abuse of a corpse and burglary. He was caught desecrating a monument at the cemetery. And according to the Delaware County, at the time I didn't know how. At the time I didn't know how.
Do it 1050.
1050, go ahead.
Next available cabin coordinate.
10.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete.
Medic 10, Medic 10.
Process 21, quarantine 0.
Via 1412 Painter, Drive, cross streets of Ayers and Blanco. Follow dispatch at 0400.
Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Operator, radio check only.
Linux voice control restarted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Perfectly. Thank you.
Cancel. 4.
$3069, radio check, continue for the R.
4.
Dave. One 32, checking 45-4.
Yeah, 4.
It will be if we unify China is unified because you have one vote. It will be at the end of that. We have a different system, but we have a system that's good, but we only have a system that's good and smart. David Sachs, did you say you were?
Yes, sir. So, as you pointed out, we have over 1,000 bills during the state legislature right now. Over 100 have already passed.
Linux voice controls stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 23, quarantined 1. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New file sorted. 23 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Route 2, taking radio and TNA from the yard.
Linux voice control restarted.
Route 1, radio check, TNA from the yard. Route 22, leading brush is clear.
Skin of my nuts on the Columbus going at it.
And we're expecting
There ain't a bigger cocksucker than
we're going to look at that, see if there's a need.
I just want to make sure somebody knows there could be a line of Casarellis a mile long, duly noted. So there's no problem then.
Overnight shelter or our warming centers will be open during that, but that's where we're trying to look at all the different factors. If we just go by,
Well, he said he wants it known,
activating,
takes full responsibility, but he didn't do nothing. I would say carriers are directly responsible for me ending 6 of them, 5 or 6. Without the tariffs, you have wars raging all over the world. With the tariffs, other than Russia, we have no wars out there. And we've made a lot of good friends, too. Tariffs are so important to our national security. If we don't have tariffs, we don't have national.
143, 132. Do you have the paperwork from county?
12, 15, 2, 6, and 8. And 15 around to the state of the area.
Deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th-hour deal here?
Aerial, if you go you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And similarly, this is the Dana, and this is a Comic Sans, and these aren't installed by default in Linux. But we can fix that out, because if we close this down, I can go to for now, we'll go to a terminal, and I'm going to type sudo
and things like that are going to happen. War. Nothing pretty about war. Nothing good, and there's nothing you can do to predict what's going to happen. But I think we've made a lot of progress with respect to Russia and Ukraine. I hope. Last month there was close to 27,000 soldiers killed, mostly soldiers. 27,000 mostly soldiers were killed last month in.
Signal on the area.
Out of message, next,
Signal one in the area.
You David?
Four, 6, 2, 6, 3, 8.
Everyone but you. So who's really in control? If your machine can wake itself, deny your code, and report your activity, then who's the real owner? Not you. You're not the customer in this equation, you're the product. The loyalty of these engine systems isn't to the user. It's to the supply chain, the vendor, and sometimes to the state. So if the most powerful parts of your machine don't answer to you, you have to act. So, they
Go after actors. So long as they do not
like I know what I'm doing.
hit that artificial threshold.
Today on probation.
Everything false arrest, persecution, manipulation, fucking terror.
Hey, show me 10-4. I'm gonna give him some food. Hey, Rob, I have the county jail. Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the call.
That's about everyone on there.
We're not able to give out cards.
Route 3, 10-8. Thank you.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Call for Medic 3. Medic 3 from Abdominal Pain, ESC 3302. 317 Shawnee Street, cross streets of Pine and Chippewa. Work off fire dispatch at 0430. Call for Medic 3. Medic 3 for Abdominal Pain, ESC 3302. 317 Shawnee Street, fire dispatch 0433.
Look who's here. Come here, son of a bitch. Come here.
We're transporting non-emergent to shore anywhere. Over 27.
Linux voice controls stopped. replacement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in wooded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Victor Robert, X-ray, X8112. Victor Robert, X-ray, 8112.
24 Toyota to Taylor out of Kingsville. Expires December of 26. Insurance unconfirmed.
to that.
It's going to be one in contact, one patrol, and 6 unable to catch. And then in 1 minute, can you put us working the guys on Lucas?
One main contact RP, one
radio tech, 10-8 from the yard.
Yeah.
5002, train delay on 44 right before Bronxtown Station.
Collaborating on what are the needs, part of the training, and helping set that up. So she's already started is that once again,
Unit 3061, 1080 from the yard.
He wasn't a great guy. He did that too. So you might think I became a lawyer just to piss him off. But you'd be wrong. I wanted to be a lawyer ever since I was about the civil rights movement in the 50s and 60s. And the amazing use of that time for the law. They did what a lot of people thought was impossible. They gave lawyers a good name. And so I went to law.
Route 910A from yard.
Station 9, thank you. Medical copy.
No, 1022, let's put another out.
Unit 4 to base.
Medic 12, this is dispatch.
3021 is ready.
.5002, train clear, still on schedule.
Disconnect the network adapter. Now we need to get down to the message. So download, and if you go down, they find actually provide access to the IDI file. I've been in the case all the way down to and I'm going to download
Well, my mates can get a radio check. I'm going to be 10-8 from the yard. Yeah. Thank you.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Radio check, Jenny from there.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
240 in service.
Racing.
222 in service.
Racing.
Thanks, Reclaim. I want to answer, over to you.
That's right. Asus tried so hard to fit so many USB ports in this bad boy, and a second board to do this. That's right. Asus tried so hard to fit so many USB ports in this second fans from the motherboard. There are 4 things that will make 40 second USB ports as well. So now that I've removed all the heatsinks and fans from the motherboard, there are 4 things that we need to cool: the VRMs,
Can you go ahead and complete the call that we have for 322 Canterbury and have the results over here ready? It's just going to be one make contact, and then show back on route to 250 rate station.
Thank you for the help.
It'll create a custom website. It'll write social posts for you and even set you up with a social media calendar. Get started at GoDaddy.com/.
To conclude, our I love what they've done. It is a fantastic first draft of the desktop. It's still a first draft. Settings of
Congratulations! And the last category is Holiday Champion. So the highly coveted Holiday Champion Award is presented to the business earning the highest overall score. So second runner-up is the Executive Surf Club. First runner-up, House of Rock. And the Holiday Champion is Don't Go Too Far.
Across the board, this was a joint effort across the Pentagon effort. I want to recognize the pilots who flew those bombers, who flew those fighters.
Linux voice control stopped.
Loud and clear.
3062, 10-8 from yard.
Yeah.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Base Route 10, Unit 3030. Can I have an individual, please?
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
p25, Christi.
Route 13 to Road Supervisor 28. Can you come to my unit? 10-4. Can you stand by at the shop? 10-4. 10-4, thank you. Just give me a minute. Dispatch is on the 10-7. 10-4.
Problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure if it's
Football team Sharon Moore and now being detained by police. Evidence he had an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Michigan's athletics
Neo-colonialism. Accepting this logic in fact.
Newport acting like a black dude through there, but Marlboro menthol, that's one of the reels. The word pussy offensive. All right, just checking. Ask that crowd.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Route 13, radio check, and to me from the yard.
22.
From Medic 9. Medic 9 for person, ESC 5001 3312 Leopard Street, via CDC. PD's on scene. The person in custody is requesting medics. Fire dispatch 0519.
What the fuck is the fucking...
Christi 101, 10. $3047, 770, all clear.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
It's gonna park somewhere else.
I'm sorry, base 10-9?
What unit is next to it?
3022.
Okay.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Unit 3021 by accident.
Go ahead, base. I thought it said 21 on my key tag. I just looked, it says 27.
Linux voice control restarted.
Supervisor, she can take 27. She can take 27.
Thank you.
10-4 supervisor.
10-9, base?
She can take 27.
10-4.
Call for Medicate. Medicate for a fall, ESC 8004 at 2509 Milo Street, Christi of Ayers and Richter. Fire dispatch at 0527.
Route 1, 1070, Parkway Dallas. It's all clear.
Nine 12 for radio check.
Right. 15 base for radio check. Right there.
Yeah, I checked Williams from. There was nobody at the bus stops.
Again, what was on the facility?
All of which have different desktops. And here, the most popular is the Cinnamon Edition, which is the one we'll mainly focus on in this video. So, let's click on Download, and if we go down this page, we find a load.
The case I heard was like flawless. It's a flawless case. They have them on tape, they have everything, and then a judge gives them a little probation. These are rough guys, and they're young, and if that happens, they're going to grow up, they're going to be real bad. They're going to cause a lot of problems. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Unit 4 base. 3063 is ready.
Call for Medic 3 for a fall, ESC 3318, 2322 Morgan Avenue, for Tom Manor North, room 206A, 206 Adam. Higher dispatch, 0531.
Get around, see if they pick up on it. Looks like it's going to be cleared in a few minutes. Oh, will you put the right on the radio, did you?
No. And they're swapping out Roy Jackson, they're taking, the mechanics are taking it back in.
Places like that could
they need it for a PM.
At some point,
he's going to get
too far gone. We have some cities like that. But these are great cities that can be fixed. I'm going to be strongly recommending, at the request of government officials, which is always nice, that you start looking at San Francisco. I think we can make San Francisco. There's one of our great cities 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and now it's a mess. And we have great support in San Francisco, so I'd like to recommend.
India
Yeah, with two suspicious vehicles having a vehicle.
Proton VPN. You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy.
Here I am in a video game. Painting on the court.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
$70. Oh, okay.
Either 3024 radio check.
New files sorted.
Yeah.
24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Someone drawing 0, receive.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
L-15 base is going to be 10-8 from the Earth.
Things that have done here, which I would do is the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, non-computer NVIDIA graphics card, and you can also drive it and install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. This is a local account, go online there, simple local account.
I love what they do. Some stuff is not animated as it should be. Password is the application as it should be. There are some problems everywhere when automatically.
also den Präsidenten von Kolumbien als kranken Mann bezeichnet, der Drohnen darauf hin wurde zurückgeschossen, hier dann auch aus dem U-Boot da hieß es, man könne militärisch den USA doch
Carlos, let me get your take in talking to a White House official. I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there could be an 11th-hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th-hour deal here?
Verbalen Abrüstung.
Against him, there's nothing we could do for him, like one or the other. Like what can we do for this guy? He's a small business owner from Corpus Christi who's investing in the west side of town.
I'm careful to talk about evidence in a live criminal case that's existing. I would normally
he didn't kill nobody. It's a misdemeanor charge. So just talk about him.
I would normally recommend that any criminal matter be dealt with in
to demonstrate precisely what motivated Einstein to his remarkable conclusion. The experiment involves pumping all the air out of the chamber and dropping a bunch of feathers and a bowling ball from a crane. Both Galileo and Newton knew the result, which is not in question. The feathers and the bowling ball both hit the ground at the same time. Newton's explanation for this striking result is as follows. The gravitational force acting on a feather is proportional to its mass. We've already seen this written down.
Unit 3022, I need supervisor. Can you come check the jump here, please?
10-4.
We need to have a stretch.
incredible thing, as you know, a few dadays ago. She's
Silent individual in the SOR is trying to get involved in it. I'm not able to find him.
At the time, I didn't know how to do
Even Saudi Arabia, in this case, for a particular application. This is, in fact, one of the first descriptions of the secretary, again, from all the work that...
Linux voice control start.
You upriver and Grand Morgan. You upriver and Grand Morgan. William Palm 568. William Palm 568.
Time at 666. Time at 666. 631. 566. 631. 633. 1042. 633.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Six 631, 27 Texas. 631, go ahead. 4193-5925, 4193-5925.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Trying land of our jurisdiction for probation violation DWI. 10-4, are you showing custody? Yeah.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Route 18 radio check, please, and 10-8 from New York. 631, can you send his info to the back?
31, 10-4.
I do want to make one small correction. So it wasn't 92 that we've done. We've completed 96.
Thank you for that.
Just right now.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. I want to thank the second row of the ladies, Veronica, and so many of you, not naming by name, because I know what you do. I get a lot of the calls. We all do. And
that's why I got confused.
915,
and that's only the public fight. Behind the scenes, agencies like the NSA are already running collection programs that don't wait for warrants. Under Business Section 702 and programs like PRISM, they tap directly into the servers of major tech platforms,
Starting JSON security scan.
metadata, and cloud backup. Companies are often under gag orders far from even disclosing the scope of their activity. Someone like that quietly hires over 1,000 moderators to review flagged content.
Not the way you feel now. Is that what's happened to you?
Marion, it's a book.
Really? Then why is he called Jake? Why don't you...
Any available engineer?
Doesn't get as much attention.
102 East Second Street, 102 East Second Street. Make contact with Donna, a black member, entering walking noise in the back of the building towards the alley on her security camera.
There's good news tonight.
That the telephone line doesn't allow, obviously, for the uploading of video or photographs. This website does allow for that, and our partnership with the FBI, which has been excellent throughout the evening, they quickly stood up this resource to allow us to comb through additional evidence or tips as they may come in. The Providence Police also has a specific tip line now for this incident. That phone number is 401-652-542.
614, I'll be 23. 614, 10. Cool, traffic. 4, 10.
.634 traffic.
634.
188, 181, 28 to Robert Charles John, 1300 Robert Charles John, 1300.
634 Central.
Notice. Now, if you think about this detail paints a pretty vivid picture of exactly what's going on in your home. Utility companies admit that each appliance in your home and device has a distinct electrical signature, which is a pattern of power that is drawn when it turns on, it runs, and it turns off again. By matching your utility consumption with the actual signature that appliances give off, utility companies admit they can figure out exactly what you're doing minute by minute inside your home. For example, a
edge of plate to right. Give me a top edge of plate to right. Yes, it's short. Ready, ball.
634, 27 check.
Go ahead. Yes, it's short that time. Ready, ball.
0922 4712 0922 4712. 250 shell checker, US Vision 1945, all clear.
Commitment to academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, if you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government
Linux voice control stopped.
in what's taught actually in the classroom.
Lindsay, if I may, one way that the federal government influences us all is in setting priorities, and every administration has done that. What are the critical priorities?
1082. 42. Just straight. Round, 1982. 10-6 Fairgrounds.
640.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
.21 base turning from the arc.
Yeah.
.23 turning from the arc.
Yeah.
Linux voice control restarted.
27 on Martinez, comes back clear, negative 29. 28 expires January 2026. 2008 Ford Terry, Jesus Martinez, I Corpus Christi, negative 29. Insurance confirmed. Are you going to need your return?
Sorted.
Negative.
24 placed in welded folders.
612.
612.
Quarantine 0 empty folders.
Over Staples Feed Station, sir. Staples Feed Station. 1004 is rolling for a patient who's requesting EMS for an asthma attack. Before 2.
635, same traffic.
635.
146.
I also cleaned my house. I cleaned my room. I vacuumed. I washed the window. I do my laundry. I do that.
But we've shown you plans. I will let you know that we're going to email all of you this week. We are hosting the North Beach Neighborhood Association in April, and we are going to bring the entire North Beach Neighborhood Association, all the business owners together, and share that you'll all be invited to that as well.
Okay, and then, you guys are not on tax rolls, right?
Placement scan complete.
All the property you guys own not on tax rolls.
That is correct, and I would say of the entire campus that we sit on,
1208, 10-8.
1208, 10-4.
I always cleaned it well, hot water, soap, easily, but I found out wood cutting boards absorb juices like a sponge, trapping bacteria like E. coli and salmonella deep inside. The bleach can't even reach. I felt sick. I threw it out on the spot.
That does not make the speaker so-called could make a settlement. I thought we had a deal. The hatred of the two leaders is it's an obstacle. It's an obstacle. There's no question about it. But I thought we had a deal 2 months ago. Who would think I created peace in the Middle East and can't get the two guys to settle? But I think we'll
At the time,
district renewal, the health district services permit fees we met with the council in December. Streets funding, beach permits, something we're talking about, amendments to the trust fund for replacement with impact fees is something the council will decide in the coming months. Terms number 7, some new terms, and district renewal policy, the health district services permit fees we met.
Even mid-range beaches that are now back in Harfield Lane.
Case 31, time for.
Clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is not as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems when opening and closing apps. Not sure it's OBS, but as I said, it also happens inside of virtual machines, so there might be something there. But it is a functional one.
Thank you. You too, General. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Bye. Good job, right? I mean, they
renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
For Medic 13 or Medic 91, Medic 13 or Medic 91 for chest pain, ESC 1330, via 1506 Dove Lane, cross streets of Graham and Don Patricio, for fire dispatch at 0606. Medic 91 available in quarters, 50.
Furiously activating its nitrogen gas burst, Osiris blasted a hole in the side of the asteroid. What was expected to kick up a little regolith and dust displaced over 6 tons of loose rock, as all that material, so loosely held together under Bennu's tiny gravity, was catapulted in all directions. Osiris-Rex's thrusters went into overdrive, burning the most they had ever burned in history.
Hello?
Registered to Adam,
Linux voice control stopped.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck, they do.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And I said to them,
I'm out of service.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Can anybody tell me the easiest way to get to Cynthia Falcon at 1217 Curtis Clark? Oh no, 5750 Curtis Clark, apartment 1217. Cynthia Falcon.
Okay, as you're coming in off of Staples, and you turn on Curtis Clark, go on down. If the first stage open on your left, go to Corpus there, you turn in there and you go straight and go into the back. If not, go to your second one open, and take a quick left, all the way down, take a quick right, all the way down, take a quick right, take a program designed to feed families halfway down there.
Into a multi-million-dollar criminal enterprise. Staff benefits are also known as. The defendants are charged with food stamps. As alleged in the charging documents, these men abused one of the government's most critical safety net programs for their own financial gain.
There's no magic requirement to do that. It's interesting to see there's now a new site.
2017 is going to be out of service. The last one is stuck.
At the time, I didn't know how much they sucked. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah,
I can use that word.
And I said to them,
402 base, today from what?
2207, I'm in Washington.
Okay.
The video that should go on is that if you have any video along this computer, you need to launch the
I just want to make sure that the message does get out. I don't know why I say we have the official when we, as a city, become a rescue center. But like, we've heard here that, it's cold, like for me.
Call for Engine 10. Engine 10 for a small commercial fire alarm. ESC 1019. Be at 902 Airport Road, Corpus Christi State Supported Living Center. Corpus Fire Dispatch at 0614.
Temple, yes, sir. 47 was advised, sir.
And so, been clear, 15 down. Careful.
10 received.
Careful. Base on Route 16, can you perform microphone?
Base on 18, medic. They got there. You must go on 19.
Was getting very close. 7 planes, they don't talk about it, but 7 aircraft were shot down. In fact, we have the new ambassador to India right here. They're well represented. They better represent us, not them. Okay? Yeah. But Sergio's going to do a great job. He's going to do a great job. But, no, we'll be talking about the war with them, and we'll be talking about, they want to go offensive. I'll make a determination on that, but they would like
Scan complete.
Mr. Sinoni, I would like to hear what he has to say. Yeah, Mr. Sinoni.
Good. Scan complete.
Well, so when Councilwoman Vaughn, when we recommended moving it to first priority, I agreed because what was happening at that time is we want public comment, but there was long duration of public comment, which was exhausting the council. Millions of dollars of business decisions were at a late.
Key rules and minimal check.
6210.
Placement scan complete.
Route 27 radio check. Send it from the yard.
I will take one more. We'll take one more question.
Mr. Secretary, concerning the justification for the Office of Director of Intelligence released the Director of National Intelligence concluded their assessment. Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. Iran is not building a nuclear weapon.
No, that's good. Yeah, I was just wondering. I was looking at so it's Q3. You compare Q3 for each one. Correct. In relationship to December, is December, because of the holidays and the ice rays and everything that's going on, is that usually a pretty robust month?
It usually is a pretty busy month for us, especially with a lot of the holiday parties that we do.
Linux voice control stopped.
You might need to turn off the tablet and then move and then turn it back on. Ready.
Placement scan complete.
I see you're signed in again. Unit 10-4.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders. LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
2-1, 227 traffic.
Go ahead.
361 in front of Grand Caribbean with Texas plates, handicap 4, Tom, X-ray, David, George.
Satellite was February 11th, 1958. Let's see if this works.
We'll get to this.
It doesn't
in any case, it just sounds like that whirling sound that you heard when I tuned in.
The settings are very variables, and you can see that some stuff and
towards the back of the property. That's probably where the boxes were.
Texas deal when you're ready.
Good.
1895-0114. Repeat. 1895-0114.
Temper. Heavy to Blue Meyer Coast here. Entrance confirmed your
Lakeshore Drive, Lakeshore Drive, we're outside of Smith.
Corpus here, College. Works 3726 FM 1069 3726 FM 1069 Mr. Fireworks. General burglary alarm, no contact with key holders.
Little quatrains at the bottom as fillers at the bottom of columns. It's very interesting. You can trace the political ups and downs of the moment through these poems. Soon after the Kipling poem appeared and fighting in the Philippines began, somebody wrote one that went like this. We have picked up the burden of ebony and brown. Now, will you tell us, Rudyard, how we could put it down?
Tower 1315.
Okay, not now.
Eight 48721.
This is 42, there's a Zachary Hall. In-house.
Cooperation has been expressed today. And it has been a great
Don't worry, she's not five anymore, right? I'm not five anymore, right?
Traffic.
34, go ahead.
26 at Moon Break, with Texas Lake, Mary Moore Charles, 3458.
Touching a visual.
Thing, you know, screw with me and my mother were in the kitchen and microwave hearing, and it caused an incident. She ran out of the damn house. So I called you guys to go look for her, naturally I was concerned, and I was hearing things on the radio equipment. They was talking about kidnapping her, and we have money and all that they want to see. I was like, I can't keep having her run off in the middle of the day or night on demand, because she will.
This is 912, go ahead. That's 10-4. Did you get a signal or something?
I got it.
It's 6:30 a.m. It's 6:30 a.m.
642 tower check.
We have, last but not least, we have Ashmore and each of
Linux voice control stopped.
vacancies representing the following categories, which are for environmentalists, which are for environmentalists in your packet, appointment, and their attendance rates are in your packet.
Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 24, quarantine 0.
Your 28 is clear.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders.
70 dispatch now, 7 is clear.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Simple.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Engine 18 and Medic 8, Engine 18 and the Medic 8 for an unconscious patient, ESC 8003. Top 902 Air Street, will be at the Misty Woods Mobile Home Park, Unit 225, Cross Streets of Paradise and Gentle Breeze, EMS 10637.
Alert. Malformed file moved to quarantine.
One group taking your threat very seriously is Greenland. Are you still thinking of military action there, or is anything?
Warning.
Greenland.
Large JSON file detected. File placement.
For you for a deal?
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will, and I'm not letting that happen. If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will take Greenland, and I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you? You know, like
yeah, sure. I'd love to make.
Round 1. Yeah, 70.
And
protons.
You're looking for a red Chevy Silverado 2024. Contact Henry. No injuries, one vehicle.
Problems when opening and closing apps, not shortage.
And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Sunday evening, relax. I cook a big dinner. I read my book, but often I go to sleep very
Engine 6
early.
Medic 6, Engine 6 Medic 6. E for average calls to Timber Ridge Apartments. 4010 4022 Drive. Number 14. Easy Chicago 6.
Good morning. We are...
Route 30, 10A from y'all.
Yeah.
Something that the top motors on the items of the truck. Information still being updated.
In mid-February,
Agency mail with the merch wires, green
price
stamp.
chart and proposals from that firm.
So my question is, we're going to have a price back by February, more or less. Parkfield study's not going to be done till after, possibly.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete.
Radio check heading from the yard. Check.
Trim complete. Processed 24. Quarantine 0.
Thank you.
Renaming complete. 24 files renamed.
0170. Mary Young Paul 0170.
Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders.
ID 1807.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Right.
28789415. I repeat, 28789415.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Okay.
2014 for shows clear.
Linux voice control restarted.
Gale is on. Corpus shows clear. Valid.
15. 34 clear, good morning.
Never.
So just imagine I wanted to share my travel with you. I can use that to confused with it.
Project moving along, much like which started actually about 2 weeks ago.
Corpus Christi,
Now we're shifting that to the timeline of the bridge change to the current parking lot that might have posted a couple of months ago. That will create more space, so as we grow, and a lot of the things that you all have seen, we anticipate some significant growth on the attraction side as well as some of the
Call for engine 4 for natural gas leak inside the structure. Correction's going to be outside. ESC's 1111, be at 6 Rock Creek Drive. Go fire dispatch at 0649. Nice to see. Detail 706, you need Christi to call me. I'll send you to a Christi 181 near Gregory and Pass 181 southbound. What vehicle crash? Another 117. Please try 1015.
Which is nice. I see my sister, and
Quarantine zero empty music folders.
And it's good.
Does your mother miss you?
Yes, she misses me, and I miss her a lot. So it's very nice to see her. And also, I miss my dad, and I miss him a lot. So I'm always happy to see him.
Nice. And
you got a copy of it?
When you are in the United States,
Where you can copy Paul Lincoln 02.
It's difficult to have a good conversation in Japanese, but I can read Japanese. I studied kanji, so my reading is okay, but my speaking is just really bad. I have bad pronunciation, so because my Japanese pronunciation is not very good,
ccpd and run the 64-bit version of Guest Editions. Like that, yes, we want to install it. We'll just run through the normal Windows install process. And there we are, it is installed, very happy with
The issue is city doesn't have to use points. Dr. Kingsley is not an expert at building stadiums. We that's maybe the issue. Some could be unintentional. We're not sure.
Watch Port of Fire Dispatch at 0323. Port of Unit 1 at 0652. At 0653.
Borders, and we need also fair press, because if you don't have fair press, it's very tough. And we've got the strongest border of anybody. Nobody has a border. We have a border where the numbers just came out again. You saw legally, but 0 people. You know, you're
at the time, I didn't know how much it was up. I do know. And he's that one. And I said to them,
Linux voice control stopped.
This is my compressor.
Placement scan complete.
Engine balancing.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 1 local artworks.
Anybody out there ever pick up Alberto Meza off of Airline?
New files sorted.
I normally drop him
24
off
placed in wooded folders.
egg room here behind his apartments.
That's where you're gonna pick them up. Just do that.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
And stop right there. At the end of the thing right there by the fence.
Yeah, 10-4, 10-4. Okay, I'm in the right spot. Thank you.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm service.
We're going to check 10 8 yards.
Base, Route 10, 1070.
Negative fight in progress.
By the city council, by the governing body. However,
so that contract's coming back to the council to cancel it.
Once the programs are in place, that contract is with the Type B corporation. It's not the city. It's the Type. It's a separate corporation. You appoint the board members and they serve at will. It is a separate corporate entity.
So we can
within their discretion.
Yeah, they can. We hit 100, so you dropped that down to 75 and start.
But I do want to ask Tom to say a few words on this. So, Pete, why don't you start it off, please?
I mean, I was so impressed by y'all's work. Again, there's not really much to see. What I'll do right now is make it a little more interesting.
The entire audio workflow is finished.
So,
what routine are we
in progress. Negative fight 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 in progress. Negative.
10-4, stand by.
Thank you. What's that? Thank you. What's that? I was one of the vehicles. I remember the way we operate. Remember when we operate. We have other federal agencies that work with us. We have other federal agencies that work with us. CBP officers. We have the FBI, CBP officers. All of those. All of those. We'd love to have some. We'd love to have some.
Voice control.
It sounds cool. Cybersecurity war that was fought.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Nick Reiner was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared by the jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents.
The following is for information only.
Starts us off
The
tonight
following
at
is
the
for
courthouse
information
in Los
only.
Angeles.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Clear frequency for emergency message. Clear frequency for emergency message. Alert to commercial. Alert to commercial. Alert to general aviation. Alert to general aviation. Alert 3. Alert 3. Alert 3.
This concludes
Linux voice control stopped.
Flex 1. Flex 1. Flex 1. Flex 2. Flex 2. Flex 2.
Placement scan complete.
Flex 3. Flex 3.
This concludes the flex test from checkpoint. The following is code blue from working.
Code blue. Code blue. Code blue.
Trim complete. Processed 20, quarantine
Code
1.
blue. Code blue. Code blue.
This concludes all testing. Time is 0.
Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Security officer T-Burger on duty. Where is it? Two 7-7 Clipper.
New files sorted.
277.
23 placed in worded folders.
Good morning, Clipper Government Service. I'm on the island.
10-4, good
Quarantine
morning.
0 empty music folders.
13, doing a 270 all clear.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-red groups. Linux voice control restarted.
Are you on?
Requirements are offering us now, but we can consist this by going backwards, and then it is in aerial, if we go to aerial, you'll see the font has been substituted because it's not available. And simply this is the dialer, and this is the common sounds, and these fonts are all available in the but to see now, we'll go to type in sudo
Space permutation. Station 2, lead team SE is en route to 1220 Euclid Circle, 1220 Euclid Circle, 3 for a 63-year-old male. Sober breathing with heart failure. Again, it's going to be 1220 Euclid Circle.
You can use a 90-minute time frame that you divide up between the available number of speakers. You can do that if you wish. That's
at the time I didn't know how much was that. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
I can use that word.
And I said to them,
District 1. So the timing on this. Yikes. Several people, including myself, pointed out some of these public comment concerns months ago, long time ago. And I reached out.
Yeah, and a lot of them don't slow down in the fog.
Not 57, turn up from the ESL.
Software. 158.
Journey to 41.
10-4.
One, just a heads up. Heavy fog in Port Aransas. Heavy fog in Port Aransas.
6502 radio check. I'm sending from New York.
AC 917 dispatch.
And on this computer there is an video graphics card where you can launch the driver manager and install the right drivers for the video graphics card.
Hello?
At the time, I didn't know how much it sucked.
Roger that. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
Sitting around and not able to give out cards. Bills and service.
Yes or don't. Okay. Let's start with what almost nobody can say.
The 100 block of South Lukey, Victor King Young, 8743, Victor King Young, 8743.
Linux voice control stopped.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Can you hear me? Yes.
Placement scan complete.
I'm going to start now. Go ahead.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantine 0.
Your turn.
Renaming complete. 21 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Okay, your turn.
New files sorted. 21 placed in worded folders.
Transit rate 278.
Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
920. Too loud. And
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
hey, Bushdown, are you with us today?
Linux voice control restarted.
Private.
What's up?
34, go ahead.
PD 361 Sand Shore South with Texas Lake. X-ray John King 0236.
Info.
It's going to be a white box.
Yeah.
Alert 2 commercial. Alert 2 commercial. Alert 2 general aviation. Alert 2 general aviation. Alert 3. Alert 3. Alert 3.
This concludes
Linux voice control stopped.
Alright, row. Yeah, just the water, just so you can pull off in either direction.
Orbit. It is blind to planets that orbit with periods greater than 4 years, which is the case for all the outer planets in our solar system. And finally, Kepler only sees stars out to a distance of approximately 3,000 light years, whilst our galaxy has a diameter of 100,000 light years. Kepler's data set contains only a tiny fraction of the planetary systems out there.
Now watch
all of
the
these
moving
lessons
one.
can be corrected.
After a while, if you keep this going, you will see a pattern of devices around you. And what you're looking for is something out of pattern within the distance specified. At least from indoors, I seem to be able to scan around 50 meters around me, which is approximately 100.
There we are, there's VirtualBox. Here it is, and we'll just click to get rid of that little message. And over here I'm just going to click there and click on extensions just to check that the extension pack is installed. It is. And finally, before we create a virtual machine, I'm going to go to File and Preferences, and under General here we can see where our virtual machines will be created in a folder called VirtualBox VMs in my home folder. And I'm just showing you this in case you want to change it before you start setting up.
Security alert. Unsecure. Network name.
Don't see anyone who's symptomatic.
Seven five and fuel. Give us 22 minutes with 3 aboard.
Linux voice control stopped. New file sorted. 24 placed in wooded folders. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Processed 24, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks. Or placed in wooded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
See it's coming here, but it's not coming.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
$139.1028. Tom Young 5194. Tom Young 5194. Perfect.
Yes, we're waiting for the response.
Linux voice control restarted.
Kennedy negative 29, March 26, 08 Chevy White to Orellis, Patio, Corpus Christi.
Joe.
Airport 60 David Manhart. Airport 60 David Manhart.
Sorry, can you take a look at tower for locals?
14.
Sorry, can you take a look at tower for locals?
Message information.
Sorry, can you take a look at tower for locals?
Back in my motivator, the quick launch bar, so we'll get rid of that next. And finally, the virtual box is now installed on our system. We'll let it run if it wishes to like that. Get rid of this. And here we have the virtual box.
Here.
We know about the working faces up in the right. Now, most of these, but I do want to have it.
Let me know. Go ahead, Sal. Your turn.
Placement scan complete.
Route 3 base. Route 3 base. Route now, 10-4. 47.
Councilman, is Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, he's online.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hernandez.
And New England is very dubious about the project of war with Britain, to the point where, and this is where the story gets complicated and interesting
Linux voice control
important
stopped.
for the future. Daniel Webster becomes a spokesman for, potentially, the secession of New England from the Union. Now, we think of secession as something that the South did in
Ten four. This bold voice is go ahead. Everybody going to Rottstown Bay.
Locations are copper plate. Temple. Temple. Breathe. TQ radio check.
I just also want to make sure that I extend my
release a huge quantity of free electrons.
my agreement that this should have probably have been done years ago, but we're not going to go there, right? We're here now, and I think this is the best approach to our water, issues, is that we all need to be working together. And just out of curiosity, how much water do you get from your desalination plant?
Right now we're getting about
Dr. Joe.
645, 1041.
645, 10-4.
I have that mail too for now.
You've already contacted them?
10-4, I contacted Border Patrol.
All right.
I just have a 10-4 call. What unit? 1020, 1020. Route 27, he's inbound to Staples Street Station. Bill validator's not working. 10-4, 1020. Catch up with them when I'm done. 10-4. Trailer in day 2.
And all because of Democrat obstruction. So John Thune did a great job. I must have signed 200 into the administration. We're just about caught up. It's amazing. And so
Linux voice control stopped.
He had to do some things that were very tough to do that he didn't want to do, but he was forced to do it by the Democrats. And as far as the shutdown's concerned, this is a Democrat Schumer shutdown. And he's trying to do it to get relevance back into the party because he's a loser. I've known him all his life. He's always
680 at quarter.
Order 10-4.
Placement scan complete.
Try to make a shot real quick.
Trim complete. Processed 21, quarantined 0. Renaming complete. 24 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Check out 2 please. $618. 181 and 89 for a possible crash location. Where the wreck happened at?
So you're still on the same call then?
10-4.
10-4.
New files sorted. 24 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
Sanchez is clear.
Continue with 1.
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Brooks traffic stop, green color Chrysler van. Nevada 759 X-ray 46 1435.
Linux voice control restarted.
Ten 28 expires in 2026. Registered to E Holdings LLC out of Oklahoma. May 29. Suicide deputy.
Yeah.
647 tonight.
4710.
You've won something, but you don't know what exactly. When we call your business name, please come up to accept your reward and stay standing, because we'll do one group photo for the whole category. Each category, there is a second runner-up, a first runner-up, and the category winner. Each will receive a cash prize. So, in the category of Best Window Display, we have second runner-up, Access Tattoo and Body Piercing.
And so we're hiring a consultant to do that. We had an RFP out in
Placement scan complete. Huge super workflow finished with full reorganization.
Confirm, Kevin. 47, radio check, 10-8 from the yard. Careful.
Does anybody know how to pick up Andrew Martinez on Mason Drive? What's the address? Drive. Fourteen to base. Can you help me with that? $634.27.
84.
16757895. 16757895. No need to return.
Can't that tell you where those buildings are?
Your virtual whiteboard.
Yeah, 10-4, but the signs are like in between the buildings. They're like on the sidewalk. I don't know if I can pick them up on the street or on the alley or where.
Lucid Spark became their infinite canvas for organizing and synthesizing Lucid Spark,
Okay, in service.
Placement scan complete. 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 Placement scan complete.
Or MMPD. Multiple personality disorder. Befriend, freeze, change, refuse, and modify. This process can accelerate or decelerate relative to the number of tools that went into it. You got hypnosis, peer group pressure, reindoctrination, which is basically repeating the steps of unfreezing and refreezing for
Copy, copy.
Go ahead.
Boy, George, Sam.
Where's the location of the accident?
Oh, 7, I'm not on traffic.
David, last time 1838.
Airport 16, David, Mansart. Airport 16, David, Mansart.
Oh, 07, you advise you're opening your own call.
Linux voice control stopped. Placement scan complete. Trim complete. Process 21, quarantine 0. Renaming complete. 23 files renamed. Album art complete. Found 0 local artworks.
Doing anything?
New files sorted. 23 placed in worded folders. Quarantine 0 empty music folders.
'27 dispatch. Can I get an individual?
LVC JSON generation complete with multi-word groups.
Short 1070 Key West officer.
What key is that?
Linux voice control restarted.
Okay, I'll be out here. Stand by. 19 is going to be on birth center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. During the base or anybody, ability house opens at 8, right?
And then in the last bond program, including money for streets, we were able to backfill that, but our options are running out. And so this chart here shows you, there's a lot of columns, but if you look at the column called adopted FY26 budget, today we have $93 million for streets by our two general fund funding streams that have dedicated revenues for streets, and then the bond program had a $35 million package. This 27 shown here.
The Type B
Linux voice control restarted.
Economic development is the bar.
That is such a
Negative fight in progress.
I love you, but that's such a salad talk. I do not see how. What was the language of economic development? How is the language? You know what that was? That's what it is. I mean, let's see. I've got some questions.
Placement scan complete. Placement scan complete. Negative fight in progress.
Business or intelligence.
62 tonight.
We'll take one more. We'll take one more question.
I know what this is. Is this still a first you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is as it should be. There are some problems.
And not ACF alone on January 20th.
These guidelines to
Where is it?
Subsidy is expiring or not. You've got to present those big.
Again. I'm asleep, leave me alone. Well, live problems, do you hear me?
And we now get to the critical officer where I asked what we want to do. Here I want to raise the
There'll be a room for 3 in back of cross country. Yeah, I don't know how they do it over here. Alright, sir, I'm gonna move up.
C-24?
Route 7, 1070, Monad, road closure.
C-24, can I have a private?